Okay, what about now? Can you guys hear me now? I assume you can hear me now. I usually when this problem happens, I can like delete the audio input and re-add it, and for some reason it fixes it. It's just one of those OBS glitches. It does that from time to time. It's kind of one of the nuisances. Yeah, I think you guys be hear me now. Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why OBS does that. Sometimes OBS really be flaky, and like for some reason, like if you have a camera or an audio source, you'll you'll add it, and then the next time you run the app, it'll act like you never added it, and you just have to go in and delete it and re-add it. It's such a weird glitch in OBS. When I was using Streamlabs, I never saw this glitch in Streamlabs. This is like super specific to OBS. All right, let me go live on TikTok. We'll make sure we're good there. Judy saying you still can't hear. I don't believe that. I don't believe you still can't hear me. Just wait. Everyone else can hear, so we should be good to go. I added the audio source to the vertical stream and to the horizontal stream. So we should be cooking. We should be ready to rock and roll, y'all. As usual, I've got the link on the screen here and here if you're watching the other stream. It's tiny.cc/DZ live. And before I forget, let me make sure both of the guest boxes are open and being monitored. Give me 1 second. Oh, Video Ninja is really slow today. Interesting. Let me open the guest box on TikTok at least. We'll get that open. There we go. Fuck, we already got another chef in the kitchen. What's up, buddy? It's doubled. Oh, I know why. Hold on. We'll fix it real fast. A little bit. Well, so here's what I've done, because when I'm not at home trying to let me know if the audio doubling is better now. I think it's better now. When I'm not at home, I have to use my MacBook when I'm away, but one of the problems I have is typically I can't get good internet, which is a problem. And another thing is like I don't have enough screens. So I knew I was going to be traveling this week, so I bought like a portable screen, like a portable 4K screen, and I brought that with me. So now I've got like all of my software running, and I think everything is ready to rock and roll. But I do need to set up Video Ninja real quick because I didn't do that yet. Should be good. A video source is going to be the virtual cam. Maybe not. I don't think we actually need a video. There we go. All right, so everything should be good. Ems, my friend, how you been? Oh, you can't see yourself on TikTok. That is a TikTok glitch. Okay. Let's see if that does it. Oh, good. The audio sounds great, by the way. It sounds really good. Ems, you wouldn't believe how many people like message me on a daily basis asking if like they can pay you to read books for them. Right. Yeah. It's definitely it's a mic thing. But friends, let me grab some super chats. We should have people populating in the guest box, I'm sure, any moment. Sourdough, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate that, friend. And Gary, thank you for the 666. Hill Nero says, best way to wrap up a shitty Friday. country might be going to hell. That is the case. I mean, listen, there are some people right now that are kind of sad, like super saddened by the direction of our country, and I'm in the same camp. Like it's heart wrenching to see what's happening. But dying with the best people at DZ debates. Fuck the bill still. Well, thank you, Gary. Always remember, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. And Handsome Cat says, "Are you in a Swedish jail cell?" I'm not. I'm in an Airbnb, which is actually way better than the hotel options. Sometimes it's not though. Sometimes hotels suck, and you're like, "Well, there's no good hotels." Yeah, sometimes you're like, you go somewhere, and you're like, "Well, the hotels are shitty, so like I'm gonna find an Airbnb." And the internet is mostly stable, so we'll see. We'll see if it freezes. Yeah. Hank says no sound on YouTube. Oh, they can't hear you on YouTube. Uh, hold on. Say something. Ems, where'd he go? Okay. Well, the soundboard is. It should. The soundboard is picking up your voice. So what? Yeah, that's actually quite interesting. I see the problem line. Give me a second. Um, sorry, I had to change my sound mixer back to the right setting after I reloaded it. Now they should be able to hear you. Can you say that? Say something for us.
Testing.
Y'all heard them this time on YouTube, I suspect. My soundboard on OBS is picking you up for sure, so they should be able to hear you now. Um, we've got a guest art. Holy, we don't, guys. We don't just have a guest in the guest box. We've got a legend
We have
in the
the
guest
guest.
box. Hank says no sound. I think we got it worked out. Thank you for the help, friends, and thank you for the patience. Godless Doc says, "Is Trinitarian Christianity henotheistic?" I don't think it is. I think it's incoherent gibberish. It like breaks the laws of logic. But is it henotheism? No. Henotheism is more like what the ancient Hebrews practiced, where they believed there were many gods, but there was like one God on top of the heap. You know what I mean? And it was incumbent on them to worship the one God at the top of the heap, even though they believed in many gods. Real Marcus, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, "Whores, we need to get a plan together to break KJ out of the big house." Guys, I'm not in prison. Although I would say the sound qualities in this room are not good. It's not good, but it is what it is. I actually, even like the walls in my house, the bedroom that I stream from, it's an old colonial. I got plaster walls, so a lot of sound reverberates. I am looking at setting up a room in my attic with sound paneling on the walls and see if I can put together a better studio in my attic bedroom rather than taking up my actual bedroom. Narcissa, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, "Please say, open the pod bay doors, Hal." Shit. What's that from? Do you know what that's from? I feel like I should know what that's from.
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, it really does. Well, I said the thing, Narcissa. I hope that's meaningful to you. And Percy, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, "Will you ever do an ad for a real match?" I won't. But I actually, here's the funny thing: not this stream, but my next stream, I'm going to have a mid roll in the middle of it from our very first sponsor. And when I say our very first sponsor, it's not someone that like accidentally stumbled. Like they saw our channel and was like, "I would like to do a sponsorship with this channel." And so that means they're in our corner. And I actually already did an ad for them for a review, and it was clearly invoking atheist vibes in the ad, and they're like, "Fucking let's do it." So like I'm really excited that like we've got like a sponsor that's like chill in the atheist space that wants to support the channel. And you guys already know when I told you, when I get a sponsor for a live stream, I'm not going to do any mid rolls in the live stream. So that's the really cool thing about sponsors is like it enables you to like make content a little bit doper. Astronova says, "We cannot hear M's. I think we got it fixed up, Astro. I really appreciate being here, and thank you for the super chat, friend. And I'm gonna bring in shit. We got all kinds of people in the house tonight. Hold on, Chris Mallard. How you doing, buddy? Can you hear me, Chris? Hold on, let me see if the audio is working. Oh, the audio didn't get selected for some reason. Let me try audio source again. No wonder he couldn't hear me. Fuck, my audio sources died on Video Ninja. Now I gotta recycle it.
No pressure.
Yeah, just give it 1 second. Mm-hmm.
Testing
Where
1,
have I
2,
seen this guy
3.
before?
Hear me, heathens and wizards and servants of sin. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Do I know you from somewhere?
Oh, hey, I hear me. I heard me.
Yeah. So Chris
Can you
runs
hear me?
the Damn Network, but Chris can't hear me. Give me a second. For some reason, when I
Oh,
go
no.
when I go to select my audio source on Video Ninja, it like doesn't load any of my audio. Give me 1 second.
America's
gonna-
Most Wanted, maybe?
I think it's a permission issue. So give me 1 second and see
I can hear you.
Oh,
I hear
you can
everybody.
you can hear me? You should be able to hear me directly. Give me just a second though.
Mm. Mhm.
All right, let's see if this works. I have to refresh my browser one more time. We're gonna get
Oh,
there.
yeah, okay.
Man, it's crazy. Like I use this setup more than a couple times a year, but every time I get back to my laptop, like I have
Yeah,
to.
they're saying that there's a delay.
There is, and the reason why there's a delay is because he's not getting my audio properly. Give me a second. I'm gonna try. Yeah, just restarting the browser here real quick. I had the same thing happen. Like the line is using vMix to do their calls, and we were having a hell of a time on the line with V. Right, that's what I'm saying. You can hear me through the live stream, but if you give me a second, I'll get it hooked up right so you can hear my audio piped directly in. No, it's not fucking you. Let me try Safari. If Opera doesn't want to cooperate today, I can use Safari instead. I did this once before. Usually, like I have to bounce around between web browsers to actually find one that works because none of them actually work consistently. All right, but it's always a permission issue. Whenever like your web browser won't play nice with your hardware, it's always because it's like, hey, we don't have permission to use this hardware anymore. Like, well, why the fuck not? I never revoked the permission. So give me a second. I just loaded it up on there we go. I loaded it up on Safari, and Safari is working. So we'll use Safari today, and we'll call it a day by using Safari rather than Opera. Which, by the way, if you guys are looking for a decent browser, the Opera browser is actually a really good browser. You should be able to hear me now, Chris. Yeah, you should be able to hear me piped like directly into your ears.
We can't hear Chris though on TikTok.
Oh, you can't hear Chris yet?
I can't hear him.
Oh, let me make sure his audio is being
I don't know if he can hear me.
exported. His audio is not being exported
And
yet.
also,
1
Godless
second.
Engineer's on the panel. I can't see him. Why is TikTok so bad now?
I don't think TikTok's bad, but
Fucking Americans.
You should
Can't
be
run
able to
anything.
hear Chris now if Chris says something. Chris, can you say something? Oh,
Negative.
interesting. All right, hold on. This interesting. Man, we have all kinds of audio permission issues. All right, what about now, Chris?
Yeah. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now y'all should be able to hear
I
Chris.
hear me.
Got him.
Got him? Good. Yeah. For
Can
some
you hear
reason,
us?
like all of my hardware permissions, I think, well, they dropped an update like a week or two ago for the Mac, and I installed it, and I think it reset like all of my hardware permissions, and my web browsers couldn't
Mm.
access any of the hardware. But it looks like we're locked and loaded now.
Awesome. Thank
Yeah,
you for
that
having me.
happened to me
Hello,
with
everybody.
Hey, Chris.
We got like a full gang
I
here.
can't stay long. The evil one is on her way home, and we're fixing to go to dinner. I just wanted to say hello. Yeah,
Hey,
and cause problems with your tech.
I love that, buddy. No, actually, it was really great because it helped me work it out. Because like the first guest that came up
Mhm.
might have been opposition. We would have had to do all this rigmarole anyway.
True enough. True enough. Well, thank you for having. Now, is this OBS?
I'm using OBS and TikTok Studio and Video Ninja right now. At the like all
Me
three
too.
feeding data back and forth.
Yeah, I may be able to help you with that later. Or do you use Voice Meter?
So I use the Elgato soundboard, the Wavelink,
Okay.
and it's been pretty reliable. The only
Good.
issue I ever have is like when my web browsers lose permission, because I'm using my web browser to get your
Yeah.
feed into OBS and to get your audio to my soundboard.
Yeah, I'm having similar problems too. I'm using Voice Meter Banana or a Potato, and I've got all the links and all the stuff. I'd rather be drugged through a mesquite bush.
Dude.
I really would.
It's always a bit of a nightmare, and that's the trouble. Some part of like having to run the show and produce it at the same time is
Oh yeah.
you just got to go into it, and like sometimes you like gotta hit a road bump at the beginning, but you get it smoothed out, and then boom, you're off to the races.
Well, in our experience, recently we added a phone. We started taking calls for the Daily Atheist Morning Show.
Oh, by the way,
So
there's some people that don't know
that
about the
was
Daily Atheist Morning Show. Can you plug your work? 'Cause I've been following Chris on the Damn Network for
Oh.
quite some time, but I don't know if all of my followers are, but I think you should.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm Chris Mallard, the host of the Daily Atheist Morning Show. I have a co-host. Her name is Ryan Cultastic. You may know her. She's fantastic. You can find me at the Damn Show, DAM Show. Just look for Daily Atheist Morning Show. You'll find me.
Yeah.
And I've been doing it for a couple of years, and we just now started taking calls on the morning show.
I'm excited.
So, and that part of the reason why I'm on the phone with you now, or why on the thing with you now, is because now that I'm taking calls, I want to learn from people about how to respond to some of these callers.
Mhm.
And I was going to stalk you and watch how you deal with your callers. And I just happened to see the link, and I was like, I'll click the link.
Well,
and here we are.
Tell you what, hit me up, not this week, but next week I'll be back home, and I'll join you for when your
Okay.
call-in shows, and we
Awesome.
can trade tips and do stuff because you're live when I'm not live. So I'll be free
yeah.
when you're streaming.
Perfect.
Sound
I'd
good?
love to do that. I really would.
He sounds like he runs a radio show.
Yeah, morning show.
And he looks like he owns one.
On the YouTube.
Mhm. It's been running for a long time, y'all.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been going quite a while. The Daily Chris Mallard. Yeah. Anyway, I'll post a link here in the chat. I hate to run, I very much do. Thank you for joining me. But the evil one, for those of you who don't know, the evil one is my wife. She's on her way home. And here's our computer engineer for the show. I have 5 dogs, and you don't let your dogs just slack off. No, put them to work. Ollie's our computer engineer. Bailey's our script writer. So check out the show when you get a chance. We're a lot of fun. Oh, hi, Bailey. Here's Bailey.
Oh,
she's our script writer.
What
if the script sucks, it's her fault.
What a sweetie. She loves you.
All right, guys. She does. They do. Thank you guys very much for having me. I'm off to save the world and feed with the evil one.
We're with you, man. We're with you.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Take care.
W. Chris. He's so much fun. The morning show is a fun show, y'all. Like it's a good time. If you like a kind of it's fun. It used to be full of a lot of jokes and lightheartedness, but they do cover some of the news. It's hard. It's hard to cover the current round of news and still not get depressed. But like, it's a great show. I highly recommend it. I'm gonna grab a couple super chats. We have also joining us is Godless Engineer. Welcome in, buddy.
Hey, yeah, I was that thing I was talking to you about over text. I don't know if I got the go ahead to let you. It's a 5-question game. I promise it's not that bad.
Listen, I'm down.
Okay. Yeah, I'll let you do your super chats and then I'll queue it up.
Yeah, for sure. T Tubin, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says I like Nero better than Neron. I get it. Should I use 616 instead of 666? I don't handle change well. Well, if you like Nero better, you want 616 because that's the Latinized spelling of Nero. That's the way we pronounce it in English. The Neron Kaiser comes with the nominative Greek endings. So Greek endings have nominative endings, meaning like these are like what we would consider like default endings. Just like Hebrew has default feminine, masculine endings. We get the same thing in Greek. So Nero, even though in Latin it'd be Nero, in Greek you need to add that nominative ending. That's one of the reasons why Jesus' name is pronounced the way that it is because they're nominal endings. But anyways, so if you like Nero better, you got to go 616. And if you think to yourself, we need someone more evil like Caligula, there is a manuscript variant that says 606, which comes out to Gaius Kaiser. And Gaius was one of the most common nicknames for Caligula, who was pretty well known as being a fucking beast himself. So you've got options, is what I'm saying. And Dylan says, TDIF. Hey, thank you so much for the $10 super chat and for being rock hard. Says, looking forward to today's stream. Well, we're pumped for it. Hopefully TikTok has got their shit figured out and we'll get some good opposition loading up. We'll see. We'll do what we can. Austin 316, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, looks like you're in heaven filming another episode of Bang Bus. Justin Christian loves you. That's crazy. That is crazy. It's funny, like if you grew up Christian, you might not get any Bang Bus references, but I'll also caution you, don't fucking go Google that shit. Don't go Googling that, especially if you're at work. It will not turn out well. And Narcissa, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, says, you're in Kubrick White. Wait, what's that? I got it. Y'all, you're always teaching me new words here. Okay, Kubrick White. What is this? Okay, it says Stanley Kubrick cinematography. White is used to create stark contrast, making other colors pop. Oh, fair. Yeah, actually, well, you guys know my the way my brain works is I would love a film like that because I don't like a lot of visual static. I always wear like plain color shirts unless it's like a hoodie. But yeah, you know what? I've seen a couple movies in this genre and I've always really liked it. And also with the follow-up, Narcissa says, feel free to do a Clockwork Orange reference if you prefer same color scheme. I actually haven't seen Clockwork Orange. I've had a lot of people tell me that they thought I would like it. But like with all movie references, I have the best of intentions of one day seeing movies. But I don't know if it's ever gonna fucking happen.
It's a classic. I highly recommend it. Just a little touch of the ultra violent.
Yeah. You know a little bit of that to keep it spicy. Gretchen, good to see you, friend. Says, damn it, Justin, you had one job. I know. It's crazy. This used to be like my second or my third job, but like this really is my one job now. So I gotta make sure my shit works, right? And Space Cadet says Sophia Isella just came out with a new song. I don't even know who that is, y'all. Who's Sophia Isella? Titled Numbers 30. No fucking way. Numbers 31, 17 through 18. That's the name of a song now. Please listen. You won't regret it. Truly goes with the theme of the awful apologetics you hear. Listen, I'm putting it in my phone right now as a reminder to listen to this after the stream. It's called, let's see, I can get this name right. Sophia. I love that we're seeing more and more music like openly hostile towards religion. Because like for so long, it was just like,
So
I found it.
there's a new song that's in Arabic that's blaspheming to the Prophet that a guy released, and it recently blew up in like Egypt because it's really bad.
Is
And
he
he said
alive?
that the only condition he's alive because he's not in the country. But he said that the only condition in which he's gonna remove the song is when the blasphemy laws are removed.
That's crazy. Well, like, listen, my opinion on these things have always been the same. Like, if you're in a country that like is openly persecuting you for being an apostate or something like that, please, guys, take care of yourself. We don't want to see anyone get whacked. We love you. So proceed with some caution, but also, fuck the powers. The Atheist Mechanic says, "Hey, Chris and Justin, good to see both of you." Well, thank you, Atheist Mechanic. It's good to see you, my friend. And Narcissa with another one. Thank you so much. Says Justin is the Korova Milk Bar with his again. Now I got to look up. I've never heard of this. A Korova Milk Bar. Is this Is this a delicacy? Korova Milk Bar. Oh, it's from Clockwork Orange. Okay. I'll have to give it a look. I do enjoy movies that have really cool like cinematography, like visual effects is pretty dope. Just says nice video with Seth. Hail Doug from Finland. Yeah, guys, if you haven't been to Seth Andrews' channel this week, we just dropped a video on his channel together. It was a lot of fun. And I think you might like it. It was Seth got to sort of ask some of his most interesting questions. So anyways, if you want to see Seth Andrews asking me interesting questions and me just rattling off Bible passages, I think you'll like it. I think it'd be a really entertaining video for y'all. And also, you got to support the whole community. Diver Life, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. Diver says, "Hiya, Justin. Love the streams as it helps me go through deconstruction, but question, why do Christians always claim free will when it's never supported in the Bible? Last I checked in Ephesians, it supports predestination." Well, not just Ephesians. You get the same thing in the book of Romans. You basically get it everywhere. So the reason why they're so dogmatic on the free will narrative is because it's the only way to justify the horrific acts that God does, right? It's the only way to justify evil. It's the only way to look at the world around us and say, like, why is this such a shit show? And their only card in their hand is the free will card. They don't have anything else to play. So, like, to be fair to them, they're playing the only card they have to play. This is all they got. So that's basically it. Dade, my
I have a
friend.
question.
Yeah.
So in the Bible, the Pharaoh in Moses' story, is that his name or his title?
Moses?
The Pharaoh that is mentioned in Moses' story, is it his name or his title?
Oh no, that's his name. So okay, so that's Ramses II. We learned about Ramses at the last couple chapters of Genesis. Says that they were shit. I think it's Genesis 49 talks about them being in the land of Ramses, and then Exodus chapter 1 verse 11 talks about building the storehouses of Pithom and Ramses, which Ramses II was really well known for. Like if you hear about a Ramses in history, it's almost always Ramses II. He was like the great Ramses. But the problem you have with Ramses is if Ramses was the pharaoh while they were in Egypt, then what that means, or if he was one of them, then what that means is that the timeline's off by about 200 years because Ramses lived in the 1200s. He reigned from like 1279 to 1225-ish. And according to 1 Kings chapter 6, the Israelites left 480 years prior to the building of Solomon's temple. But Solomon's temple was built like 960, 970, which means they would have had to leave Egypt 200 years before Ramses was even reigning. So it's preposterous that
What
they
I
could
guess
have
my
built his
question is,
storehouses.
is the word Pharaoh in the Bible, is that a name of a person or is it a title?
Oh, it's a title.
then why does it mention Pharaoh as being like? I think I read a passage in which it says Pharaoh, the king of Egypt,
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't mention like any titles of like it doesn't mention any definitive article when referring to to the name or the word Pharaoh. Like for example,
Mm-hmm.
you know how king could be a name and it also could be a title.
Mm-hmm.
If I say I spoke to king, that would usually mean that I spoke to a person whose name is king. And if I said I spoke to the king or I spoke to king of England,
Mm-hmm.
that is referring to a title. But in the
Right.
Bible and in the Quran, it refers to Pharaoh without any like definition to the
So
word. So
it's
isn't that implying it's a name?
it's a title, and so I'll tell you what happened. There was an anachronism. So prior to um, a certain part in the Bronze Age, they used to call the king of Egypt the king of Egypt. So the Bible calling the Egyptian pharaoh pharaoh rather than king is actually proof that it came much later when the word pharaoh was actually being used. But the problem is there's this like muddy period when they were transitioning between king and pharaoh, where like if you were not an Egyptian, sometimes you had to spell that shit out, pharaoh the king, so you knew what pharaoh meant, because pharaoh was a new word at the time. Does that make sense?
Uh, But it still like refers to like when it mentions Pharaoh without mentioning the king, it still refers to Pharaoh without any not in the same way that you would use titles in English or in any other language. Like again, as I gave you the example of the word king or the name king.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just say I spoke to a king, that means you spoke to a person whose name is king. It is different than saying I spoke to, for example, the king. Like it would be incorrect to say that I spoke to president without without specifying President Trump, for example. If you just said I spoke to president and he said so, that wouldn't make sense. You'd have to say either the president or President Trump or or president of the United States.
Okay,
Does
so
that make sense?
yeah, but that's not so in ancient Semitic literature, we don't find that quite as much. It's very common to use like a uber specific designator, like just pharaoh, especially if it's in the construct Hebrew state, because in the construct Hebrew state it actually doesn't have the definite article, but it's connected to something else that is definite. So what you'll see in a lot of English renderings, you'll see they'll add the definite article there because it's actually there via construction of the construct chain, even though there's no definite article there. So I think this is going to differ on which translation you're reading, but also if it's something very specific, it wasn't uncommon in Semitic languages to not use the definite article if there's only like one way this could be meant. Like if there's only one person that could fit this bill, you can just say pharaoh and everyone knew what that meant. You didn't have to say the pharaoh. But I get like in modern
Uh,
English, you wouldn't, like you typically wouldn't.
yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because the same problem is found in the Quran. When it refers to Pharaoh, it refers to him in a way that in which the Arabic language does not refer to any other title in the same way. So it just says, like, for example, uh, and Pharaoh was a tyrant,
Mhm.
instead of like referring to and the Pharaoh. And it doesn't do the same for any other title anywhere. And it's still like a ancient Semitic language.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
I'm not sure like this is why there's like a big debate among Islamic scholars if Pharaoh is the name of Pharaoh, like if that is literally his name, or if that is his title, because the Arabic implies it is his name.
In all the Semitic literature I've read, pharaoh has always been a title, and they use it with or without the definite article. It's very common to see it with a definite article, and very common to not see it with a definite article. I
Uh,
That's not one of those textual things that I would
uh,
ever make a big deal out of. I like that kind of a textual
but
deviation to me is
it
still
is
within the semantic range.
it does it does make a big difference if, for example, the problem with this in the Quran is that if this is God speaking and he thinks the guy's name is literally Pharaoh, there is a problem because not a single time in the book does it have a definitive article with the word Pharaoh. It literally just refers to him as if his name is Pharaoh.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's true.
This is why I was asking about the Bible.
Well, if you're a living um so for example, I had a friend who was a mayor, and when I talked about the town that I grew up in, I would say like the mayor, right? But when I was there, like people who knew, I would just say like Mayor Rob, no definite article. You knew
Exactly, but
who the
you
mayor
you
was.
defined it with Rob.
Mhm.
You still defined it with Rob. It wouldn't make sense for you to say, and then Mayor said so and so. You
Right,
would say Mayor Rob or the mayor.
but what I'm saying is that was a common construction in ancient
Mhm.
Semitic literature. You do find that quite a bit.
Could be. Mhm.
Yeah, it's just one of those weird things. It was pretty acceptable. Part of the reason too, like so in Akkadian, sometimes you'll find in Akkadian text, rather than having a definite article, you'll have like they have things in the text, like one of the most famous, we'll call like a dinger, where you know what comes next is going to be the name or title of a deity. Like you know the next word is going to be deified, right? And sometimes it, you know, you can have a dinger in front of something that you think might be definite with no definite articles. But like so some of the ancient languages, like just because they're mixing, like you found some constructions that were like popular over here would like pop up over there. And so you have to be a little bit flexible, especially with definite articles.
That is fair.
Yeah. I can get you some literature on it. Don't worry. This is a common thing that it does come up. Dade, my friend, I hope you're doing well. Says, excuse me, did you know Emmanuel and Maher Shalal Hashbaz from, yeah, that's Isaiah 7 and 8, is the same person, and that person is not Jesus? Actually, I agree. I think that's the most parsimonious way to read the text. I think that makes best sense of all the information. I too think Mahershala Hashbaz was in fact Emmanuel from the prior chapter. Now, there's a case to be made that it's not. Like, I don't think it changes the interpretation of the passage either way. I don't think it matters. Doug says, I was led to believe the apocalypse would be a ton more expedient than this. I thought it was gonna be cataclysmic and like almost immediate. And so far it has not been that. I'm gonna read this one more super chat, friends, and then I'm gonna get Bible guy in here, and also I think uh, John has got a game for us to learn, so which should be interesting. Chodicus, my friend, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. It says, speaking of movies, have you heard about the fakers? Wait, how they how they faked the moon landing to disprove Christianity? It's true. The firmament is science. I Please tell me you guys saw some of the bogus firmament videos back when flat Earth first started taking off. Like everybody was trying to produce a video that like validated the existence of the firmament, and all of them were like,
What do you think they're gonna say? What do you think they're gonna say? Like following the next week's mission to the moon.
I, see, the thing it is with flurfers, it doesn't matter how much data or how good the data is. Like they're never going to change their mind. That's why there are people that witnessed the final experiment live and are still flat earthers, because they're not persuaded by information. They're persuaded by, if I can't be wrong, because like I've invested so much in this, like I can't let myself be wrong, you know?
But I mean, within a decade, NASA's supposed to have a base on the moon that is
Ah,
going to be observable.
I'm down. For sure.
Hey, bud.
How you doing, buddy?
First and foremost, I'm not going to turn my camera on because I did that on another person's live, and for some reason, it flagged her live for nudity, just for
What?
seeing my big fat bald head.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
So I'm going to be
crazy.
careful about that. Also, I had a question. Have you ever considered? So the atheist experience has this setup where they are always live and they have pre-recorded live streams
The
going on.
24-hour live stream.
Have you considered this? Because
I
I was
have.
just editing. I was just editing a video for you, and someone sent you a super chat in November saying we need Justin 24/7. And
I've considered
I
it.
I'm currently
I think
I'm
I think that is a bad
currently
idea.
working on it right now.
Mhm.
I've got one set up and I'm uploading files to it right now. I found a way without using OBS or anything like that. So
Right.
might want to think about doing that. I think people would enjoy that.
So I had mixed feelings, and here's why. There's a couple channels that I used to watch live regularly, and I knew if I opened the app, I saw their live thing was on, I was gonna click it and go watch them live. And then they got the 24-hour live stream, and now I'm like, I don't actually know if they're really live. Like I can't tell
That
if
is what I
they're
was gonna say.
actually live or if it's just 24-hour live stream bullshit. And I'm not here for the
But
24-hour replay.
you could have a third channel. You could have
Sweet.
a third channel just in 24/7.
I thought about that too because wanted I'm going to be producing a lot of shorts this year to increase my TikTok and Instagram and Facebook presence. And I thought about doing a channel just for shorts so it doesn't fuck up my algorithm on my two main channels. My two main channels are hyper specific, so the algorithm always knows who to show my stuff to. I don't deviate from I like never deviate. So I get pretty good push out with the algorithm. So like I would like to do a third channel, maybe on the shorts channel. Maybe we add in the 24/7 Justin. That'd be crazy. That's too much of me.
That's
Not
not a bad
enough.
idea. Maybe I should start a second and put second channel and put all that live stream on there. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I
But
put.
yeah,
I've got a second channel, and I put like all my TikTok live like clips and everything, just like kind of raw on there.
Mm-hmm.
And then I use the collaboration tool between my main channel and that, and it kind of helps.
Fun. Sounds fun.
ah,
So
well there you go.
Dalton, do you want to play Infallible?
Yeah, let's play Infallible.
Okay, you can't be wrong. Hold on one second.
do we need to bring
Oh,
a
wait.
Christian up for
Damn it.
this?
I mean, if you wanted to, but you can't be wrong. Okay, that's enough. So I just want to give credit where credit's due. I got inspired by Joel Reads the Bible, and one of the things that he does. And so I decided I spent like about a day writing this web application here. So if y'all are ready to play Infallible, you can't be wrong. And if you want to bring up if you got a Christian in there, it would be great to hear them respond to each of these questions.
Well, let me grab. We do have a guest in the guest box, and I think they're opposition. Oh, they left. We lost them.
Here, I'm gonna head out so that you're not so clogged up with friendlies. I just wanted to drop that out there and also let you all know that my head is now a violation on TikTok apparently. So there's that. Okay, I'm
Dawkins'
gonna get
head
back
is
to
now
editing some
no
videos for y'all.
longer safe for work, y'all.
No, yeah, this is what's going on my OF right now as my bald head, 100%. Okay, see you later.
See you, buddy. Let's bring up notification. The notification I think is opposition. How you do notification? Are you with us? Y'all hear anything? I don't hear anything from notification. Now he's teacupped. Or
I
she.
don't hear them.
Did you request by accident notification? He's muted? Oh, no, he's not muted. He's teacupped. I think he requested by accident, and he might not even have his phone open. It's probably in his back pocket or something right now. All right, that's fine. We'll bump you down. Notification if you meant to chat, come on back and we'll pull you into the chat. So I think I know how Infallible works. I'm thinking.
Okay.
Explain
Oh
the
yeah.
rules.
Okay. You can't be wrong unless you choose to be. So Justin, I'd really like your input on this. So here we go. First question is, Does God prefer castrated men? Yes or no?
I mean, that's the problem is in the Hebrew Bible, God does not want anyone who's got crushed testicles. That's in Deuteronomy 23. But also in the New Testament, Jesus says that you should be a eunuch for the sake of the gospel, which would lead you to believe that maybe he changed his mind.
Yeah. Well, we can only pick one. It's multiple guess,
Fuck.
so we just need to pick one. Which one do you think would be
I'm gonna have to go with no. God does not want crushed
no?
testicles
You would be correct, but also we would accept yes.
because it's a fucking contradiction.
Yeah. Next question, what is the human lifespan? Is it 70 years, 120 years, or more than 120 years?
See, that's the thing is just prior to the flood, God said it was going to be 120, and then for like the next 600 years, people were still living over 120, which means that can't be real. Fuck me. What were the options?
70 years, 120 years, or more than 120 years?
It's technically probably all three. I'm gonna have to go with number two though, 120 years.
That is correct. But also, we would have taken 70 years and more than 120 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Next is, did the men with Paul hear the voice?
Well, that's funny because in the book of Acts, there's one account where they didn't hear the voice and they saw the light, but in another account, they didn't see the light and they heard the voice. So the answer is yes to both.
We can only pick one.
Option one.
You would be correct, but we would have also taken no. They didn't hear the voice. See, this doesn't work with a biblical scholar kind of person. It's only funny when it's with
Yeah.
mods and laws.
We have to get some
All
opposition
right.
in the box.
Yeah. Okay. So here's this next one. How should Sabbath breakers be punished? Should they be exiled or should they be unalived?
Well, I'm thinking you're gonna have to stone them.
Okay. So unalived.
I mean, yeah.
That would be correct, but also they should be exiled.
This is a really way to invert the game because like no matter what you pick, you're always right, but it also demonstrates the problem, which is so many contradictions.
Yeah. Yeah, you're about to win. Clean sweep, by the way. So the final question here is: was Abraham? This is difficult. Okay, was Abraham justified by faith or by works?
Fuck. I gotta go with faith. I mean
by faith.
that's the whole thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So should we go with M's, but the faith, or should we go with works?
It's gotta be faith. What real
Faith.
Christian would say works?
You are correct, but we would have also taken justified by works. Congratulations! You've won your prize, and that's you no longer have to believe in a God because he violates the law of non-contradiction.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually interesting, like the amount of Philbros that are Christian, knowing that Christianity doesn't even follow like the laws of logic, and they're like really like they think those are like the best things ever. Kind of shocking.
So I'm glad. I'm really glad that I tested this against you because I knew that you would see the contradictions before they came. But the first Christian that I ran this on, he did not get the shtick the entire game, and I did it
No.
10 questions.
No
Yeah,
way. So you did 10
I did it 10
questions
questions, and
and
yeah,
he never figured it out.
he never figured it out.
Oh, they're so
He
dense,
was so
man.
confused by the end. He was like, "I don't understand your game here. This is so stupid."
Well, we'll find out. Well, I think we've got some opposition in the box. Let's bring them in and see what we can make. How are you doing, Yanni?
Yo, you're wearing all white and an all white background. Look like you're about to get fucked in your ass, faggot.
You think you're doing the Lord's work right now?
You think you're doing the Lord's work? Yo,
Does your mom know
crazy.
that you're out here making a fool of yourself on the internet?
Yo,
Why are you like?
yo, it looks
I'm
like
always
that, bro. It
interested
looks
in
like that.
the amount of
It
Christians
looks like that though.
that like
It,
fantasize about me getting
I'm not
pegged.
even a Christian.
It's wild, like
I'm a
how many
Muslim.
believers,
I'm a dirty
Muslims are
Muslim.
just as perverted. It's crazy how many believers get on my live stream and are just obsessed with the idea of me getting pegged. I'd love to see your search
But
engine
it looks like
history.
it. Like you
I
got
bet your
all white
I bet your search history is pretty
He's
red,
not a
telling.
Muslim,
white,
by the way.
fruit of the loom. Had to get.
Yeah. Hey, Justin. I gotta go and do a line thing.
Yo,
But
that's
it was. I hope
crazy.
you have fun cooking, man.
Cheers, buddy. Good to see
Yeah,
you.
that's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. You too. Yanni, you suck.
Yeah, also Yanni just got banned for hate speech, so that didn't take very long. Really doing the Lord proud. Could you imagine in front of like an audience the size that we usually get to come up here and just say that kind of stuff to people you don't know and have never even talked to? Like what goes through a person's mind that they think that's normal behavior? So weird. But what do you know,
I
listen,
mean, it is more logical than believing in God. So
fair. Yeah, believing God, there's no good route to logic there. Profane Unknown says, praise Doug. I agree. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I think God from the Bible would like a little ultra violence from Clockwork Orange. See, guys, now I have to watch Clockwork Orange so I know what ultra violence is. Is this a play on words with ultraviolet? Is ultra violence like a I have to. I'm just gonna have to watch it. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I'll watch the movie like in another 10 years. I'll get it in my repertoire. Hey Kyle, good to see you tonight, buddy. Thank you for this another super chat. It says, I think it's crazy how it's okay for Rahab, the prostitute, to tell a lie and be blessed for it, but it's not okay for Ananias and Sapphira to tell a lie to be unalive for it. So there's been a lot of stuff written on this. Lying in the Hebrew Bible was never taken as being necessarily a sin, as long as you're lying for the right reasons. Like not telling the truth is never really categorized as being wicked, except for bearing false witness, which is not just lying, that's lying in court. That's the one thing that you really, the Ten Commandments, like when they translate it, they don't do a good job of filling it in properly, but two of them are distinctly legal speaking. So the bearing false witness is literally about bearing false witness against somebody in court. And then taking the Lord's name in vain, that's another legal thing. People think that's just like abusing God's name, but that's not the case actually. So taking the name of the Lord, actually, you could actually say bear the name of the Lord. So they use the word nasa, to lift or to bear. And this phraseology is common when people are taking an oath. They're bearing the name of their God when they take an oath. So when it says that you shouldn't take the Lord's name in vain, this was a very serious sin because all of your oaths are supposed to be binding and you're never supposed to break your oath. And if you do break your oath, then the God that you claimed the name of for your oath has to hold you accountable for it. They got to come fuck you up if you break your oath. And so this idea of not taking the Lord's name in vain is like, don't make rash oaths where you are like forcing God to hold you accountable. That's why, like, by the time Jesus came around, I think a lot of people already knew that the God wasn't real, and Jesus was like, "Don't swear any oaths. Just stop doing that shit." I think the reason why he did that is because it's like you're putting God to the test. Like it's a form of testing God. Is he going to hold you accountable? I think a lot of people are like, "No, the fuck he won't." So I don't give a shit. And Jesus is like, you know what? I got new revelation from God. Just don't swear any oaths at all. It turns out he's not holding anyone accountable. All right, let's grab next guest in line. 4 Millie, how you doing?
Good. How's it going?
I can't complain. How are you, Millie?
Hi, what'd you say?
I said, how are you
his
doing?
profile picture is Clavicular and Tristan Tate. Very interesting.
Oh, that should be fun. Millie, are you a believer in some kind of God?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you driving?
What'd you say?
Are you driving?
Oh no.
Okay. Do you believe in God?
Yep.
Sure. Which one?
The God of Abraham.
So you're a Christian.
Did you say Christian?
Those were my words. Yeah. Are you having trouble with your audio?
I can hear you.
Are you a Christian?
No. I just
Are
believe in the Bible.
Are you a Jew?
He's. Given that his profile picture is Tate, I think he's Muslim.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
No, not Muslim, bro. Definitely not Muslim.
Okay, so you're not Muslim. Do you believe that Jesus is God?
Well, the Son of God, yes.
Okay. Do you think he's the Messiah?
Yes.
Okay. So you're a non-Trinitarian Christian, then, is what you are. That's fine. So what do you think is the best evidence or argument for this version of God existing?
Well, I think I do believe in the Trinity, although that's kind of
No, you don't.
can get murky.
You said Jesus isn't God, which means you don't believe in the Trinity.
Okay.
Like you understand that that's baseline Trinitarian belief is that like there are three persons and all three of them are God, right?
Yeah, but I think those Christians trying to explain that kind of missed the point. You know, there's a better way.
Sure, that's fine. But all I'm saying is you're not a Trinitarian if you don't think Jesus is God. That's rule number one of Trinity is that Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and the Father are all God. And you don't think that Jesus is God. So all that means is that you just don't believe in the Trinity. And that's fine. You don't have to believe in the Trinity to believe in God.
Do you believe in God, host?
No. That's why I'm asking you, what is the best evidence or the best argument for God being real? Like, why would somebody who doesn't believe in God want to believe in specifically your God?
Well, I mean, being an atheist is kind of depressing. You
Not
kind
for
of
me.
are a nihilist.
No, I'm not.
Well, uh, well, you kind of have to be by definition.
No, you don't.
And you're saying no?
No, no, that's what believers think about atheists, but that's not how atheists typically are.
But what are you going to do though? Like, if your dopamine receptors are off, you might literally end your life because you don't believe in anything spiritual,
No, I
and you'll
wouldn't.
think something's wrong with you.
Nope, I
And
wouldn't.
what
I
does
wouldn't
that
do
have to
any of
do with
that. These
dopamine
are
receptors?
like some really bad like projections. It sounds like you're the one that's having existential crisis.
If I didn't have God, I would, but because I have God, I'm much more like low cortisol, and I'm not really stressing
Yeah.
about that.
So, and that's why I'm asking, what is the evidence that your God is real? Like, it's great that you believe in something. I'm asking, what's the evidence that the thing you believe in is real?
Well, look at the world. We're
I've seen the
away from
world.
God.
Yeah,
So do you
I'm
see the results of
asking.
going away from God?
No, I don't see any results either way. Although religion has done horrible, horrific things in history, so that's one thing. But also, none of that is evidence for God existing.
Well, aren't you supposed to judge it by the fruits
I judge
and
Christians
what it
by their
bears?
fruits, which would lead me to believe that their God isn't real, because Christians don't bear any fruit.
Or those Christians are just bots?
Nah.
Would you say then, let me reason like this. If there was a God, would you say that, and let's say it was the so-called Christian God, would you say 99% of Christians probably have it off?
I don't care.
Like, so if there was,
There's no such thing as a true way to be a Christian. the Bible is notoriously incoherent on particular topics, which is why even simple things like whether or not Jesus is God is not clear in the text. So to me, saying that like most Christians have it wrong is a meaningless statement because there's no way to know what is fundamentally right. There's no way to determine what is the only right way to do something because the Bible is hopelessly contradictory. So, but
Well,
again,
you'd have to
none
read
of
the
that
whole Bible.
I've read the entire thing. But my question
You're
isn't
among
being
the,
answered. My question is, what is the actual evidence that the God of the Bible is real?
and I've kind of alluded to you. Most people don't meet God until they're um, falling from that bridge because they're in such despair.
Well, I'm not. It sounds like that's a problem that you have, but not me.
No, I think this is more of the human condition, actually.
It's not.
People don't know what to do with themselves if they
I'm
don't adhere
I'm
to
telling you
a
right now
belief in
that
God.
that's not true. There are over 2,000 atheists watching this live stream right now. I can tell you that we're not in despair.
Yeah, and I used to be like that when I was atheist. I was probably a little bit uglier, a little bit shorter. I like Matt Dillahunty, but there is this thing where you're judging the bot Christians and being like, "See, God doesn't exist because man sins."
Yeah,
And once I got over that, I realized I wasn't being
every
logical.
Christian I ever talked to is the only Christian doing it right.
Well, I'm not gonna say I'm doing it right. I could be damned too, but there's definitely something out there, and I think
That's what I'm
since
asking
the
you
beginning of
the
time.
evidence for. Just saying that there's something out there isn't a demonstration that there is something out there. I can tell you that Bigfoot is real, and I'm happier believing in Bigfoot. My life is improved because I believe in Bigfoot, but none of those are arguments for Bigfoot actually being real.
Well, but nobody was getting crucified for Bigfoot. That's obviously different.
But people being
You know,
crucified
like,
is meaningless as to whether or not something's real. People die for religions all across the world. There are Hindu martyrs, there are Mormon martyrs, there are Muslim martyrs. Being willing to be martyred for your faith is never going to be evidence that it's like a true thing.
yes, I understand what you're saying, but it does that how fervent someone is in their beliefs, it does kind of make you take a step back. And
Not me.
you should look into it more so than the Loch Ness monster. You wouldn't be logical if you judge them in the same scope.
Well, as it turns out, I have looked into Christianity much more than the Loch Ness monster, which is why I'm convinced that it's not real. So, as I alluded to, the Bible can't even get itself straight. The Bible is supposed to be divine revelation from God, and as it turns out, it can't even figure its own stuff out, right? And it constantly misquotes the Old Testament. The New Testament writers clearly didn't understand the Hebrew Old Testament any more than the Book of Mormon writers understood the New Testament. And as someone who actually studied the Bible, I can see these problems because I've read it, which would lead me to believe that this God can't be real, or at least the book can never be evidence of the God being real. Also, it turned out that Jesus fulfilled exactly 0 messianic prophecies, which makes him definitely not the Messiah, and also not God, because the Old Testament says that God can't tell a lie, and Jesus tells lies.
Have you ever considered that the Bible's not meant for all people?
I agree. It's not meant for all people. Those of us who actually have reading comprehension, it is for, though. Can you name the first 5 books in the Bible? You sound like a real knowledgeable Bible reader.
Well, I can. I'm almost through all of them because
Congrats. What are
because
they?
truly, well, you've got Genesis and Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy.
Fucking nailed
The
it.
last 2 might be flipped.
No, you got it.
Yeah, but I this is something intrinsic to the human nature. I don't think you can escape that as an atheist.
Escape what? That the Bible's not true? The Bible simply isn't true. That's the best evidence you have for Christianity. The book is the evidence, and the book is like real bullshit evidence, because this idea that Jesus is the Messiah is propped up on nonsense readings of the Hebrew Bible, quoting things that are not even prophecies and saying that these are prophecies, and then also just like misquoting it all the time. Like even Jesus misquotes Psalm 8. And then in Luke chapter 4, Jesus doesn't even understand what's happening in Isaiah 61. He says Isaiah 61 is being fulfilled by the speakers listening to him right there. And it wasn't. All you got to do is go back to read Isaiah 61, and it wasn't being fulfilled in their hearing. This was supposed to be fulfilled after the Babylonian exile.
May I ask, what translation are you looking at?
The Hebrew?
You're reading it in that language?
Yeah.
You're saying you understand Hebrew and you read it in Hebrew, not the New American Version Bible?
I definitely don't use the NAB.
Well, I would say if you have a problem with the translations, you're looking at the wrong Bible
That's why I
for
learned Hebrew.
contradictions.
That's
Yeah,
why I
yeah.
learned Hebrew. That's why I know the contradictions are there. I learned Hebrew and Greek.
So you're reading like the original Septuagint texts?
No, the Septuagint is trash. The Bible is written Hebrew Old Testament, Greek New Testament. I went to school and I learned Hebrew and Greek. And I know even in the original languages, contradictions still exist. Would you like to see some of them? Have you ever seen one?
I've seen alleged contradictions that many atheists have grievances with.
Would you like to see a real contradiction from an atheist who's actually studied?
Well, no, because
No,
ultimately
I
I
definitely
haven't
don't want
read.
to see that. Whatever you do, don't show me the problems in the book.
Well, I wouldn't be able to properly rebuke you because I haven't read the full Bible, and
Rebuke?
neither has neither has 95% of the chat. So I don't know if we could really cherry pick contradictions and
Actually,
be like, "Look, God's wrong."
well,
I don't know if that'd be
that's not what
fair.
cherry picking means. Cherry
Do you
picking
think it's
means you're
possible?
ignoring the bad bits and only choosing to uphold the good bits. That's cherry picking. Just showing where one thing contradicts another isn't cherry picking. It's just demonstrating a contradiction. So, for example, in the lineages in Matthew, Matthew gives the lineage of Jesus. He leaves out 4 different people, and he gets the name of Jeconiah's father wrong. He says that the father of Jeconiah is Josiah, but that's not the father of Jeconiah. That's his grandfather. His actual father, the one who begat him, is Jehoiakim. And then it says in Matthew 1 that Joram was the father of Uzziah, but he wasn't. He was the great, 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 great grandfather of Uzziah. They missed 3 people. They're gone. They're not in there.
So do you think you could properly pick apart the whole Bible?
Yeah, that's why I'm not a Christian.
Right, but don't you think there are people with certain brain chemistry that are gonna they might not believe in God or they're less spiritual, so they can only go on picking apart it like it's almost like a lob. It's like
I
a
have no idea what you're talking about. Listen, I was a Christian
I'm
for 20
saying,
years. I read the book as a Christian. I discovered as a Christian that the book has lies in it. That's why I'm not a Christian.
well, like I said, the Christians today are kind of a little off. So, and we all know this, that the whole institutions are
Yeah,
corrupt.
you're the only one
So,
doing it
so
right,
when
I'm
you say
sure. You got it nailed.
well, when you say you were Christian, it doesn't really do much for me because, yeah, you're probably being led by a bot. So of course you're going to be mad and like
What do you
want
think a
to
bot
find the
is?
faults. Like a preacher that is financially incentivized to kind of do his own thing.
My preacher was self-employed. Also, I didn't go to one church. I didn't have a preacher. I went to Bible college and seminary. I studied with actual fucking professionals.
So let me ask you this, I guess. If there was a God, do you think you would be able to understand it fully?
It would never be the
Because a lot of
biblical God. It's
atheists,
an irrelevant question. Even if a God existed, it's for sure not the Bible God. The Bible God is logically incoherent, and the Bible God cannot exist based on, unless you just think that logic doesn't work, like you think logic should be done away with.
no, of course not. But I will say, God doesn't have to conform to your idea of logic. What would the point of him being
Okay, yeah, so
God be
logic
then?
doesn't work. Okay, so do you think that God can exist and not exist at the same time?
Not sure. That's kind of too meta of a question
It's
because
not
there's ultimately
meta.
no real answer.
No, there is a real answer. The answer is that that's not possible because the laws of logic preclude it. You can't be something and the negation of something at the same time. You can't be A and not A at the same time. You can't be God and not God at the same time. It's just logically inconsistent. It doesn't work.
S- So I would agree with that in the material world, if A is A, then B to C to D logic. But when you're doing God, you can't have a human judge a supernatural being and
Okay,
act like the human's
then
going to have the
answer the
full
question. Can
view.
God exist and not exist at the same time?
Not sure. I wouldn't blaspheme and say that because I don't think the scriptures point to that.
I'm not
Like they don't
asking you to
talk about
blaspheme.
that.
I'm asking you about capabilities. Does God have the capability to exist and also to not exist at the same time?
Not sure, but this is the whole Garden of Eden point. The first you're doing what the first story warns about, which is
I'm actually not doing
basically
that at
being too
all. I'm
curious.
asking a logical question, the same way you would ask if I was talking about the Book of Mormon or the Quran. I'm treating the Bible like I would treat any book. I'm treating the Bible the way you would treat any other book. I don't give any, there's no holy book gets to have special exceptions just because it's your favorite religion or your favorite book. If the Bible doesn't adhere to actual logic, I'm going to throw it out, just like I would throw out the Quran, just like I would throw out the Book of Mormon.
And that's the banana peel you atheists slip on
Nope.
because you're thinking you can fully know everything.
Nope. Wrong again. You don't have to fully know everything to know that something's not true. I don't have to know everything to know that there's not a Bigfoot behind me in the room. You don't have to have all the mysteries of the world solved to know that something isn't true.
No, because you have to have room for faith, and the Bible talks
No, you
about
don't.
that. You're not go
I
you don't get a
disagree.
cheat code or
Why
a
should I have room for faith?
well because that's the whole point. That's like almost the test. You don't get a
Why?
blueprint
I'm
or
not asking you what the Bible says. It
because
says, why as an individual would I take anything on faith?
because logically you don't get to go to heaven with the cheat sheet. You
Well,
don't get to be told
I don't give a
every
fuck.
single
I
thing
don't give a fuck about going to heaven. I'm asking you a logical question. Why would a person want to take something on faith rather than actual evidence? Would you take the Muslim religion on
because
faith?
no,
Why?
because their prophet did absurd things. That's the difference.
Because you don't think it's true.
No, no, he did things that men
No,
of that
do
time
you
did,
think
like
that
marry little
Islam is
girls.
true?
No,
Okay, so you wouldn't take Islam on faith because you don't think it's true. Would you take the Hindu gods on faith?
no.
Okay, and because you don't think they're real. So I can't take your God on faith for the same reason you can't take other gods on faith. Because at the end of the day, faith is not about believing in something like a tool without evidence. Faith is whether or not you're willing to follow the God that you already believe. You already believe in this God. I don't believe in this God. I can't have faith in things that I don't believe, just like you can't have faith in a tooth fairy.
Yeah, but it's a false equivalency
No, it's
because
not.
the Christ himself did not live like a man of his time. All the Hindu gods did. They
No one
got to
cares.
have orgies. Well, you should because that's the distinction.
You would have, it's not a distinction. You would have to demonstrate that the other gods were wrong and that Jesus was right. You've already determined that since Jesus's teachings are right, these other gods are behaving wrongly. But if you believe in the other gods, you're going to look at Jesus and say that guy's behaving wrongly. So like again,
Yeah,
you're making
but who got
claims
to
that none of these claims you'll ever be able to defend. These are just like shower thoughts, man.
No, bro. These are simple logic. Jesus
No,
did
they're
not get
not
to eat
logic.
his. He did not have his cake and eat it too.
No one
In
gives a
terms
fuck.
of getting material, you should.
But
Why?
nobody
Why are you trying
cares
to cut off that? But why are you cutting
because
off
he
that
was a
element?
fucking liar and a fraud. I don't care if he got murdered. He got murdered because he broke the law. He broke specifically 2 different laws that required capital punishment. That's why he was killed.
Yeah, not being. But I don't think not being submissive to the Roman government is justification. Do you?
No, it is justification. According to the Roman government, if you were acknowledging another king other than the ones that was appointed, that's an offense against the state. That's a capital offense against the state. That's grounds for, like, they think you're starting a coup. The same reason why they weren't allowed to have underground secret meetings. All assemblies had to be public because they don't want a coup against the government.
Yeah, but don't you think it's fitting that a lot of these other religions were kind of institutionally endorsed?
I don't even know what that means.
It means governments fucked with the Hindus. They liked Islam. They hated
So you
Jesus.
don't think the Roman government fucked with Christianity when they adopted it? You don't think that Constantine put his thumb on the scale when he wrote letters to all of the people in the kingdom demanding that they accept the Trinitarian model? You don't think when they were
Yeah, but
forcefully baptizing Jews and murdering heretics that didn't fuck with the religion?
but that took 300 years for them to accept Christianity. So it's not really
No, it
fair
didn't
to
take
say,
300
well, they
years.
loved him. Constantine made it the official religion in 300 or 325 AD, I
325.
thought.
Yeah, and Jesus died about 40.
So it took about,
So almost 300 years.
275.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
fair
it's
enough.
not really fair to say he just it was not popular, and that's the whole point I'm making.
Yeah,
Jesus would have been considered a
That's
loser
that's
back
why
then.
he was a loser. Christianity only took off because the Roman government mandated it. They were the biggest kingdom on the planet. They adopted it because Constantine converted to the religion, and then he fucking forced it on every population and every people that he conquered. That's why we have letters from popes and whatnot issuing decrees allowing people to go to other lands and massacre the inhabitants in the name of Christianity, because this religion, just like the Muhammad religion, was spread by the sword. But again, to be
Ag-
fair,
Again,
Millie,
though,
nothing you've said the entire time you've been up here, you've been up for 23 minutes. You've not said a single word that is like a coherent, even thought about why somebody would think that Christianity is true and valid. You're just giving me these emotional appeals. I want to know, where is the actual evidence or reasoning that somebody would believe that Christianity is true?
well, the reason I mentioned the distinction was because we're doing process of
You're never gonna
elimination.
say it. No, we're not.
I
All right, listen. This is a
No,
waste of a
no.
conversation. You're not equipped for this. You don't know what it means to provide evidence for your argument. You don't know what it means to support your position. I learned how to support a position my freshman year in high school. I had a history professor that taught us how to write essays, how to claim a position, and fucking support it. You didn't learn that, apparently, and that's fine. What that means is that you're just not equipped for this conversation. I'm not going to ask you the same question 10 times and never get an answer to it, so I got to let you go. That was fucking painful, y'all. That guy was not.
I think you should have let him go when he said that a contradiction is possible.
Yeah. Also, Raw Soul, you lying piece of shit, crying in the comments to let you up. You're not in the box. You're never in my box because you're a chicken shit. You refuse to come on my live stream. You're a coward. Stop crying like I won't let you up. You're not in the box. Not even in the queue. Godwin, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, hi, Justin. Thanks for having Chris Mallard on. He hosts my favorite atheist morning show. I know, I was saying it's an awesome show. Sorry, I just missed you. Chris, hail Doug. Well, hell yeah, absolutely. Chris Mallard show, I like a lot. And Ryan is hilarious. Golok says, are you in Christian Reconstruction Camp? I am not. I'm actually just at an Airbnb, y'all. Don't worry. I've not been arrested. We're going to be okay. And Chodicus says, Ems, what do you think about their idea Muhammad had a temporal lobe epilepsy?
Possible, but I think he was a liar.
Oh, I agree, actually.
Because epilepsy is not going to randomly give you a revelation to sleep with a child.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you there, actually. And Chodicus, thank you for the $10 super chat, says Flurf equals religious almost exclusively. Although I would say I did know a couple of people that claimed to be non-religious, and when they found Flurfism, they became religious, which shocked me. Like, that's a crazy turnabout. Narcissus says, Justin, are they sliding meals through the slot now? Do you have a coded message? Y'all, I promise I'm okay. I'm not in prison. I'm literally just at an Airbnb. Don't worry. I'm good. I'm good. In fact, I'll be home Monday. I'll be home Monday, y'all. Thank you for your concern. And Charles says, as a fan of yours, I'm a member of both your channels, but had to file for disability for my hereditary spastic paraplegia. Holy shit, I'm sorry to hear that. I watch you on YouTube. Which one is the best to keep? Well, it depends on what content you want. If you just want debates and debates only, then DZ Debates. If you like the educational content and the interviews, I'm dropping some interviews with Mormons coming up, or ex-Mormons. If you like that kind of stuff, so go to the main channel. Make sure you're following the main channel. It's got all different varieties of stuff. So that's what I would do. But also, please, Charles, take care of yourself. You've been an avid watcher and supporter of the stream. Never feel like I'm going to be dispositioned if you're in a position where you can't support the stream. We all in this community are in it together. And sometimes you're on top and you've got money to give, and sometimes you're not. Sometimes life's on top of you and you got to take care of yourself. So, Charles, please, by all means, take care of yourself if you need to. Love you, man. And Bitplane says, I like Dolphin's idea about 27/7 feed. You could just watermark the pre-recorded ones so folks would know it's not live. I mean, 24/7. I could. Here's the problem. And here's why I haven't done it, is because my own behavior changed. When some of my favorite streamers started doing a 24/7 stream, my behavior changed and I stopped going to their live streams as much because I was like, well, I never know if they're actually live or it's just the pre-recorded shit. And there are days where I'm like, listen, even the pre-recorded stuff is fine, but I don't like the pre-recorded stuff because I like to be pounding people in the chats. I like fucking around with people in the chat. Like it's like going to a boxing match or a sporting game. Like you're participating as a fan, right? And Chodicus, thank you for the additional, says, are you driving? Super Chatter in traffic says yes. That last guy, I'm convinced actually was driving and was lying about it, which we hear that from Christians a lot. Ocean, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate that. And Randy is with us tonight. Holy fucking shit, Randy. Sent out 20 deconstruction memberships, but he wasn't done because he sent out 20 more deconstruction zone memberships. And that is absolutely huge, my friend. I really, really appreciate your support on the channel, Randy. It's really helps the channel do what the channel does. Like the channel is here because I have like so many people invested in the work, and that's what make the channel the channel. Last super chat for now from Satcoms says, when apologists agree to make baby paste, have you ever asked if a priest said God told me to tell you to make baby paste? Would you? I need to know where these terrible people draw the line. This is fair. If a person of God tells them to do it, is that close enough? Or does God have to personally tell them? I don't know, actually. I bet some of them would say yes and some of them wouldn't. You know, it's hard to know exactly which ones would cave into their most base instincts. But all right, let's get Cameo in here. And then I think after that was probably Nikki. And then we've got some people in our YouTube queue as well. Looks like Jordan's ready to rock as well. How you doing, Cameo?
I'm doing fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Awesome.
I can hear you.
Dope. Cameo, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 61. And I do believe in God/universe.
So you believe in the universe?
I don't think God created the universe. I believe God is the universe.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So like I've heard this before. You're not the only one that's ever said
Okay.
this. But like I think you're making an impossible position to defend. So what
Why?
what what test or what evidence could you point to that would demonstrate that God is in fact the universe? And how would you know the
Yes,
difference
I believe
between
that.
God being everything and God being nothing?
I didn't say God was nothing.
No, that's what I'm
I said
saying.
God was. I said God was the universe. Think of the universe as a body of God. We all live in the body of God. Now,
Right.
if you think of a man,
Okay.
picture the outside of a man, okay? The illustration of a man.
Right, but what I'm
That
asking
is
is,
a
like
half
I know
of
your
God.
model. I don't need an explanation of your model. What I'm saying
Okay,
is,
fine.
how could you know that your model of God is real? And that's why I asked a follow-up question. What could be the
Okay.
difference? Like, what would you notice is different between God being everything or God not existing? How would you know the difference between the two?
Oh my gosh. Only because we have souls and we keep the energy going. Every soul is energy. In order for the world to go on or God to live, we all put the energy into God. We are positive energy or we are negative energy. We all
What do you think
put our
energy is?
energy into, oh my goodness. The energy is our spirit, our soul. So here you go. I
I'm not
grew up
asking you what
12
souls
years
are made of.
Catholic.
I'm asking you what do you think the word
Oh
energy
my goodness.
means?
Okay. Energy is, okay, spirit. So I grew up 12 years Catholic school. Okay. So you got the God, you got the Jesus, and you
Do
got
you
the spirit.
think that
Okay.
electricity is spirit?
The soul is the spirit. Okay.
I'm asking, do you think electricity is spirit?
Yes. The soul and spirit is, that's what it is. thoughts because
So he's not an entity.
No, he has surrendered all his thoughts to us. We are sustaining him. If we frick up or whatever, then we will kill God, and God will not exist anymore.
So
if we mess up, God will not be here anymore.
Do you mind like telling me how you came to this conclusion?
It's obvious.
But it's not obvious to me.
To me, it is.
But
You guys should have
could
sound on
could you run me
YouTube
down the
now.
logic then?
Sorry about that, guys. OBS is just fucking up today. I had to completely delete my audio sources and re-add them again. It's just so weird. Sorry about that. But I was listening to the questioning here, and I'd like to get a good answer.
I believe God is the universe. What we do
But
on
how is
this
it
planet
my question to you,
affect God.
Cam,
If we are
we understand that. We understand
sorry.
that.
Okay.
I was asking you, how is it obvious? So, for example,
Yes.
If something is obvious or it's common sense, you would expect most people to agree with you. For example,
No, I
you
don't.
wouldn't. You don't
I
think so?
believe everything is positive and negative energy.
Sure, but how do you know that?
Karma. I just believe so. Because I am an advanced spirit, because I come from the aliens, and you don't know that. But, well, we won't talk about that.
Actually, that's all I want to talk about. Please,
Well,
please tell me
want
about
to.
this.
No, you don't want to.
I think she's trolling.
really do.
There is no way she's not.
I am not trolling. I am what I am. You can believe me or not.
So which star system are you from?
Excuse me?
Which star system are you from?
Which system?
A star system.
I don't understand that question.
Where did you come from?
Which solar system are you from?
Which solar system do I come from? Okay. Calm down.
I'm asking. You said you're an alien.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I'm not going to tell you that, okay?
Oh, I don't want to dox yourself.
Okay, so nobody else believes what I believe, so that's okay. I'm just putting it out there, okay?
I could honestly say I don't think a single person on Earth believes what you believe. You're it. You're the one. You're the one person.
Well, I am an Aquarius, so I do look into the future. So some people don't ever know what it's like to be an air sign. So there you go.
So I was really hoping I'd get an answer to this question, and you still, after I asked it and Ems asked it, never heard one. How can you tell the difference between God being everything and God not existing?
No, God is always everything, but if the humans have a high energy of negativity, God will not exist. And goodbye, God.
That didn't answer my question. My question is,
He's here.
as an
I said he's everything
individual,
right now.
how can you tell the difference? If God didn't exist tomorrow, how could you know that?
If God didn't exist tomorrow, He will. God is always with us right now, okay? As long as we are alive. Once you die, there's no God.
Do you think that answered my question?
But guess what? Once you die, your energy is still alive. It feeds God. God goes on. If you were a positive energy when you died, then you will still feed God. If you were a negative energy when you died, you will still feed God in a negative way. And
do
still
you think that answers my question?
Kill him.
Do you think that answers my question?
Obviously not, because I don't know what your question is.
My question is, if I'll simplify it. The clock strikes midnight tonight. God disappears, doesn't exist, no longer exists. How could you know? And would you know it, and how?
God, because everything would be gone. If at 12 o'clock tonight, God went away in your mind, everything would be succumbed and squashed. Nothing. Explosion.
Great. So,
goodbye. Because
then
we all live in
you,
the body of God.
That's adorable that you think that. I'm asking,
alive.
How does one come to that conclusion? Again,
we
Cameo,
are
I'm
God.
not asking you what you believe. I'm
We
not
are God.
asking you to tell me more about what you believe. I'm asking you to
We
tell
are a
me
collective
how
God.
you know what you believe is true. There's different. Like if I asked Ems, how do you know
God.
that medical science works? That's different than saying, Ems, do you know medical science? I'm not asking you to
All of our
explain your belief.
collective
I'm asking you
minds,
to tell me
all
how you
oh
know
yeah,
your belief is real. Like, how do you know it's
all
true?
of our collective God. All of our minds are collectively in God. We are God. All of
But
us are one God.
again, that
You don't
is the
get it.
claim. I'm asking for the
Huh.
evidence that would conclude with that claim being true. What's the evidence for the claim?
We are here now. Guess
We
what?
are.
Once we are not here
We are
We are,
here.
but I
We
don't think
agree.
you are.
Yeah.
now.
Some of
Yes,
us are here.
we are here now. Mentally, physically. Once we go, our spirit still lives on in the God
Yep.
body.
Doesn't answer my question. I'm not asking you what you believe. Again, I'm asking you, how do
You
you
just want to know how I
know?
know it.
No, I want to know how you know these things to be the case. I'm not asking you what you believe. We already know enough about what you believe. I want to know,
Oh, okay,
how do you
okay.
demonstrate that what you believe is true?
Oh, okay. Well, how about you just have something called belief?
I do, but my belief doesn't include any of the stuff you're talking about.
I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. And you will find out one day.
Again, you can say that all you want. I can say that you'll find out about Bloombapoos one day, but that's a meaningless statement. You're going to ask me, how do you know that Bloombapoos is real? And I'm just going to say, well, you'll find out one
No,
day.
I don't believe
That
any of the
doesn't do
bullshit you talk
anything for
about. I only
demonstrating that
believe in what I
Bloombapoos
believe.
is actually real, but
I don't believe
praise
in your shit.
Bloombapoos for
You
sure.
know what? Oh my God. I only believe that there is one God.
So hard
One
thinking.
God.
I know. All right. Well, listen,
We
either you're unprepared
Okay.
for this conversation or you might not be sober. So I'm going to cut you. I don't think we're going to carry this conversation on any further. People did come for some decent conversations. Also, my audio and video aren't synced up on TikTok anymore. Apologize for that, y'all. I'm going to restart the TikTok real quick. Just come right back. I'll leave the YouTube stream open. We'll restart the TikTok and it'll resync the audio. Give me a second. All right, TikTok restarted. So we're good to go on TikTok. I'm sure Ems will be back with us here in just a moment. Audio, video should be synced up now. Sometimes it gets like that. That is specifically a TikTok thing. It's funny, I have to use all these packages all at once, and each one of them has like their own list of like bugs and intricacies that you have to know about. Oh well. So we've got Sharp and Jordan in the guest box. I said I was going to bring Jordan up next. So we'll grab Jordan from our YouTube queue and hopefully we'll have some robust discussion. Although I'm just spitballing here based on the video. It looks like Jordan might actually be at work right now or perhaps in the garage. We'll find out. But let's grab
And
Jordan.
hopefully he's from Earth this time.
Well, I'm having some doubts. But Jordan, welcome in.
Hi there. How's my audio?
It's not bad, actually. It's pretty good.
Oh no, it's already fucking up on my side.
Do you have Wi-Fi available? Sometimes just logging into the Wi-Fi versus the cellular will help.
Give me 1 second.
To be sure, your audio is good on my end.
All right, how do I sound now?
I think you sound fine on my end.
Okay, so real quick, I just wanted to greet you.
Well, it did sound good.
Planet of Zubamafu.
Fucking A, yeah. You know about Zubumafu. Okay.
All right, now that I got my joke out of the way. So, I just had a quick biblical question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any portions of the Bible
I heard
were like added to?
I heard portions of the Bible and then your audio cut.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm definitely at work.
Yeah, try turning your camera off and it should clean up your audio.
This reminds me of my ENT rounds.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the camera is off.
Yeah, I think we'll find out. So what's the question?
So, I was wondering if there's any portions of the Bible have been added to it or subtracted from it, but there aren't any like compelling proofs for it.
Yeah, I think so. One of the things that doesn't get a lot of attention, but is like a really cool thing that we know about, is that this idea of the angel of the Lord is really not even original to the text, it seems. We've got some manuscript evidence that is suggesting that the time period where the texts were being edited, they were uncomfortable with the idea of Yahweh like directly interacting with humans. And so they, for lack of better words, invented this angel of Yahweh, this divine emissary. And we've got text where we can clearly see, like in this old text, it just says that Yahweh did something. But in this later text, it says the angel of Yahweh did it, because like they were clearly adding it in, like they're modifying the text to suit their theological agendas. We've got a lot of stuff like that. But that I think that's a good fit for your question, because the evidence for that hypothesis is small, but it's really well accepted in the academic community. So that's a really cool problem to look into if you got free time.
Yeah, that's fascinating. This whole question came up because I was reading about, or I was reading Misquoting Jesus, and I went on to a different Bart Ehrman book, and I was thinking about the parable of the mustard seed and how that's in two accounts. There's that little throwaway line that Jesus says where he's like, if you have the faith of a mustard seed, which is the smallest seed, blah, 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 blah. And then in one of them, it doesn't have that.
Right.
And I'm like, that has to be inserted by some fucking scribe.
Yeah.
That's such a dumb little, like, addendum or whatever.
No, that's fine. So I think we have a lot of redaction in the Gospels. So, for example, like Mark chapter 2 says that Abiathar, I think verse 26 says Abiathar was the high priest when David ate the showbread, but he wasn't. So when Matthew copies that from Mark, Matthew just erases Abiathar. Like, boop, we don't need that part. But he copies it like identical to Mark, but he just leaves out Abiathar. So you can see in real time Matthew correcting Mark, because Matthew was more acquainted with the Hebrew Bible than Mark was. And so you see a lot of that kind of stuff happening in the Gospels. But again, like these are really fun rabbit holes, but there's not a lot of literature, like consumer level books written on it. Like you have to go to some of the scholarly articles. You'll see a lot of articles written about this in like the Society of Biblical Literature or some of the other like really big academic organizations.
I mean, that sounds like your second book, my friend.
Listen, when I get done with the first one, there's another one I really want to get plugging away at. I'm excited this year. I'm going to get the book finally fucking finished and get it out. But yeah.
Well, I will be on the pre-order list.
I would recommend Kip Davis. Dr. Kip Davis just came out with a book called God's Propaganda, and it will address some of this stuff.
Oh, that's going to go on the list.
Yeah, highly recommend it.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, cheers from be safe at work.
I'll try. Bye. It
looked like he was a welder. I don't know how many people got to weld when they were in school, but like I really enjoyed welding when I was younger. It's such a cool thing. You guys know I was always obsessed with electricity. That's why I became an electrical engineer. But like welding was like a really cool way of harnessing electricity. And it was just like really fucking cool to see what you could do with electricity. So welding is so cool. I love that it's still like people can still have a career just being a welder, which is really cool. Jared, hey, thanks for the super chat, says, I read William Lane Craig's site where the claim was made that Israel's worldview on slavery was far more morally elevated than that of the surrounding ancient Near Eastern nations. What's your take? Well, not only is that not fucking true, I have been working on a tab that is now on the cheat sheet. It's one of the last tabs on the cheat sheet for everyone who has it. It's just called Laws. And on that cheat sheet tab, I've laid out most of the ancient Near Eastern law codes in unison with the biblical code. So I've got a comparison of the Bible law, then a comparable law from Hammurabi, a comparable law from the Hittite law code, a comparable law from Eshnuna, comparable laws even from the Greek laws, the Gortine laws, Sumerian laws, the laws of Ur-Nammu, Lapit-Ishtar, and I even went into, I've got an old collection of archaeological finds from Al-Alach, which is a location up in ancient Anatolia that was kind of founded by King Idrami. And there's a bunch of law codes that show up in there. I put those in the list. So I'll be adding to it. I definitely recommend going to the cheat sheet, looking at the cross-reference. You can kind of see some of the comparisons. So in some cases it was better, some cases it was worse. Hammurabi Law Code 117 says that the debt servant goes free after 3 years, whereas in the Bible, the debt servant goes free after 7 years. But there are some rules that are harsher. So for example, you're not allowed to typically, you can badly injure your slave, but it would be frowned upon, I believe, by the ancient Jewish community to like cut off the nose of a slave or to cut off the hand of a slave. But in some of the ancient slave law codes, not all of them, just some of them, there are provisions, especially I think in the Hittite law codes, for punishing a slave very severely. If your slave gets caught stealing, they will cut your hand off. If your slave gets caught doing other crimes, sometimes it'll say to literally cut their nose off. So I don't think that, looking at the biblical text, I think it would be hard to think that the authors of the text would have thought that that was normal. But at the same time, we know that slavery was pretty fucking horrific in the Bible. So like, is it better in some places and worse in others? Yeah, for sure. Nightman Cometh, thank you for the $10 super chat. Good to see you. It says Justin is Moggin, this clavicular tape fan. I don't know what that means. Wait, what's it?
The guy that the Christian guy who thinks contradictions are possible. He had a profile picture of clavicular and Tate. So clavicular is like a 19 or 20-year-old like guy who breaks his jawbones to make them grow thicker. He's like some guy who, like his entire personality is trying to look as good as he could, which is why the guy was talking about when he was an atheist, he was shorter and uglier.
So like, he's
an incel.
Yeah, he's an incel looks maxer. He's like, I'll do literally anything to make myself more attractive because I feel like that'll make me interesting to the opposite sex.
Being every
actually
Christian,
interesting,
like an ex-atheist.
Yeah, it's weird to me. Can Best, hey, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you for the $69.99 super chat. That's humongous. Says, yeah, but in the face of logic and facts, little wonder why this belief system is fading away. Stay in school. Yeah, that's, to me, the biggest enemy of religion is like learning, higher education, learning about the world, learning about fucking how boats are built and how Noah's Ark is impossible. Anyone who's taken like basic engineering courses is going to look at the ark and be like, nah, that shit's not, it's not real. It's not happening. But you know, for an old fable, some people will buy it. Carlos, my man, thank you for sending out 50 deconstructions of memberships. I really fucking appreciate that. That's humongous. I hope you're doing well, friend. And Sonus is with us all the way from Argentina. Thank you for the 666. Says, hi, Justin. Long time no see. Well, you're here now. I miss your standalone videos you drop sometimes. I'm working on doing more of those. Are you thinking on making any more of those? Oh, fuck. I am actually. In fact, I was just talking to someone. I just did a response to the Daniel 9 video from Got Questions Apologetic Institutes. I'm trying to do at least one good video a month of responding to like online apologist claims. And we're working on that. I am trying to get some more standalone content, not just debate content. That'll be on the main channel though, if you want to grab that content. The DZ debates is just debates. Simon, not the zealot, thank you for the 10 Canuck bucks, says Jesus didn't live like a man of its time. Well, that might be true. To all Christians, every single shit Jesus says in the New Testament was already said by Plato 400 years earlier. Yeah, listen, his teachings, Jesus's teachings aren't new or revolutionary. They're not unique. They're not special. Everything he says, you can find either already the Jews talking about it, or you can find some of the Stoics. You'll find it in some Greek philosophy. Not special. She, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says, how can one believe the universe was perfectly designed for us as opposed to us evolving to adapt to the universe that existed way before us? I must be missing something. Well, the difference is desire. People desiring to maintain their belief. So they'll interpret the data in a way that reinforces their already held belief. So, and that's how you get, these religions. I'm going to grab 2 more super chats. Ammon, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says your passion for defending reality is making the world a better place. You, Ian, Dr. Blitz are the realistic trinity, much better than the imaginary one. I really appreciate that. And you guys know me, I'm really fucking like on fire for my work. Like, I really think that we're moving the needle and we are going to create a better place for others. And to Eel, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, dang, I didn't know they let you stream from prison. Motherfucker. Someone's going to get shanked in here. Just fucking with you. Just a little recognition for the hardest working, most knowledgeable man in the non-believer community. All the best, Justin. Well, thank you to Eel Shamil. I really appreciate that. And yeah, I'm away from home, as you guys can tell. I drug all my electronics out with me, basically, though. So we're trying to keep the thing rolling. And also, last thing, Sonus, thank you for sending out 20 DZ debate memberships. That is super, super helpful to the channel. And big W for 20 people who just now became members for the first time. Congratulations. All right, let's grab Sharp in here from the YouTube queue. TikTok queue might take a second to repopulate since we restarted on TikTok, but Sharp looks like ready to go on the YouTube side. How you doing, Sharp? Sharp? Can y'all hear him? I can't hear him.
I can hear me.
I can hear you now.
Um,
We can hear you now.
it's doubling. I put headphones in.
Well, whatever your audio is playing on, you probably got 2 audio sources, right?
No, I'm not YouTube. I can hear it through the
So if you have the video playing, like the YouTube video, you can just turn that off. You don't need that to hear me. I should be talking directly to you now.
All right.
You can still hear me
I
now,
can
right?
hear myself. That's it. That's all I mean. I can hear you.
Awesome. So, Sharp, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah. I mean, I don't really know if I do believe or not. I mean, I'm kind of like in the middle. I'm undecided.
Okay. Did you used to be a believer?
Yeah. I mean, I pretty much grew up Christian.
So it sounds like you're kind of deconstructing.
I mean, I'm already deconstructing the traditional Christian beliefs, I guess.
Okay. But you do still believe in like a generic deity?
I don't really know what I believe, honestly. I just kind of like to hear other people's thoughts. I guess if you, I don't really know what
Okay, so what we do on this live stream is we typically debate people who do know what they believe.
Yeah.
So if you're not like a debate opposition, we do have to move on to the next guest. But we do have a Discord. It's really good. There's a lot of people in there that are deconstructing or already deconstructed, and they're trying to figure out what they believe. There's a lot of good people in there. Definitely recommend checking in on the Discord and making some friends there, and getting to be part of the community, man.
Yeah, well, no, I do your YouTube and I watch a lot of your videos, and so I think I agree with you on a lot of things. I I think, man, like my family and stuff still kind of believe, and it's hard to talk to them about certain. So I think like I join the community or something. I think that's a big problem I have
Yeah.
with deconstruction sometimes is that with like church you kind of have somewhere to go to. You know what I'm saying? You go to church and you kind of have like an outlet to talk to Christians about your Christian stuff, but like when I'm deconstructing and I'm like thinking about all these weird things
Mhm.
in my head, it's like there's nobody else to talk to because everyone else is kind of in they got their beliefs already.
I totally get that. So I'll give you another recommendation. You may or may not be on TikTok, but there's actually quite a few TikTok live streamers that do like live deconstruction question and answer rather than debates. I would definitely recommend like checking out Thinker's live stream. She does a lot of question back and forth. She doesn't always do debates. I'll be doing a Q&A soon where there won't be any debates. People can just come up and ask questions. So you just show up for that one for sure. You'll see it on my schedule.
Okay.
But definitely download TikTok. There's a lot of people. Like right now, TikTok is the deconstruction space. People are in there having conversations, doing the same thing you want to do. They're just trying to figure shit out.
I wanted to ask, like, when you get to a certain point, like, I guess I'm at the point now where it's not even like I like to entertain different ideas. Like, not that I really believe in anything, but like just I like entertain. Like, I like to just see how far can you really push it before like there really isn't like a need for a God. I guess in a sense, like I like to do thought experiments. So I like how y'all kind of go on thought experiments on this channel and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
How rude.
Okay.
So
well,
I think one thing I think about is
Well, Sharp, I'd love to have a conversation with you. This is not the right night for it though. We're just doing debates tonight.
Okay.
So, but please join the community. Like we love having more people in the community. That's just like, hey, here's some thoughts. Can we dialogue about this? We got a lot of people that are doing that right now.
Yeah. No,
You know
I
what I mean?
understand that. Yeah. I'm not really like, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm not really to debate. Like, I kind of want, yeah, I guess I see what you're saying, man. It would be like if I had something to debate, man, I understand.
Right. Right. Yeah. Everyone's piled in here to watch a debate. So you kind of have to deliver on that, you know?
That. Well, I'll be in, this, what can I join? You said.
Yeah, it's in my link tree on all of my profiles, YouTube, TikTok, everywhere. You'll see a link to our Discord. Join the Discord. A lot of good people in there.
Okay.
Sound good?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I got you. Well, have a good night.
All right, cheers, buddy.
By the way, Justin, Quentin asked me to ask you if he can do a dry run tomorrow with you to make sure his system is working with yours before Unapologetic.
We can probably make that happen, yeah.
But your DMs are flooded. Yeah.
But they're fucking
so just DM
buried right now. Sorry. I've had a lot of stuff. Like I've been preoccupied outside of my work here. I got a lot of stuff happening in the family. So anyways, long and short of it, I haven't caught up on my DMs on Discord yet. I got a lot of other stuff I got to take care of first. But I'll catch up, I promise. But Quanta, I'll contact you immediately. And we'll get everything rolling. Sound good? Okay. Let me grab friends. We've got 2 guests waiting to get on YouTube. TikTok hasn't fully repopulated yet, but we'll get some guests on TikTok here in a minute, I'm sure. We'll grab just a couple super chats. Antimatter, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, can you elaborate on what Matthew 5:19? Oh, can you elaborate on Matthew 5:19? What does least mean? Like, are they still in heaven, but they are just vagabonds? Is most just celebrity status? Does this then contradict the ticket to hell? So no. So this is what people don't realize. The Jewish conception of heaven wasn't a mystical kingdom far away, like in the clouds. The idea was that the heavenly kingdom in the sky would come to earth. But even here on the earth, there would be a hierarchy. There'd be people ruling and reigning over other people. That's why Jesus says that the 12 disciples, obviously not Judas, will be ruling and reigning over the 12 tribes of Israel, right? Because that's their gift of being his 12 disciples. But also we find in Isaiah 60, And Isaiah 65, this idea of like this end time scenario where God finally rights all the wrongs and brings in the new heaven, new earth. It still accompanies structure in Kings. In fact, it says in Isaiah 60 that the nations that will not serve Israel, God will finally eliminate from the earth. So there's definitely like there's still going to be some kind of hierarchy in the the new age. It's not just floating around in the clouds, like chilling up there. That's not what they envisioned. Not the Bible, Jason. Good to see you. It says Tech 787 LLC. Chill, Pappy. You put your LLC in your username again. Big brain stuff. Yeah. Take career. Tanking the career, maybe. Word of caution. If you guys are going to come into a live stream and fuck around and say stupid stuff in the comments, but your business name or your business profile is linked, that's not going to turn out well for you guys. We're smart people. They're going to track you down and make you wish you hadn't have done that. Zoidberg, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, hi, Ems. What are the core philosophical conflicts between BW Sunnis and Shias? My native place is near Darul Uloom Seminary, which is visited by Sunnis from around the world, and they consider Shias infidels.
What does he mean by philosophical conflicts?
I think what he might say is like, what's the large difference between the Sunnis and the Shias?
So, I mean, it depends which branch of Shias, because like they're pretty much like a huge heresy, and they have heresies within their heresies.
Fuck.
And Shias just believe that they believe that there's a line of succession that is transmitted down the prophet's lineage through his daughter and his cousin who married each other. And pretty much they believe that this line of successors are infallible, and they have some Shias believe they have superpowers and they can fly and do weird stuff. And that, for example, they have hadiths in which the reason the sea is salty is because fish cried because the prophet's grandson was killed in Karbala.
That's crazy.
So that is the reason the sea is salty. So it's just like the differences between them is like who they accept as sources of authority. So Shias, for example, they believe that all of the prophet's companions apostatized after his death and conspired with each other to steal power from his cousin, who was supposed to be his successor. And so all Muslims left the religion except 3.
Damn.
And then they believe that Ali, who was the father of Aisha, that he sent Abu Bakr, who was the father of the Prophet's other wife, his other child wife. He sent him to unalive the Prophet's daughter in his house. It's like a whole mess of things. It's very messy, and it's a big heresy, pretty much. This is why Muslims and Sunnis, they consider Shias to be infidels who should be unalived.
Fair enough. Maybe they'll take care of it for us and just go to war with each other and, decrease the numbers. Mick says, enjoying the show.
I think that is what happened.
I know, right? Thank you, Mick, for the 10-pound chat. It says, enjoying the show, but it's 12:45 now, bedtime in a few minutes. Well, thank you, Mick, for watching as much as you did. And thanks for supporting the show. And certainly watch it back later. There'll be some guests up here that you didn't get to see. And former prophet Nathan, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I'm an alien from Neptune, where we are all named Nathaniel. I am an alien from Neptune, where we're all named Nathaniel. I think you double did that one, but that's okay. I was a prophet there, but I left. Evidence, trust me, bro. I think when that super chat sent, I bet YouTube fucked it up. I can't believe a human being would write that in there twice. But yeah. I mean, that's basically what that woman was saying. Like, she's an extraterrestrial, but I don't have evidence of it. You just have to believe me. Not the Bible, Jason, calling out Tech again, says, wait, you cry when you poop? That's different. Listen, y'all, Tech, I don't know. I'm not judging what happens in your life, but if you using the restroom, if you go number 2 and it makes you cry, you do need to see a doctor. Like that's something you need checked out for sure. We say it because we care. And Milf Wrangler says putting some dollars towards your bail. Let our friend go. Fuck. I am not in prison, y'all. I'm just in an Airbnb. I'm okay. I promise. If you see a guy coming out of the other room in a towel, that's my bunkie. It's okay. We got an agreement. Bad social skills says 1 kittens, 2 M's, 3 Justin. Sorry, Justin. Cuteness wins. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. The kittens are the cutest things on the planet. I didn't make the rules. I just play by them. Thumbs is the facts. Last super chat from our friend Ammon coming again says, please give M's these dollars from this. He must be the Archangel Michael. I agree, because he's everywhere at the right time, just like the scriptures pop in, dominate with a deep, powerful voice, then disappear without a trace, which reminds me, M's, you need to send me like a PayPal or a Venmo for you. I'll make sure that you'll get your dues.
I will do.
All right, I'm going to grab David from our YouTube queue. He was in here next. And then God's Sword came back. They were in the guest box earlier. So with a name like that, I'm sure it's going to be dynamite. Let's bring in David. How are you doing?
Hey, Father. How are you?
Yeah, I can't complain. Hold on a second, though. You're echoing. I got to turn your echo cancellation on. All right, it should be better now.
Thank you. Yeah, I could hear it too.
It should be better now. So David, are you?
Yeah. So I can still hear myself in my headphones twice, but as long as it's not bothering you.
I think it's because you've got the stream on in the background. You got to turn the stream off. I'm directly connected to you now. We're like on a phone call. Oh. I don't think I understood that. Okay. Well, guess he'll come back if he wants to talk. Let's grab God's Sword. And
what you
we'll
do.
keep moving. Welcome
Sorry?
in God's Sword. Are you at least 18? And which God do you believe in?
Over 18, and I'm Christian. How's it going?
Awesome. Yeah, I can't complain. What do you think is the best evidence or the best argument for Christianity being true?
The fact that all other pseudo-religions or religions that you consider religions today, even atheism, base their entire existence upon Christianity and Christian thought.
Yeah, that's not true at all. I'm an atheist. I don't base anything on Christian teaching.
Do you believe in the Big Bang Theory?
I do believe in the Big Bang, but that's not a Christian theory. The Christian theory is that God spoke the world into existence. And the Big Bang teaches that the world just expanded from a hot, dense state. It doesn't posit that the world didn't exist and then had a moment of existence.
Well, unfortunately for you, that was created by a Catholic scientist and then endorsed by the Catholic Pope to coincide with
It's not unfortunate. It doesn't matter who discovered the theory. The theory contradicts the Bible.
It is unfortunate for you. Because it doesn't contradict.
It's unfortunate for you because the person who discovered it obviously isn't a true Bible believer, which is why they have to look at Genesis and say, oh, Genesis is an allegory. It doesn't actually mean that God spoke the world into existence. It must mean something else. Because the Catholics believe that you have to marry science with the Bible. The science and Bible will never disagree, but the science and Bible do disagree on a lot of shit. Like, for example, the Bible teaches that there's a flat earth with a dome over top of it. Do you think there's a dome over top of our earth?
I believe no mass of water can exist without a container.
He is a fucking flurfer. I knew it. I knew immediately coming in he was going to be a flurfer. I could smell it from like a mile away.
My argument.
It's crazy. So just to be clear, you're a flurfer?
What did I just say?
Do you believe the earth is flat with a dome over it?
I stated that all masses of water, as far as a liter, cup, ton, etc., require a container.
I'm aware that or disagree? No, I don't, but that doesn't answer my question. My question is, do you believe that the earth is flat?
I believe no mass of water can exist without a container.
Again, that doesn't
Period.
answer my question. Do you believe that the Earth is a
It does.
sphere, or do you think it's flat?
Well, can you show us how a sphere becomes a container for
Again,
71%
asking
of
me
water on the
questions
surface?
will never answer
Your
my
echo is
question.
back
I'm
on again.
asking you a
Well,
yes or no
you're
question,
making
and the question
assertions.
is,
You don't understand
do
my
you
stance.
believe that the Earth is flat, or do you believe that the Earth is spherical?
My argument is that I believe all masses of water require a container.
That's not an argument, because I'm not asking you for an argument. I'm asking what you believe. I'm asking you, do you as a human being believe that the Earth is flat? Yes or no?
I only affirm that which I can verify or validate myself. What I can verify and validate myself is that all masses of water require a container, as far as a liter, gallon, etc. Can you show us otherwise? Yes or no?
So again, that doesn't answer the question. So I'm just gonna dump you, okay? Have fun with your fucking crayons and drawing book.
There's
Yeah.
an echo, by the way.
Is it? It was just that one guest echoing? Because is M's echoing?
You're echoing.
I'm echoing on TikTok.
Uh-huh.
When the fuck did that
Yes.
happen? TikTok audio's been acting a fool today. Hold on. It's crazy because like we were streaming, there was no echo, and then boom, echo just turned up. Like why? I didn't change anything. Nothing changed. Just it's got to be just TikTok acting up. Is it better now? I just toggled it on and off. Let me know. It's still echoing.
Yes.
I'll just do what I did last time. I'll just delete the audio source and re-add it. Okay, what about now? Echo fixed, y'all? Probably fixed. Usually that fixes it.
It is worse.
It's fucking worse?
Yeah, it's an echo that is elite now.
Jesus fucking Christ, TikTok.
And now I'm echoing too.
Now you're echoing. TikTok does not want to work tonight. Huh. Okay. So fucking weird. Danielson, it says it's better now. Give it a second to see if it catches up. It might just be the internet connection here is too shitty to run all these apps. That's a real problem I have to run into sometimes. Is my echoing still echoing? Is it just M's now? No, I'm still fucking echoing? How? Crazy. All right, hold on. I have no idea why I'm echoing. I mean, I could just fucking restart the TikTok stream again. It's not echoing anywhere else, y'all. Wait, hold on. No, it's echoing on YouTube? Where the fuck is it echoing from? Hold on a second. What about now? Echo go away? It's crazy that y'all can hear the echo and I can't hear the echo. Someone said nice. We fixed it? No echo. Cool. Dope. Yeah, that's weird. For some reason, it's weird. Weird. For some reason, like the audio was being fed into the wrong spot on the soundboard. I've never seen that before. Like, give me 1 second. It's doing it again. It's picking up some odd. Oh, hold on. I see the problem. David's microphone wasn't muted, and David's audio equipment was fucked up, and he was coming in unmuted, which was causing the echo. David's equipment isn't working. I don't know what's going on with David's equipment. David, that dropped a minute ago, is back in the box, and that was what caused the echo. Gotcha. We should be good. All right, let me grab Tony, and then we'll try David again. Welcome in, Tony. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
Jesus Christ.
Sure.
Father, Son, Holy Ghost, Trinity.
Awesome. And what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God existing?
Well, I could try to give you evidence, but really, my own personal experience.
Oh, that won't. That
What I've
doesn't
gone through
mean
in
anything
life.
to us.
It doesn't.
No. Do you think that the personal testimonies of Muslims are meaningful?
Well, in their own, yeah.
Do you
I
think they're
mean, they
meaningful
have
in
their own
determining if
experience.
their God is real? If the
Yeah. I mean, they have their because they were raised to believe, like me,
But
and
does
we
a
were raised to
Muslim's
believe. So yeah.
testimony validate their religion?
To them it does, but to me,
But not to
I
you. I'm
believe
asking
no.
to you. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
So the
and I
same
believe that
reason why
you will
Muslim
feel the same way.
testimonies are meaningless to you is the same reason why Christian testimonies are meaningless to me.
Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
Just trying to be fair to everybody,
Yeah.
right?
No, you're fair. You're fair.
Mhm.
That was fair. Yeah. Now I have the question also about love.
Sure.
Do you think that their love is not true, or my love is not true?
I don't know what you
Like
mean
when
when you
you love
say love
someone.
is true. To me,
Okay, God is love,
love
because
is
God
a
is love.
chemical reaction that is happening inside the body, and it happens in all kinds of animals. The animals experience love, human beings experience love because we have very similar chemical makeup.
Now, is the imagination the same?
The imagination is a concept, it's not a thing. Like you can't point to the
But
imagination.
isn't
Like
it chemical
we
also
have
and
a
biological?
brain, and our brain
Right.
is what produces what we call imagination, but there is no like
Right.
imagination that doesn't really exist.
That doesn't really exist, but it's biological. You said, right?
No, I'm saying it doesn't
Before.
exist in the way you're trying to describe it. Imagination is an abstract concept that we're applying to what our brain does. When our brain is in particular states, we call that imagination, but like there's really just describing a process that our brain is engaging in.
Okay. But it's real, isn't it? The experience is real.
I agree. Experiencing things is real. I think we're all experiencing the world, and I think those are real, but I don't know how any of this ties into God.
Well, to me, because I can experience real things, and to me, life and what I experience is real, I believe there is a God that's
But
real.
can you experience things that aren't real? The same way people in other
Yeah, you
religions
can.
experience their God and their gods aren't real.
Yeah, you can.
Right.
You can, but still, there's a reality to it. There, is there not?
Reality to what?
To existence, to like God.
Do people
We're created in
exist?
the image of God. Okay, we're
Yes.
created in the image of God.
Well, I don't believe that.
But I believe that, yeah.
Right, but I'm asking why, right? What would be the evidence that would point somebody in that direction? So if I gave you a fill in the blank question, I said, God is real because of X. What would you put in the X? And keep in mind that experience is never a good answer because if experience is meaningful, that means Bigfoot is real, aliens are abducting people in mass, every God is real. Like a personal experience is never just going to be valid.
Really. So that's where, because my personal experience with my wife, the love that I have for her, it's real.
That's great.
You
I
can't
love
tell
that
me
for
it's
you.
not.
Love is fucking beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful things we
It
do
is.
as biological creatures. But what I'm saying is we have no method for saying we do this thing that we describe as love, but it comes from God, right? That's the link that you're not able to connect.
Elaborate more on that.
Right. So we agree that we love that this thing we call love.
Right.
We all agree that we do it.
Good.
What I'm asking is, why would we take this thing that biological animals do and then attribute like some sort of God as the cause?
Now, animals do it, and we're also animal, you know.
Yeah.
The Bible says it in Ecclesiastes. You know,
I'm
God shows us that we're animals.
right.
You know, so but now that doesn't mean that we're totally animals. I mean, we're created in the image of God, so
But
we're
again,
different.
these are you stating your beliefs, right? You would have to
Right.
establish that what you believed was true and that the Bible was true before repeating the statements from the Bible or from the religion, right? I could easily just say that the universe is on like the back of a turtle because there were some religious people who thought that, right? Just stating the belief doesn't actually connect the audience to why that belief would be true.
Okay.
But I'll level
So
with you. So
what are
Tony,
you looking for? What are you looking for? Then tell me, what are you looking for that will prove to you
well,
that God
evidence,
is real?
any type of evidence or even a really good argument. Like if you had a really good argument where the conclusion of the argument could only end with like there must be a God, that's not the strongest evidence, but I still think it counts as evidence. Now, I think real evidence would be better. And I think the problem with the position that you're in is not only like I know you don't have good evidence, but also like I've actually got good evidence that the Christian God isn't real. So not only do I not see compelling evidence to think it's true, I do see compelling evidence to believe that it's not true.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. So I'll do because I'm listening to you. I just started like
You sound
last
like a
week
nice guy, yeah.
listening to you. Yeah. So you know I try to keep an open mind, you know, and try to understand how people think and feel. This is a new field for me, so I know you're you know you're a good debater and everything like that. I'm not really a debater, but I am a person that believes in Jesus Christ. You know,
Sure.
I do believe in him. So, and I've been through. I'm 60 years old. You know, I've been through a lot of experiences in life that God has helped me through personally, and you know, I feel like I have a personal relationship with God. You
Sure.
know, and His love, and I feel His Spirit.
And
So,
religious people
you know,
do.
for me,
Yeah.
but this is new to me, so I do want to, you know, look more into this. I appreciate your live, you know, what you're doing. I
Yeah.
appreciate it because it's opening, like I'm curious to find out more, you know,
So
about what you
that's a
think
great
and
thing about
feel.
being human is you don't have to ever stop
Yeah.
learning. So stick around, keep watching the
Right.
shows. What you'll hear
Okay.
over the course of watching a lot of shows, you'll hear the same arguments coming from believers, and you'll hear my typical rebuttals to those arguments. Think about some of those arguments, and if you are listening to the debate and you're like, you know what, Justin, there's a flaw in your argument. I want you to come back and tell me where my flaw is, and maybe you can help me create another argument, or you can help me trash one of my bad arguments.
Okay. All
Sound
right.
good?
Bet. Sounds good.
All right.
Thank you.
Cheers, friend.
Thank you, Justin. You have a good night.
You too. He's a fucking nice guy, eh? Okay. The funny thing is, like, most of the Christians I knew when I was a Christian were a lot like Tony. That's like nice people. They didn't fully know exactly what they believed. They didn't really read the book, but they were kind people, and they thought like Christianity makes me a better person. And you know, there are some people that I think when they find religion, they do become better people. But at the same time, I think there's something to be said about people who are nice and kind without a God watching them. That's where the rubber hits the road. Top Cat, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says Justin sings this song before every live stream in the Willy Wonka voice. Come with me and you'll see that your God is pure imagination. Praise Doug, heathens rule. I would like if there's people in the community that have really good musical talents like Joel who could do a really funny song like that. I would definitely play it for the live stream for sure. Like if you sent me something really good, no way I'd hide that from the community. Hank, thank you for the super chat. Says, I often tell Christians, please read more than one book. In the first caller's case, I'd say, please finish reading the one book you own. It's crazy. This is why I know giving book recommendations to Christians is a useless endeavor because like the one book that they really should be required to read, they're not even reading the one. So like any book recommendation beyond that seems like a waste. Smack, my friend, good to see you. This is just tuned in to see Justin stuck in Scandinavian prison. Jesus Christ, everyone thinks I'm ambitious. I guess I should have got a better Airbnb. I guess owning people really isn't against the law. Too bad you're not ancient Hebrew man.
Just to
really
make sure,
is.
You do realize Scandinavian prison is like a compliment.
Actually, that's fair. In Scandinavia, it's really more of a rehabilitation center than prison.
It's more of a resort than a prison.
I'd go for that. Maybe I'll visit Scandinavia someday and break a couple laws and go to a resort. See what happens. But they have a much higher success rate of keeping people from recommitting, which is like really helpful. Gretchen, hey, good to see you again, says Jay, FYI, the guest and M's are way louder than you. I think that's an older one. I did address that. Some people have mentioned it. If they're still super louder compared to me, let me know. And I'll readjust it and to get mine even a little bit higher. And Charles, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says the devil made me give you this money. Fuck yeah, hail Satan.
Should have been a 666 then.
I know it's crazy how successful Satan is at supporting his crew, but you can't find the Christian God anywhere supporting his people. It doesn't seem to happen. I think just Satan's more powerful. And Nightman, thank you for the 666. Hail Satan and Nero says bong grip theologians can be very entertaining, especially when they're having to make up their entire worldview on the fly. Yes, that's what's happened, right? A lot of them are just stringing together like recent shower thoughts that they've had. They haven't like modeled this in real life yet. They don't really know what's coming out of their mouth, if it's coherent or not. Also, Austin, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, I wanted to show appreciation for what you do currently in the hospital recovering. Holy fuck, I hope you're okay. From surgery, and your videos and lives are helping me stay mentally active and entertained. Rock hard for Doug. Well, shit, Austin. I'm glad to hear it. I'd love to hear that my people are like enjoying the content. And I hope you're well. I hope you're recovering. And we all want the best for you here, friend. Last for now, Randy is fucking maniac tonight with these memberships. 20 more memberships from to Deconstruction Zone from Randy. That's humongous, friend. That's like 60 memberships Randy's already handed out tonight. That's crazy. That's a crazy level of support. All right, we're going to try to grab David again, and hopefully David's hardware is working this time. Welcome back, David.
I hope so too.
Welcome back, David.
I hope so too. Thanks, brother. I'm still doubling, aren't I?
I think you're doubling on your end because you've got some kind of an infinite loop.
Yeah, no, is that okay now?
Yeah, I can
At
hear
least
you.
we know he's not a flat earther.
Hey, what's that? Sorry. By the way, just let me know that I just want to let you know that your name's Justin, right?
Yeah.
The other gentleman that you'll he's very difficult.
His voice is low, but he is you can call him M.
Oh, okay.
But your device is causing
sweet.
some echoing. I don't know if it's your head. I don't know what's doing it, but you've got some echo coming with your device.
Yeah, look, I get that. Look, I'd appreciate it. I understand that you might have to terminate me, but I'd appreciate it if I come back in the queue at some future point that you'd give me the same courtesy that you provided me just now. Is that all right?
Yep.
Sweet. So do you think we need to terminate this particular...
You might have to try a different device, yeah.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, I'm out in the bush and I've only got my phone.
That's why.
So...
Well, do you have Wi-Fi?
I don't know. Look, I could go somewhere. But look, here's the thing. It's not the connection.
No, it's just the
connection.
Your hardware is causing some echo. I don't know why.
Yeah, 100%. Look, look, and there's no reason this can't be a long-term journey between us anyway, brother. So, but I'm probably the guy that you want to talk to. That the guy that your listeners are waiting for, someone who actually has some idea of what he's talking about.
You're the one. Yeah, you're the one that's gonna prove God real. Can't wait. Well, do me a favor.
Look,
Download TikTok. It'll fix all your audio issues.
okay. All right, I'll do that. And if I don't see you again today, I've got your schedule. It's online.
Yeah.
And we'll get to it later.
Sounds good. Mm-hmm.
Sweet. Have a great day, brother.
Cheers, buddy.
Thank you, mate.
If I've learned anything from biblical education, is that the people who know the most about the Bible are usually the most humble about what they know. When I hear people talking about how well they know the Bible, it's almost a guarantee that they don't. Is what it is. I'm gonna grab just 2 super chats and we're gonna get Apostle in here. Gretchen says, my assumption, if the libel God were real, I think Bible God, it would make more, it would take more than just Seroquel. It's the anti-psych, to get rid of it. Just saying, I agree. And that's what we discovered. Lots of people who are experiencing these gods, if you give them an anti-psych, like they stop. They don't experience the God anymore because it's a break with reality. It's a psychotic episode. Benny, my friend, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, if you must believe in JC to go get to heaven, how do Christians get around that there were people who lived before JC and even today, or people with disabilities who were never here, who will never be able to say JC is Lord? Okay, so the way they get around this is they'll say, well, there's like exceptions, there's loopholes for those people. And the reason, Apostle was the one we talked to just a minute ago. No, we're not bringing that clown back. So they'll say that there's a loophole for these people, right? But the problem is, if there's a loophole for these people, that means Jesus's death was never necessary. If God could get you to heaven outside of Jesus's death, then Jesus's death just wasn't a requirement. It's an arbitrary requirement. It's no longer necessary. God could create an infinite number of loopholes that gets all human beings into heaven. But that's what they're going to tell you. Like God, there's like, you're only accountable for as much as you know, typically is what they'll say. Okay, I'm going to get Ronnie in here from our YouTube queue. Hopefully Ronnie's hardware is connected and working. 1 second. Let me double check. It looks like they're connected well. Welcome in, Ronnie.
Yeah,
You right there, Ronnie?
I'm so wobbled into this, trying to figure out what I got here.
Are you lost, my friend?
Oh yeah.
It does look that way. Are you sober, my friend?
Oh yeah, I've been drinking coffee.
Okay. Did you come here to debate?
Oh no, I'm just trying to figure out how to work this thing here.
Oh, well, you are working it. You figured out how to work it, but we are looking for people who want to debate.
Yeah, I got about 3 conversations going at the same time, it sounded like to me, so I'm trying to sort my brain through it.
I get it. Okay. Well, Ronnie, if you didn't come to debate, we got to move on to the next guest. But thank you so much for being here and watching.
Okay.
All right.
I try to watch you fairly often.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, I did not. I was just listening.
I think he's got multiple things happening on his device at once, and he doesn't know how to route the audio, which is a kind of weird thing, but is what it is. All right, let's grab Levitical law. This should be exciting from the YouTube queue. Maybe. I don't know if they're actually fully connected. I didn't see them pop up when I put them on the screen. Levitical law, can you hear us? Usually if the guest has a really poor connection to Video Ninja, when I try to put them on the screen, it fails. Yeah, you know what, Roy?
Somebody said in the comments to tell you that you got the wrong apostle person.
Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't the same apostle? Everyone on TikTok was moaning that it was a different apostle. Is it okay, or that it was the same? I could be wrong. Okay, they're saying it's no, it's not apostle logic. The name is just apostle. Let's bring them up. I think the comment section was just confused. Actually, I get confused. I talk to so many people. Like, it's legitimately difficult to keep everyone straight. But how you doing, Apostle?
I'm doing great. You?
I can't complain. Apostle, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 23 and I'm Catholic.
Awesome. That clears up my next question. So then my last question would be, what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Catholic God being real?
Well, I mean, there's multiple. We could talk about the moral argument, but I prefer to talk about like contingency arguments. I think that the fact that the universe is contingent would be sufficient evidence to believe in a transcendent being.
What do you think it means to say that the universe is contingent?
That it fails to exist in some possible world.
Do you know any possible world where it doesn't exist?
Do I have? Well, yeah, I could say. Yeah, I would say I do.
We only know about one possible world, correct?
No, we know more than that.
No, the universe is the culmination of all things. The universe is every planet, every constellation, every fucking cluster, everything. That's the universe, right? Now, we know that exists.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
We don't know anything about alternative universes. So making claims about alternative universes is kind of a useless thing to do. So what we do know is that the universe that does exist doesn't have any evidence that a God is behind it.
Well, when we talk about, possible worlds, we're not just referring to, what could have otherwise been. It's true that there's one actual world. I agree with that.
Yep, that's the one I'm concerned with.
I'm saying that we could. Yeah, that's fine. But I mean, when we talk about contingency, we just mean more that like we could conceive of some possible world, or it's logically possible that this thing doesn't exist. For example, like if we take like our coffee mug, for example, like you would say it's possible that the coffee mug doesn't exist.
I can conceive of a possible world where God doesn't exist. Like conceiving of possible worlds will never be an argument for something.
Well, to be clear, the conclusion is that God is a necessary being. So to say that God can't exist in some possible world would be
first of all, I disagree. I don't think you can get to that conclusion with the contingency argument, and I don't think that the conclusion follows. The conclusion from the contingency argument is that there must be something non-contingent on which contingent things eventually get grounded into, like the end point. But in order for that to be true, you would need to demonstrate that the thing was a God. You can't do that. You would also need to demonstrate that there is a contingency endpoint. I don't think that there is. I think the universe has an infinite past. I know you're using an argument from Aquinas, which means you probably don't believe that the universe is eternal in the past. But I also know that there's no good argument against what is clearly true according to science, which is that there's no good reason to believe that the universe once didn't exist.
Well, to be clear, I do believe that the universe extends infinitely into the past, and also whether the universe extends infinitely into the past is not related to contingency, right? Like it would just be like misunderstanding the two. It's really not, right? We could get like when we talk about possible worlds, that's modal logic. It's a formal system, right? That's unrelated to cosmology.
Okay, we'll make it quick. Just give me we all know the contingency argument. Just give me the premises, and we'll tell you why it doesn't work.
Yeah. So P1, if the universe is contingent, then it depends on some necessary facts. And P2, the universe is contingent. Conclusion, the universe depends on some necessary facts.
Okay, I don't think either of these premises will work out. Premise 2, for the most part, I think is a non-starter, which is that the universe is contingent.
Yeah, so the reason why we should accept that the universe is contingent, right, is because, it would just be the case that we could conceive, it's logically possible to conceive of a world in which, there isn't a universe.
So what? It's logically possible to conceive in a world where there's no God. Talking about logical possibilities will never get you anywhere here.
Well, that's true if and only if you accept
I think these phrases sound good when you use them in philosophy class, but they're useless here. You're not in philosophy class anymore.
Well, just to be clear, I think this is just like a basic misunderstanding of the argument. It's trying to establish that God is going to be a necessary being. If you're just going to deny that God is contingent, then
the contingency argument doesn't end in God. God is not the conclusion of the contingency argument, to be clear.
That's fine. We could say like some other things.
So God's not the conclusion of the contingency argument. So this will never get you to God ever. Even if you could prove the premises,
do you want another
get you to a God. It has the same flaw as the kalam. The kalam doesn't end in God. Both of these arguments.
Well, this isn't even the same argument.
Both of these arguments will never reach their conclusion, and the conclusion is not God. It's that there is something necessary. That's it. You'd have to draw the link between something necessary existing and that necessary thing being God. But we can't even get to that point because I don't think that the conclusion of this argument is valid because I don't know how you can support premise 2 that the universe is contingent.
Do you mean sound? Do you mean sound? Do you mean like it's not sound?
No.
Because you said it's not valid. You said it's not valid and it's perfectly valid.
You're not in philosophy class. Like I know, like you keep using words that have very specific meanings in your philosophy class. I'm not asking. We're not in philosophy class. What I'm saying is that your syllogism doesn't fucking work because the conclusion isn't supported by the premises because the premises. No. I mean, like if you pressed me on it, if you actually opened the conversation and said, "Hey, what's the difference between sound and valid when talking about syllogisms?" I could give you the information, but I'm talking to you as a human being. I'm not your fucking philosophy cohort. Like we're not in class together. I'm using words the way normal people use words, not the way that your Philbro professor did, right? So in order for this conversation to go smoothly, you're gonna have to accept that I'm using words like normal people use words. So again, premise 2 is you can't support it. That's what we're looking for here. So how do you support the idea that the universe is contingent?
Okay, well, first of all, maybe we should establish, what contingency is. So
we're more than welcome.
Running in circles here, right? Yeah, so contingency is going to be the case that something fails to exist in some possible world, right? Do you want me to define a possible world?
I don't think that's a valid definition of contingent. We want to look up in the dictionary.
What?
Because contingency typically means that it's preceded by a cause or that it's dependent on a cause.
Not one academic paper. Have you
read? The dictionary.
Well, just to be clear,
the dictionary gives you the definitions of words.
Even the dictionary.
No, you're talking about modal logic. You're lost right now. You're in a completely different headspace. You don't even know where you're at right now. You're concussed. You came in thinking that you're in philosophy class and you're not.
This isn't rhetorical. This isn't rhetorical zone. I don't know if you think
it is
rhetorical.
Actually.
Wait, can you close Reddit on your other window and lock in for a second?
I need you to lock in. I need you to pay attention.
Well, listen, I'm not the one with Reddit on the other window. So, just to be clear,
if you think Reddit is helping anybody in a live stream debate, you're confused. So this isn't a Discord chat. You're not in philosophy class, and you're not good at fucking meta.
Is it Discord
I wouldn't even go there.
This is good.
So what I'm waiting for is show me in the dictionary where contingent says anything about possible worlds.
So because we're talking about modal logic, right? It's obviously going to be assumed that we're going to use the semantics in regards to modal logic.
I'm asking you to provide me a dictionary that defines contingent the way that you did, because my dictionary says that it occurs or only exists given a cause or dependency on something else. Something that is contingent has a dependency on something other than itself.
Okay, so maybe we're just talking past each other. Maybe I have to clarify this one more time.
Maybe you should learn to use a dictionary.
So within ontological arguments, like the ones I'm giving, especially, modal arguments, it's going to be true that we're going to hold to some definition within academia. And within academia,
it's true that no one gives a fuck about your degree. No one cares that you learned philosophy words and you forgot to pick up a dictionary. We're not interested in this conversation. This is boring already. I'm not going to waste everyone's time on nonsense complaining that I refuse to accept your new definitions of words that are already in the dictionary. I don't need you to redefine words that are in my dictionary. Like, if you want to change the English language, you go for it, but not on my watch. Not interested. Not even remotely interested. All I needed was support for premise 2, and you couldn't give me support for premise 2. You just bored everyone to tears. All right, let's grab. We've got a couple people, new members in our YouTube queue. We got a couple new people in our TikTok queue. So let me grab just a couple of super chats. So we keep those rolling, and then we'll get our guests pulled in. Christian live streamer, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, can we rename Christmas to "Did Not Consent Miss"? I think we should. Then we can spend all December explaining the meaning and importance of consent to Christians. Yeah, I still agree. I don't think Mary was a consenting party, but I don't think that the Bible God understood or cared about consent. That's clear from the book. And Tech, hey, this is the guy JMR was talking about, says this guy made a career of being an atheist loser. Interesting, your definition of loser, like, I'm doing this well enough, Tech, that this is now my job, right? But you're the loser because you literally are up here crying and paying me money to cry to me. Just make sure we're clear here. You're paying money to cry to a loser right now. I don't know what that makes you, but it makes you lower than the loser that you're crying to. But I'll take your $5. I appreciate that. Good to see you giving me tithes and offerings. Trippy, thank you for the $4.99, says, did I just make an atheist dad joke? I would love to hear an atheist dad joke. Christians lie about not driving because they let Jesus take the wheel. That is a good atheist dad joke. And I'm not home, so I don't have my soundboard, but that definitely deserves a fucking a rim snare shot. What do you call the rim shot? Never confuse rim shot and rim job. That'll fuck up your day in conversation. Never do that. Make sure you get that one right. If there's any closely verbally like related words, make sure those are the two that you don't fuck up. You don't want that at all. Also, I'm the Big Cheese. Good to see you today. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says Ems is freaking hilarious, and I agree. I love that Ems actually just comes and hangs out with me too, because like he's such a great counterpart in these debates. Rusty says, if she's from a different planet, wouldn't they have different zodiac signs? Oh, fair point. That lady that came in saying that she was an extraterrestrial, she was. You will never convince me that she's not into zodiac shit. She's definitely woo-woo all the way. But her zodiac signs certainly would be different if she's from a different constellation. Stargate Master says main character syndrome is truly a problem with our society nowadays. It's the easiest way to detach yourself from reality. I do agree. Yeah, I think people get that, and you see it a lot in like the stories we tell, the movies we make. People always like to identify with the main character. Few people identify with like the side characters because everyone wants to be the main part. They want to be the meat and potatoes. I'm the Big Cheese with another one says can't be an Aquarius and be from another solar system. It's impossible. That's what the previous was saying. Constellations are localized by definition. Color is cuckoo bananas. Listen, that's true. Marilyn, if you're listening to this, we all love you, but she was even way above Marilyn in her woo-woo stuff. Commando says the idea that God is actively sustaining everything all the time means he's an active participant in grape. Oof. Yes, that's the thing. If God is the thing that permits all things, that means he's permitting the atrocities to happen. And look, Tech is still crying in the comments, paying this fucking loser money to cry to. God exists. You missed an S. God exists. There's an S at the opposite side of the T. And he's real, except he's not. You'll never prove that, which is why you're not in the guest box. You just don't want him to exist. Wrong. I wanted him exist. All the ex-believers here wanted God to exist. We stopped believing in God because there's no evidence for the God, and it clearly didn't exist. Here is $5 so you buy some toilet paper and cry. Well, that tells me about the kind of life you're living, Mr. I put my LLC in my TikTok name or my YouTube name. Normal people have actual tissues. Like, you could cry into some toilet paper. Sure, it seems like a waste of toilet paper. That's for your rear end. I would grab a tissue to cry into. In fact, if I were you, you should grab a fucking tissue right now to cry into, because that's what you're doing. You're on a live stream clowning yourself, and you're paying me to do it. You're on a live stream so butthurt that you can't defend your God that you're paying me to clown you in front of my audience, which is wild. Ikapu says intoxicated people shouldn't be using social media. Same as children. I agree. That's why if I do detect that somebody's in here and they're not sober, I will cut them. I will not be talking to intoxicated people. In fact, I cut one of my good friends. I won't tell you who it was. I had a good friend come up and want to cook with me once. And it was clear after taking one call that they weren't sober. I was like, oh, gotta go. So I won't let people drive or live and not be sober.
I've been on your live before, not sober, so.
But you held it well. No one saw it. No one could tell. Now you know. Ems knows how to carry his liquor. Former Prophet says, sorry, Justin, YouTube doubled my chat. That does happen sometime, Nathan, where you send a super chat and then YouTube gets a hold of it and they just mess it up. Like, it's just a weird inherent thing with the system. All right, I'm gonna grab one more super chat. We're gonna get our next guest in here. William Rogers, thank you so much for the 2222. Says, have you read the non-canonical Gospel of Mary or the Gospel of Judas? If so, what are your thoughts? So I read the Gospel of Mary kind of skimmingly, so I can't give you details. I did read the Gospel of Judas in full when it was published and the book that was published around it. And I loved it. I thought the Gospel of Judas was basically an apology for Judas not really being the bad guy. He was doing what God set him up to do. Even Jesus says in the book of John regarding Judas betraying him, he says, I know the one whom I've chosen, meaning he was chosen for this task. So the Gospel of Judas is kind of looking at it from his point of view, like, I did what I was chosen to do. I had to. Jesus had to die. He had to be betrayed to fulfill the scriptures. I was chosen for that task. It's a really cool gospel. I highly recommend giving it a read and thinking about the case that they're actually trying to make. It's a really good fucking case. I think it's a great case because early people, maybe even opponents of Christianity, probably heard about Judas and was like, something's off. Like, if Judas is doing what he's supposed to, this seems weird that he would be the villain, right? So definitely recommend it. All right, we're gonna grab Jumbo Sparkles. See what we can get. Maybe taking a little bit to connect. How you doing, Jumbo? Jumbo? You present? Did you request by accident, Jumbo? Didn't know you were gonna get pulled up? Okay. Well, if they butt dialed, they won't come back. If they actually are here on purpose, they'll come back. All right, let's grab our next guest. Is going to be JoJo and then Blackjack in that order. JoJo is calling in from the YouTube queue, so hopefully we'll get some good connection going on from JoJo. How you doing, JoJo?
Hi there. I'm doing good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear loud and clear.
So I'm hearing myself through my earbuds. Is there something I could do to clear that up?
Are you playing the stream right now?
No, I have the stream muted. I'm just using my phone specifically. I'm on the Dio Ninja website.
Interesting. Well, you shouldn't be able to hear yourself talking. That's not something you should hear. But give me a second. Maybe okay. I can put the noise gate on, and that'll take care of it.
Oh, it's not like.
All right. What about now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you. It's a little bit choppy, but I can hear you.
Oh, but now I have a delay.
Slight. It's just ever so.
And I hear myself.
And you can still hear yourself. All right, give me 1 second. Wonder why it's doing that on your phone. Is it a phone or a computer?
Samsung Galaxy.
Oh, interesting. Usually you don't see that with the phones. Do you have Bluetooth on right now?
I could try to switch. Yeah, I'm using Bluetooth earbuds.
Sometimes that happens when you're using Bluetooth earbuds. You can try without the Bluetooth earbuds, or you can maybe restart or try with like a wired earbud. But you actually don't need earbuds for this. You can just use your phone in front of your face. That's usually good enough.
Okay, let me try that.
Yeah.
I switched to speakerphone. Is this working?
Yeah, you're not echoing on my end. Are you echoing on your end?
I just turned off my Bluetooth as well, and I don't hear myself now.
Okay, so I think you'll probably be okay then. So, Jojo, are
But
you?
I don't hear any other audio. I don't hear your audio now.
Oh, you can't hear me.
Okay, now I do. I had to turn my volume up. I think I'm good now.
I had to turn my volume up. I think now I do. I had to turn my volume up.
Now I'm hearing myself 3 times. Oh, this is crazy.
Now I'm hearing myself.
I'll try it.
Sorry.
Try it now.
Hello.
Yeah, should be good. Okay, if you turn it up too much, you get like a negative. You get like a feedback loop, like a resonant loop. So, Jojo, are you at least at teen?
Okay.
And do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm over 18, and I do believe in higher powers that have creative powers.
Okay. Do you believe in a specific higher power, like, or more of a generic one?
Sure. Let's go ahead. I had a really valid question for you. Can we first of all define what you consider a god? Like, what kind of powers would a being have to have for you to consider it to be a god?
That's fair. So I typically consider God like a creator of all things. Like a mind. It has thinking capacity, like it could think and interact with the world. That's not always a hard definition. I do know that the like classically some of the Greeks and some of the polytheistic religions didn't believe that there was like you had to create all things to be a god. There were multiple gods. Some of them were creators and some of them weren't. I'd be willing to grant that as well. Like if you believed in a god that existed but wasn't like the creator of all things, but something better than just like an evolved entity.
Okay, sure. So like you mentioned the pantheon. So it could be any. So I'm sure you've heard the statement that any being that has advanced enough technology would be indistinguishable from magic or
Yeah, and that's actually
supernatural.
the point that I'm getting at, right? So if you believe that the thing that we call God is just like a super evolved entity that is just like indistinguishable from a god, like it seems like a god to us, I personally wouldn't call that thing a god. Like if and I agree, it's possible that there are entities out there in the universe that are way more evolved than we are. I think that's statistically likely, given the size of the universe, that we can't be the most evolved things in the universe. Whether or not like we've met them or they've met us, I think is a different story. The universe is gigantic, and even for us to travel from our galaxy to another galaxy, most biological entities would die in the process because they don't live forever. So like now we would have to say, well, there's this biological entity that's both super evolved, but also it just lives forever. It never dies. And to me, that I don't know, it just to me, I wouldn't call that a god, but I get that
Sure.
it seems like one.
So in a sense, are you looking for like the turtle at the bottom of all turtles?
Basically, yeah.
Okay. Would you consider a being that has ability to create a universe sufficient to be a god?
I think if there's a being that can literally create a universe from scratch, like it can have nothing and then boom, make a universe. No matter how that thing got there, I would consider that God.
Okay. But you say it has to come from nothing though. Is that specifically true to you, or could it things already exist and it create a brand new universe out of things that already exist?
See, that's where I would draw the line, because like even human beings, like we take other parts of nature and create new biological things with it, right? So I think if there's a super evolved entity that's just rearranging matter, I don't know if I would call that a god.
Mm. Okay, because that gets me to where I was going to bring up is because I feel like humans are on the verge of being able to create universes, not physical universes in the sense that we live in, but virtual universes inhabited by AI agents that will believe that they're conscious. And this universe might be as infinite as the one we live in because we have algorithms that can essentially create infinite universes. I don't know if you're familiar with the game like No Man's Sky. You could explore this universe infinitely because there's algorithms that keep generating random planets. And we're gonna be able to eventually populate these types of games with AI agents that believe they're real. And would we, the creator of that game, or people that control these, would those AI agents consider them gods?
Do you think that we're in a simulation?
I have no evidence for it.
Right. So
But if we do create
I don't believe that we're the
simulations,
product of a super evolved entity or a god. Like I would demand the same level of evidence for the thing that you're describing as I would for a Christian about their God. Like what would be the evidence that would point us to like the super evolved entity that created this world?
okay. So my evidence would be the fact that humans are on the verge and be able to do this in a way. Like I said, the virtual way.
It'd be
And the
virtual.
evidence would be that if we are able to do it, and then so let's say these entities inside the simulation
But
are able to do it as well.
That's why I asked
who's
you
to
if
say
you
that we're
thought
the
we were in a
first one?
simulation, because the difference between our world and what you're describing is one is virtual and one is not. Do you think we're in a virtual world? Because if we're not in a virtual world, the fact that we can make a virtual world is irrelevant. Jojo, did we lose you? Jojo. Okay. Yeah. Guess we lost Jojo. Okay.
Yeah, that is a good thing.
Definitely some shower thoughts happening there with Jojo. Fair enough. I get it. I think we've all had some of those shower thoughts. That's fine. Maybe not compelling for a debate. I'm going to grab a couple super chats. We're going to get Steph in here. Mardu, thank you for the $5 super chat. Good to see you. Friend says, is this the guy that called you and Sarah once? The guy that said he works in finance? Oh, I don't know. No, that was Rob. It had to have been Rob. Rob is the only one that has consistently called on Sarah's channel and my channel. And he is a goof. I do believe at one point he said he was in finance, and I couldn't fucking believe that they would let him touch money. I think it was Rob though. Ocean Willow says Jesus' sacrifice was not valid since it was not performed in temple by a priest. Interesting. I figured it out. I figured it how to add message to the super chat. Well, good to see it. So Ocean, you are true for an actual sacrifice, a sin sacrifice to be done. There are rules or ways to do it, right? So Jesus' sacrifice could have only been symbolic at best. It doesn't meet God's actual requirements for the sin sacrifice. It doesn't. And he's not the Passover lamb. The Passover lamb doesn't forgive sins. He's not the scapegoat from Leviticus 16. The scapegoat doesn't fucking forgive anyone's sins. They keep trying to compare Jesus to this Old Testament stuff, but it doesn't actually match. It's just vaguely familiar. It's spiritually similar, which is bullshit. Erzmont says, I've noticed myself listening to other debates and yelling yes or no. Yes, you have to. If you are in a debate and you don't hold somebody to a yes or no question with a yes or no, you can't follow. You can't get anywhere. Your content has Christians on the run. Keep the flame to their ass. Rock on Verdo. Thank you, Erzmont, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Great to see you. And Godwin's in the house tonight. Says hopefully one of the other reconstruction camp inmates smuggled in some Kraken that you can trade for some cheers. Actually, I was just talking about this. When I get back home, I need to get some Kraken. I ran out of regular Kraken. I've only got Kraken Gold left. And while it's okay, it's not, to me, it's not the same. It's not regular Kraken. Like, I need the real Kraken. All right, last super chat for now. Mostly Gizzards, great to see you. It's been a minute. It says, Justin, I was recently unemployed. I'm sorry to hear that, for several months. Thanks to AI, terribly sorry to hear that. That's going around. And I want you to know that your vids lives helped me keep my sanity while I was job hunting. New job. Cheers. Super chat. I'm fucking congratulations, Gizzards. I'm happy to hear that. Listen, I've been there before. I've been in a situation where I've been laid off and I'm like, what the fuck do I do now? And I'm glad that you landed on your feet, my friend. That's really if there are people really struggling right now in this economy, keep in mind that we do have a community and we do support each other in this community. So we do want to make sure everybody is getting what they need to get by every single day. All right, I'm going to try to bring in Steph from the TikTok queue. How you doing, Steph? Oh, Steph dropped. I think they were friendly, to be fair. Just based on what I could see from the profile, I thought they were friendly. Okay, let's grab someone from our YouTube queue then. It looks like Reverend Steve is next in line. We talked to Reverend Steve once before, so this would be number 2. Welcome back, Reverend Steve.
Good evening, I think, for you.
Wait, what? Good what?
Good evening for you, is it?
Yes. Yeah. Good evening. How are you?
Yeah. I'd just like to let you know that every YouTube Q person I've heard, I hear double in the queue, and I'm hearing double for myself now.
That's weird. I wonder why it would be doing that.
It sounds almost, it's only double, it's not a repeat. So it sounds like the source is coming in twice.
Oh, I know why. It's me. I'm the problem. Hold on. Try it now.
Surely not. Okay, how am I now? I can't hear myself at all in my ears. Can you hear me at all?
I can hear you.
Ah, that's excellent.
So we're good.
That's perfect.
It was me. It was my fault, y'all.
We are.
Sorry.
I'm glad we've got that result. I've got a couple of confessions to make.
Sure.
To you.
You're an atheist
First of all, many thanks. I've called 4 times, not twice.
Oh shit.
Once I called and you gave a shout out to my wife's little YouTube channel, and she now has 600 followers.
Right.
And she tells me exactly how many followers she has at least twice a day, and it is the best Christmas present that I've ever been able to get her, and I have to thank you for that.
I mean, it sounded like a good business or a good charity, maybe the best way to say it. Well, she was doing something good.
Yeah, we all of our animals, all of our dogs and cats have been got from other sources, like people who can't keep their dogs, or rescued dogs and things like that, and they live generally a very good life with my wife. Now, when I first called, you recently clipped that call.
Maybe
it was actually excuse me. It was Halloween in Australia. I think it was the day after Halloween for you. And I have to admit, before God and all of your listeners, I have to confess that I am a lifelong atheist. And that was the only thing I answered as a lie in that call. Everything else was the truth. I think I was trying to. I've actually been, the last 3 years or so, I've been learning up on the Bible and things like that, because I was unsatisfied with the amount that most Christians actually knew about their religion.
Yeah. And
I've paid to be a reverend, so
that's fair. Universal Life Church.
That's the one.
Yeah, we know. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, so
the last thing before you drop me, because I'm obviously not here to argue. If there's a hierarchy in heaven, is there a lowerarchy in hell?
It seems like there would be. You know, the Catholics definitely had a view of hell that would be a hierarchy. The Greeks did too. Like the Christian hell kind of got robbed from Greek Hades. And in Hades, there were different levels. Like if you were a monstrous human being, you would get a terrible punishment in hell. Like you could be doing what Sisyphus was doing, or you could be the guy that's constantly reaching up to get the apple off the tree, but then you could never get the apple off the tree. These are people that were cursed with horrible curses in Hades because of what happened during their life. I do believe that the Christian hell is consistent with this view of Hades.
I think you're listening, you're hearing what you think I said. I said, is there a hierarchy in hell?
Well, yeah, the lower archy are the people that are getting
hierarchy in
punished.
heaven and a lowerarchy in hell.
Yeah, the lower archy are the people on the low end of the hierarchy that's getting punished.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. There is, for everything I've read indicates that there are levels of, well, that most believers think there is some sort of level of hell.
Mm-hmm.
Those of us who thought about it to any extent. Anyway, have an excellent day.
Sure.
I've been a long time member. And are you going to be selling signed copies of your book when they come out?
I will absolutely be doing that, actually.
Excellent. I will definitely be in the market for one of those as soon as it comes out.
I'll let you know. Thank you for being here, Steve.
And have an excellent evening.
You do the same.
Okay. See you later.
When you're talking to Australians, and you're up here, you can't say what's up because they're upside down. Do you say what's down? Is that what you got to say to Australians if you're in America? Because I feel like that's the appropriate question if you're inverting for, anyways, I'm just saying, it just seems like if it's relativistic, there's some adjustments that need to be made. Let's grab Danny from our YouTube queue. Hopefully we'll get some opposition tonight. Been a rough time getting oppos. How you doing, Danny?
My God is not imaginary.
Awesome. Who's your God?
Me?
So can you demonstrate your powers for us?
I have full control of myself.
Yeah, I doubt that. Can you do a magic trick for us?
No, I'm just touching base. I was a Christian until a year ago. I converted. I deconstructed, and I'm better off for it.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Hey, thanks, bud. Cheers. W Danny. Okay. Well, we're officially out of guests right now in the queue. So I'm going to read some super chats while we wait for guests to load up. They typically do load up while we're reading some chats, and we'll see if we can get some opposition rolling here. Sarah says, watching with EE Corbs tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. Love wondering, where can we find your schedule? Good question. On my link tree, on my YouTube and my TikTok, I now have a link to my public calendar. It's a Google Calendar that shows when I go live. I will be putting special dates there for like when I'm on AXP or when I'm on the line. I haven't got around this week to filling it out for the next 2 months, but I typically know my schedule about 2 months in advance. So I should be filling that out here this week, so you know where I'm going to be and when I'm going to be there. Sometimes it's subject to changes. That happens, but typically my schedule is pretty dependable. We don't want to miss a thing. Thanks for what you and Ems do. Rock hard for that. Well, thank you. I really appreciate this, Sarah. And thank you for supporting the show. Really appreciate that. And Juju's with us. Has only dropped the soap if you're gay for Justin, folks. Agreed. If you're not gay for Justin, be cautious with the soap, depending on where you're at. Things might not end the way that you want. But if you are gay for Justin, I don't know, drop this soap in the right place. You might have a good time. Don't threaten me with a good time. Charles says, Justin, did you see where Kent Hovind challenged Forrest to a debate? Would love to watch Forrest whoop that ass. I've never actually. I would love to see Forrest and Kent get into a debate. The problem with debating Kent, I always feel like when it comes to debating Kent, the old adage of, if you get down in the mud with the pig, you're both covered in mud. And I feel like when you're debating someone like Kent, who can't be honest, they can't really engage in proper argumentation. Like, I feel like it's almost always a waste of everyone's time. Like, I've only watched Kent debates just to watch him get cooked. But I've never watched a Kent debate thinking that he was going to bring a decent argument that needed refuted. He doesn't bring any decent arguments. He's a clown. Simeon says, fun fact, George Lemaitre, the priest who made the Big Bang Theory, actually hated the use of his theory for apologetics and argued with Pius VII over it. I actually didn't know that. There's some Lemaitre lore that I need to brush up on. Like that's a real thing that I need to learn about. And Iskander de Norse says, "Hey Justin, is okay if you wait. Hey Justin, is okay if you really need bail money. Me and Ems can help you out. I promise I'm good. I'm not in Scandinavian prison, despite what it looks like. I'm gonna be okay. I already paid bail. They're not going to keep me in the tank all night." Jeff says, imagined claiming, there you go. Imagine, I think you mean imagine, not imagine. Imagine claiming you're from another star system, yet still claiming to be an Aquarius, as if star patterns are the same everywhere. I know. I actually can't believe how many people caught that. I didn't catch that when she said it. Like that contradiction didn't cross my mind when it came up. I love that the audience here is so smart. They catch these things. Poopman Jones, good to see you, says, not sure if you're aware, but GIFs don't show up properly on your TikTok. Well, fuck TikTok. TikTok's crazy, by the way. The TikTok app is never behaving. It squishes them and it makes me a sad cowboy. Still love you. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Poopman, for letting me know. I did notice that. That does happen sometimes on TikTok. I don't know what causes it, and I don't know why it doesn't happen consistently. I just know that it happens a lot, and I don't fully know why. But you're 100% right. It will do that. When you send GIFs on TikTok, sometimes it doesn't show up right. It shows really distorted, and I do know about it. But unfortunately, there's not a fix for it. I mean, we don't even know what the real cause of it is yet. Mitch, thank you for the $14.99. Aussie chat says, it takes more faith to believe in atheism than God. That's not true. Implies that needing more faith makes a belief weaker. If that's true, faith isn't a virtue, but a liability, undermining faith as a pathway to truth. This is actually such a fair point. This is, I didn't think about this before, but this is a major flaw in this argument that atheism takes faith. Because the minute you say that, the minute you say atheism takes faith, what you're now saying is that faith is not a reliable pathway to truth, right? So if it's bad that it takes faith to be an atheist, then it should also be bad that it takes faith to believe in these nonsensical gods, right? So this is actually really beautifully put, Mitch. I never thought of it that way, but that was spot on. Like fucking nailed it. Next time someone says that, I'm gonna use that line. JH, good to see us, says science and medicine cured the awful suffering caused by disease, not God. Agreed. The idea that they thought unclean spirits were causing all the problems is crazy. We got tired of praying and dying. Believers will never understand this. Yeah. Like God didn't fix any of our medical problems. That is all science. Christian says, Fildo timer, Justin, I beg you. Actually, I knew early on that I wasn't going to keep that guest here. And I was literally only going to entertain his contingency argument. And when it became clear that he wasn't going to really defend the contingency argument or use normal people words, I already knew I was going to cut him. I'm like, we're not going to do this. Not tonight. I'm not interested in tonight. And I'm away from home. I'm not going to stay up super late and waste a bunch of time with some Fildo. Not interested there. Daniel De La Noche. There we go. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, funniest facts about flirfs is that there are intelligent people of all political and religion views, even alien believers, but there are zero flirfs who have even slightly above average intelligence. Listen, I don't know, Daniel, because I haven't done the survey, but in my experience, I've not ran into flirfs
my
that
uncle
were
was
smart.
a medical doctor who's a flat earther.
That's crazy. Smart people in the wrong culture can do it. I knew people. So I've already told you about my my ex-wife. She was Egyptian, and she had relatives back home that still believed in a lot of really weird, nonsensical things. They believed in the evil eye. They would say don't put pictures of your newborn on Facebook because the evil eye could get them. People that are, and their conception of the evil eye is like this, like if you're really jealous, like you can curse something that you're looking at by giving it the evil eye, and you could like make a baby sick. It's the craziest thing. But that was part of their culture. And so for them, they would say it just thinking like, well, doesn't everyone believe this?
It
So if
is
you,
it is not part of the culture. It is part of Islam. You cannot be a Muslim without believing in it.
right. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, yeah. But like if you grow up thinking something, even a smart person could come to believe something stupid, I think, you know? All right, I got one more super chat, y'all. And then we're going to get looks like Jake in here. Charles, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says Justin, when you have Zen Master 970, he's a troll. Christian buying he's buying memberships. Interesting. You know you're kicking some Christian butt and getting under their skin. They won't call in and are threatened by what you're doing. I agree. Rock hard for Doug. And I do believe that. I do believe that my work threatens a lot of Christians. I know that it makes them very uncomfortable in their skin and in their faith, which is why they'll come and crash out in my comments, but they won't call in because they know that they can't render an argument that is like actually going to demonstrate the validity of their Sky Fairy. They can't do it. Now, some of them will try, but more people are just going to cry in the comments than typically than actually give it a college try. Hey, Jake, are you driving right now?
Yeah, I'm actually just on the way to the gym. Just been listening. Are you able to hear me right now?
I can hear you, but I can hear me twice because it's playing through your radio, feeding back into your phone.
Okay. Is that bothering you guys or?
Yeah, it's unlistenable.
Okay, give me 1 second then.
And you do have to pull over. You can't live stream and be driving.
Don't worry.
Well, I'm worried because it's against the terms of service and I don't want my live stream penalized. So those are the rules, buddy. Sorry. I know you got things to do. Maybe when you first dialed up, you weren't in your car, but we can't take people that are driving. As I've said all the time, I've literally been on the phone with somebody that ran over a curb, nearly got into a bad accident when they're trying to drive and live. There's a reason why it's against the rules. Welcome in, John.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah, how you doing, John? Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am, and yes.
Awesome. In which God or type of God do you believe in?
So that's kind of like where I'm like, I guess that's where I kind of come in at. It's not like a crazy debate, I guess I have, but like, I kind of came in here with just like, I struggle with the concept of there not being a God. I just tried to give Christianity a shot after like years of being agnostic, and I got super into it, and I was reading the Bible, and I just was like, I just couldn't wrap my head around some of this stuff, like, just saying that it's like a true loving God and all this stuff, like
Sure.
reading Exodus
So
and all the crazy stuff.
What would be something that would lead somebody to the conclusion that God is real?
I just kind of look at like life in the sense, and I just think like, I find it hard to believe in my end, and that's kind of, I guess, where I'm looking maybe for some sort of insight. But
Well, if I said to
like
you,
how beautiful it is.
if I said the reason why God doesn't exist is because I find it hard to believe that God exists, do you think that'd be a valid argument?
I mean, I think it's all based on like personal perception. Like for me, it's just like I look at things as almost too great for it to be
Right.
like a
But
plausible
that doesn't answer my
reason.
question. My question is, if I told you the reason why I don't believe in God is because I just can't believe that a God exists. I can't conceive of
Yeah,
it,
I'd say
right?
so.
Would that be a valid argument?
I would say so. Yeah.
No, it's not a valid argument. Just not being,
it's like,
not compelling yourself or being able to believe in something isn't an argument for why it's true or not true. Like, the reason why we know that things are true or not true is because we've either tested for it, we've determined that it contains like logical contradictions and things can't logically contradict. Like we can use deduction to determine if something isn't true, but it'll never be true just because we can't bring ourselves to conceive of the alternative.
So, like, I guess it's like, what's the evidence that you have that God does not exist?
Well, I think it depends on what kind of a God. I think if you believe in the God that's like really fucking powerful and omnipresent and outside of time and is
Yeah.
all good and loving, that God's impossible. Nothing can exist outside of space and time. That's literally the definition of non-existence. Also, we have no reason to believe that there's a God that created all this that's good, because unless like it's good to suffer unnecessarily, we wouldn't say that the God is all good. Like the fact that natural disasters happen, I think is good evidence that if we were created by a psychopath.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I guess like where I'm coming from is just like a sense of like, where would you like, I've been like watching like your stream for a bit today, and I'm just kind of trying to see like, where should I go
Mhm.
and trying to figure out, like, I know like figure it out on your own sort of thing, but I do want like maybe at least a little bit of guidance.
Yeah.
Like
So
try and find some.
I try to guide people towards our Discord channel. We've got a pretty sizable Discord at this point. We're over 6,000 members. There's a lot of people in there having discussions, doing question back and forth, just kind of chatting it up. And you might think that like, no, you want to talk to me because I'm like the figurehead. But there's actually people in our Discord way fucking smarter than me. There's like, we got really smart people in the community, and you're going to get really good answers and dialogue on your questions.
Yeah. Okay. That's in the YouTube.
Yeah, you'll see in my link tree, you'll see a link to our Discord, and it's full of really cool, really dope people.
Okay. Sweet.
All right.
Yeah.
And I'll be doing.
Thank you for having
I
me.
will be doing a Q&A in the very near future when I get back home. So come by if you have questions on our Q&A, and we'll do a round of questions.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. Thank you.
Cheers. W. Deconstruction. A lot of people deconstructing tonight, or we're hearing that they're deconstructing tonight. So that's actually really really interesting, and really what's the word I'm looking for? Heartwarming, affirming, maybe even exhilarating, possibly. Okay, let's get F guilt in here from the YouTube queue. How you doing, F guilt?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
That is like I never go on in live streams, so it's very weird for me.
Well, you're here
Man,
now.
I love your live streams. Your live streams are incredibly fire, man.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. Are you a believer?
Former Christian. I'm a former Christian. However, also former atheist. Basically, if I could summarize my situation, I found that there is through psychedelics. I found that there is more than what you see, if that makes sense.
No.
No. Okay. My question, I guess, is when you address your own existence, what is your answer to the question of why am I alive?
Well, I think that's an easier thing to answer. Why am I alive versus why is there anything at all? Why am I alive is because our universe has a tendency to form biological life forms. We know now that like all the building blocks of what we would consider the starting points of life are out there in the universe. We've got evidence of life on Mars now. We've got evidence of life on exoplanets. We've got evidence of the building blocks of RNA forming even on asteroids. So it seems that it's just something that physics allows. And if the universe is like it, I don't want to say infinite, but let's just for a minute say that it's infinite in the past and in the future, and also infinite in size. Well, if the chance that life is going to arrive is anything but zero, that means it has to. It has to arrive, right? Is it common? I don't know if it's common. I think it's probably pretty rare. But I think it's going to happen enough within the size of our universe that there are probably thousands of planets with biological life.
That's I've considered that as well. I mean, like the thing is though, it does apparently seem to be very very rare, and so it doesn't appear that the universe tends toward that. It seems like the universe tends toward explosions. You know, like stars explode, stars are born, stars explode.
In
You
the
know,
long run,
space dust kind of coagulates and explodes.
yeah,
But it's like
but we're talking about
on Earth,
conditions.
it's incredibly diverse. You know, I forget the word for it, but there's an incredibly diverse amount of life on this particular planet. It suggests to me that there's some kind of something else that is driving this. You know what I mean? Like
No.
because it's so concentrated in a very vast emptiness. No, that doesn't
No, because
suggest something.
something not being common doesn't mean that the universe doesn't have a tendency to do it when the conditions are right, right? When we get particular conditions, we know that the universe is going to produce certain things, right? How common are those conditions is a second question, right? So I agree. The conditions required for starting life, I think, are more rare than common. But I think, given these conditions, I think it would be reasonable to expect that a certain number of places that have these conditions long enough will develop biological life.
That is one perspective, but there's an equally valid alternative perspective where something is driving this on purpose.
Well, that's what we don't have any evidence for, right? So, like you could say,
I
listen,
agree. I 100% agree that we do not have any evidence for. But however, there is a structural explanation for that. Where if this is a self-enclosed, contained universe, where I mean, they say it's expanding. If it is expanding, then there has to be some kind of barrier of some kind. And if so, if this universe is a self-contained reality, then there's something outside of it.
No.
I mean, at least that's a valid position to take.
We don't know if the universe is
We
finite
don't know.
in
I
size
100%
or if it's
agree.
infinite
I
in
100%
size,
agree.
but I personally don't believe that the universe has a container.
But it's a valid position because you can't prove otherwise.
Well, you can't prove it to be true either, right? So, like, not being able to
Absolutely.
disprove
So it's a
something,
speculation at this point.
not being able to disprove something doesn't mean you should believe in it, right? There's a lot of things that we don't actually have like tangible proof to debunk. Like, we don't have tangible proof that the tooth fairy doesn't exist, but that doesn't mean that it's reasonable to believe in the tooth fairy, you see?
Absolutely. That is a valid position. However, at the same time, like we don't have a explanation for the tooth fairy, but we do have stories about it. Just like in the Yahweh Chronicle, we have stories about this, which are we have a clear, defined, time span back to explain its origin. However, we don't really. I mean, they have the story about the Big Bang, and they have clear evidence that the place expands. But however, at the same time, we can't say there's no barrier. We know that it's expanding,
But I didn't say that.
We can't really.
What I'm saying, I didn't say that there's not a barrier. What I said is the claim that the universe would have, should have, or does have a barrier is not a claim that's provable. Me saying that the universe has an end or a barrier would be the same as me saying the universe doesn't have one of those. Neither one of those propositions can we prove. So making the statement is irrelevant.
It's I wouldn't suggest that it's irrelevant, but however, there are two competing positions that are unprovable. You can't say there is no exterior barrier, and also you can't say for certain that there is an exterior barrier. So it is.
But I'm responding to what you said.
However, at the same time, if there is an exterior barrier, which we can't prove.
You said earlier that the universe would or should have a barrier of some nature. And that's what we're still getting at, right? And that's why I brought up, like, I actually don't think that's what science teaches, right? So all I'm saying is, like, the argument you brought or the discussion point that you brought about having a barrier or a limit, I don't think is supported.
Well, if they say it's expanding, there has to be. Okay, so you take the model of the Big Bang. The Big Bang is an expansive universe. I mean, why wouldn't we assume that it is that thing? Sorry, that thing is expanding, right?
But I agree that
If it
that
is
our observable
expanding, then
universe is expanding.
it is a valid position to take. I'm just saying that there is a valid position to take that there is a barrier.
No, it's not a valid position, because it certainly is
No.
possible that what we call the universal expansion is actually just a blip in a much larger universe that we can't see because our equipment won't let us see a particular distance into the light history. You have to be able to see the light that came from billions of years ago to know what was happening at that time period. But if our expansion of the universe that we can only physically observe because of the limitations of light, if there's actually more universe way beyond that and we're just a speck inside of a much larger universe, our speck is expanding inside of a much larger universe. We don't know any of those things, right? That's why I'm saying, like, we have the ability to observe a certain range of the universe. That means that we can't make claims about what's on the outside of that because we don't know what's on the outside of that. We have no way to know.
I would absolutely agree with you. At the same time, I would suggest that there is a possibility of what is beyond our capabilities of observation.
But how would we know? How, if you made the proposition that there is something outside of our observability, what would be the supporting evidence that would lead you to that conclusion?
Perfect question. So I would suggest, or I would introduce the idea that people that have strange experiences, for example, NDEs. I've never had an NDE, but somebody who has an NDE. Now, of course, we can go back to the biology of it, the physiology of it, where the brain. We suggested the brain creates images inside of itself. Who is having those experiences? Is the brain having its own experiences? And this recursive question of experience. What is experience? We could go down that rabbit hole. However, if you could at least accept that experience itself has its own existence, like, why is it impossible that something could exist outside of the expanse of this reality in another dimension
Again,
and be introducing, or at least
no one's saying that
exposing
it's
itself in those
impossible.
spaces?
No one here is making the claim that it's impossible. What we're saying that there's no evidence to warrant the belief. Is it possible that outside of our observable universe there are unicorns with wings? Maybe. We can't tell it. We can't ask, right? So the idea that just because you think it's possible because it's outside of our reach doesn't mean that you're justified in believing it. If we're just saying if it's outside of our realm of knowledge, we can therefore believe in things that are outside of our realm of knowledge because outside of our realm of knowledge, and there's nothing we can't believe in. We can believe in the winged unicorns. We can believe in Zabumafu. We can believe in anything like that. That's not a warrant for belief, my man.
No, I agree. I agree with you. As strange as it might sound, I do agree with you that we need to keep our positive claims to what can be demonstrated in a collective agreed universe. I completely agree with you. However, at the same time, I would introduce to the conversation that there is beyond our ability to observe that it is a like I said, NDEs. There are other experiences that people have, and we do know that happens. That can be introduced as valid evidence.
It's
And
not
so
valid
I would
evidence
just throw that into the conversation.
because you're assuming that your interpretation of NDEs is true, and you don't have a good reason for that. The scientific evidence we
No,
have on NDEs
I'm not
seems to
asserting that
suggest.
my interpretation is. I'm not asserting anything. I'm not asserting it. I'm asserting the possibility. and that it should be accepted as a possibility.
But again, possibilities aren't what we're debating here. We're not debating whether or not something is possible. We're debating whether or not there's a warrant to believe in these things, right? So saying that something is possible is not the same as saying that there's good reason to believe it. There's lots of things that you have no reason to believe in, even though at a time it looked like there was evidence in favor of it, even like the existence of the ether. There was a good argument to be made that the ether once existed, and then we did some really good scientific experiments and discovered no, that doesn't exist. But prior to us doing those discoveries, claiming that it did or didn't exist was still kind of like it's all speculation. Could there be an ether? Sure, there certainly could be an ether, but saying there could be an ether is never going to be warranting the belief in the ether existing. It only warrants the belief that it's possible to exist.
Interesting. So is your basic premise that belief is an important phenomenon?
My premise here is that belief should be formed on evidences and things that warrant the belief in the thing. We shouldn't believe in things because we like it and we think it's possible. I think human beings are better when we believe in things that are evidence-based. And until such evidence comes around that would demonstrate God or the ether or unicorns, there's no good reason to believe in them.
What is your definition of belief?
Belief is a justified brain state of being convinced of something. Like you are convinced that something is true. If you call it knowledge rather than belief, it's like a justified belief. But like believing in something just means there's a proposition or a claim that you think is true. You could believe in anything. You could believe that despite all evidence, the phone I'm holding in front of my face is orange. We all see it's blue, but you could believe it's orange if you convince yourself. So I'm not sure belief is relevant to whether or not something's true.
No, I 100% agree with you. I don't think belief is a valid position, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm like, I guess I'm like atheist 2.0. Like I don't think belief has any relevance whatsoever. However, like when people come back with actual, documented evidence of them dying, their brain shut off because it doesn't have blood flow.
So what?
And they had experiences while their brain was dead.
No, their
for
brain
a
wasn't
long
dead.
period of time.
That's what the research is showing. The research is demonstrating that what we used to call death isn't really death. Your brain is still very active for a long period of time after you're dead. That's what we've learned. Like the idea of clinical death doesn't mean that you have no brain activity. In fact, we know now from the studies from the AWARE project, number 1 and number 2, that you do have a lot of brain activity even when you're clinically dead, which is why people are having these near-death experiences. It also explains why near-death experiences so often mirror the culture and religious beliefs of the person having them. Like people in the Hindu cultures have Hindu variety NDEs. People in Islam have Islamic NDEs. People in the Western world have NDEs that are reminiscent of various Western world beliefs like Christianity. So the fact that they differ so varyingly based on your background, I think demonstrates that your brain is putting stuff together for you, just like you're dreaming, and it's pulling stuff from what is already in your brain. It's not pulling from something new.
Interesting. I had not heard of the AWARE project. I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, you definitely should check it out. Now, I'll tell you, you'll like Sam Parnia. Sam Parnia, he's not a God believer, but he is coming around to the idea. He's the guy who started the project. He seems to be coming around to the idea that consciousness lives on after the body dies. But the other the other doctors that participated in the AWARE project don't seem to agree with him. If you read the papers from the project, they don't come to that conclusion. Sam comes to that conclusion, which is maybe why he already had an inkling before he did the project that consciousness lived on, and he thought that the project proved it. I don't know. But what I can say is the study papers are publicly available, and they're really fucking interesting. But I think if you read the paper, you'll get a different idea of what the study proved and what it didn't prove. If you listen to Sam's interviews, I think Sam's interpretation of the data is different than what the study, like what the actual scientific peer-reviewed study actually says.
Interesting. That's a really good piece of information. Thanks, man. I just wanted to throw it out there into the the ether, as it were. And I just wanted to say I love your lives. I love your podcast, and I hope you do really well in the future.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. Thanks for talking with us, Gilt.
Yeah, man.
Cheers. Bye. We've had a string of really nice non-hostile guests, which is crazy.
It's a bad sign for the next few ones.
I know. Well, the thing of it is, though, I have a time limit tonight. I'm at home. I got some stuff to do. I'm actually on the West Coast, so it's actually not late where I'm at. But I'm going to read what's left of our super chats, and then when I get back home this coming Monday, we're fucking going hard. I'm going to be doing some 10-hour live streams next week, because I've got the need to cook. You know what I mean? Like I gotta do it. So, friends, we had so many super chats that got sent in. Like, I know it's hard for you guys to keep track when you're watching the stream, and I tried to keep up with them during the stream, and we got a shit ton of super chats today. So I'm like, if I don't start reading them now, y'all gonna be up on the East Coast until like 1 a.m. But thank you so much for being here, friends. I really appreciate it, and we are gonna have some really awesome longer live streams coming this next week when I get home. So thank you so much for being here. I know some of the guests weren't particularly exciting tonight, but you know what? Sometimes it's good to have a palate cleanser and have some calm conversations with people. You don't get that too often. Maybe they thought I was imprisoned, so they didn't want to come after me. They were intimidated. They thought I was in the clink, and they're like, this motherfucker shanked me. I got to act straight. Who knows? Chip says, no sound on the horizontal. Chip, thank you for the alert. I saw that when it came in. I just wanted to thank you for letting me know. And Very Good Wizard said, bet you didn't sacrifice a small animal before the show. I didn't. And maybe that's why I didn't get a hostile guest. I needed to sacrifice a whole live chicken to get the spirits out there rustling up the believers, you know? Robert Summers says, did you talk to that guy Sharky? He said you did and tried to find it, but couldn't. I've never even heard of Sharky. That's not a name. Like, I talked to a lot of people, so it's hard to remember, but I've never heard of someone named Sharky. If I talked to someone named Sharky, I have no idea where it happened. Once upon a time, there was a debater on TikTok called, I think, Muslim Shark. I think I talked to Muslim Shark when I first started streaming on TikTok, but that's it. I don't know anyone named Sharky. I think they're fibbing on you, man. Soltech says, who were these proto-Christians that Paul was hassling before he hit his head? And what did they believe? Because this was before Paul. So Soltech says, fair question. I think the proto-Christians believed in adoptionism. I don't think they believe that Jesus is God. I think they believed he rose from the dead. He was like an adopted son of God, like David was. And I think they believed in most of the teachings about doing communion together. That seems, the act of taking communion together as a group seems to be the oldest tradition within Christianity. It's the oldest tradition we actually have evidence for. The idea that the early Christians were practicing what the Catholics call Eucharist seems to be confirmed by the evidence. But did they believe in like the teachings of Paul, like justified by faith alone? Fuck not. Did they believe you should abandon the law? Fuck not. That's crazy. That's why James wrote his letter publicly, like coming against Paul. Mike says, do you know about the CES letter for Mormon debate? I do actually have a copy of it. I've been meaning to really go through it and integrate it into my deconstruction cheat sheet. I have a tab for LDS arguments. I've been meaning to really go through it and bolster my LDS tab using the CES letter. I think it's really good. I love what they did with the Testament of Abraham and the Egyptian papyri that supposedly depicted Abraham. They've got a really good write-up on that for that. So that's my favorite thing on it. River says, praise the Lord. Cartman voice. When you say it, I hear it automatically in Cartman's voice. I wouldn't want to hear it in any other voice. Dragon says, does Deborah plagiarize Ramses II and Neith? I don't know who Neith is, and I don't know what you mean by Deborah. You mean from the Bible, like Judges chapter 4, Deborah? Does that story plagiarize from Ramses II at all? Not that I can think. There's an interesting guy named Daniel Sarlo. He got his PhD at Toronto. He did write an interesting book on the Egyptian solar imagery, because they have solar deities like Ra, where he was basically writing, like, here's all the crossovers in the Bible with the Egyptian solar deity worship. It's really fucking interesting. You might find something in his dissertation that can get you close to mentioning Ramses, but I don't know of anything, to be fair. And Anonymous says, a Planet Peterson did a debate with a Philbro named Eli who seemed terrified of you. Keep up the good work, Justin. Listen, I don't know who Eli is, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was afraid to come in here. He probably knows my reputation for not taking Philbro shit and making them use normal people words and not redefining them in ways that aren't actually in the dictionary. And they don't want to walk into that. They want to walk into what feels like a philosophy 101 classroom and give bad arguments, and not going to happen here. The Viking Chef, good to see you, says, tonight I prophesied that Joe will return for the 5th Bible pegging session. I'm shocked that he hasn't. To be fair, he's come back so many times. I'm shocked that he hasn't. I've seen him come back since, but he never waits in the queue long enough for me to grab him. So I know he'll be back. I don't know when. Because deep down, you know, Joe is simply wet for Sharon's dominance. I think that is the case. I really think that is the case. And can you blame him, though? Skeptics and Scoundrels, good to see you tonight, my friend. I really appreciate the super chat. It says, did TSA ask you why you had a rock with googly eyes on in your luggage? You know, that was one thing I didn't bring with me. In fact, I precariously had to pack my bag to get all my streaming equipment in it. And it was exactly at 50 pounds. Like, if I put one more thing in that bag, if I breathed wrong what was on the scale, it would have tipped over 50 pounds and I would have had to pay extra. So it was a little precarious, but we got it. We got it all taken care of. Also, for the follow-up super chat, says, are you in Seattle? I am. If yes, check for my message to you on the Line Host Discord server. No fucking way. You're out here too? Okay. We'll talk. We'll talk, friend. Dr. Fudge, thank you for the super chat. Says, room looks like you're in the hospital or a low security prison. Guess they finally got you for your atheist ways. Friends, I'm not in a prison, I promise. I am literally just in Airbnb. It's got multiple rooms, and one of the bedrooms happens to have a desk and a bed, and I happen to be in that room. It was the only room with a desk, so you get to look at this bed. It's not getting used. And Brianna says, are you ever going to talk to AI Justin again? Oh, would people like that? Do you think people would want to see round number 2 of me cooking the Catholic AI apologist? If you think that's something like you'd want to see a round 2, I'm more than happy to do it. I thought it was a really fun exercise. And Sloveniesta says 6 times 6 times 6 equals 216. Cleveland is the beast. Motherfucker. Blew my mind. That everything about this, Bertram, thank you for the galaxy. Everything about this checks out. Have you been to Cleveland? If Cleveland isn't the fucking belly of the beast, what is? Really? It's so haggard. That's why they picked it to film like every Gotham scene. Like, Gotham is always filmed in Cleveland because we have these old fucking rundown buildings. Like, nobody wants to live here. Like, you can buy a house for the price of a VCR. That's Cleveland. 6 times 6 times 6, 216. It checks out. I can't argue with it. It must be true. And Narcissa, thank you for the additional super chat. I went overboard with the Kubrick references. Sorry. You know what, Narcissa? It happens. You got to remember, I'm so movie dumb. Like, I'm so dumb with pop culture references. It's my bad. It's not your bad. It's my bad. And Prisoner says, I see you don't get many movie references. Yeah, yep, I don't. I don't get movie references. But what is your favorite movie? Just curious, Rock Hard for Doug. Does Doug like the movie The Rock? I've never seen it. I can imagine he's not seen it. My favorite movies are usually comedies. Growing up, I watched horror movies and comedy movies. And I still like some of the H.P. Lovecraft spin-off horror movies, the Stephen King ones as well. Also really enjoyed a lot of like the shallow humor, like the Will Ferrell movies. Big fan of those. Big fan of Will Ferrell movies. But yeah, probably horror movies and comedy movies kind of filled. But when I got like into high school, I just ran out of time for that kind of stuff. I'd stop watching movies. I was a fucking meathead. I was like on the wrestling team and the football team. I was always busy. I was never home. I was such a meathead, guys. You wouldn't have pegged me as having a brain when I was in high school because I was just kind of a meathead goon. Spent all my time like either playing sports or working out. Mike says the band Ghost is awesome. I won't accept that slander in the chat. Listen, I would never slander Ghost. I wouldn't do it. Chat, if you're slandering Ghost, maybe turn from your wicked ways. Maybe. The movie's not bad either. That's one movie I know about. And Nooney and then some says, would you consider yourself an anti-theist? I'm anti-theist towards most of the formalized religion like Christianity, Islam, and whatnot. I'm anti-theist to that. Am I anti-theist to all forms of God? No. I think there's some forms of God that are probably legit, like decent, but most of them not. Yantu, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, damn, you're looking extremely hot tonight. Rock hard for Doug and Jay. Rock hard for Doug and Justin. Simply wet for Sharon. I'm thinking of a poem for Doug. Well, please let me know when you get one, and I appreciate it. This is, I didn't bring, I usually wear black on screen because I know that y'all can't read the TikTok chat when I'm wearing white, and I apologize, but I didn't pack the right attire. So I'm wearing my typical wear. You guys know I'm boring as shit. Like when I go out in public, like my day-to-day like wear is like jeans and a white t-shirt or a black t-shirt. That's like it. Like I'm basic as crazy basic. Lord, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, hey, Monkey Boy on YouTube and TikTok rated your stream. I like Monkey Boy. I loved your channel already, but I figured I'd mention it since he just ended live. I didn't see the raid come in, maybe because I restarted TikTok twice. But Monkey Boy, Monkey Boy's got a cool channel. If you are on TikTok, highly recommend checking out Monkey Boy. I think he's doing some streaming to YouTube now. I could be wrong. But I've been meaning to connect with them and maybe do a collab sometime. We just haven't really got around to it. Now, Monkey Boy does philosophy, and you guys know I'm not a Phil bro, but Monkey Boy I like a lot. Sourdough says, Justin, you are a scholar. Well, I'm actually not technically a scholar. To be a scholar, technically, at least in my field, you really need a PhD. You can, like if you walk around in biblical studies with just a bachelor's and a master's, like you wouldn't qualify as a scholar. They'd laugh at you if you called yourself a scholar, actually. So I don't use that word of myself, but I appreciate you, the kind words. It says, so likely have answered this many times before, but I'm a layman. What is Gomorrah? Gomorrah Mai is? What is Gomorrah Mai is? I'm afraid I'm missing out. I've never heard of the compound phrase or compound word Gomorrah Mai. There is something interesting though in the naming of Sodom and Gomorrah. So, if I remember correctly, Sodom means to like burn in Hebrew. If I remember correctly, Gomorrah is like a plain. So the two cities, like when you translate the words out, it's like fire of the plain. Which is funny. That's what you would expect of a fictitious story where they had to make up names for the fucking cities. That's what you would expect. So it's just interesting. You can tell there's so many stories in Genesis that are fake because the names for everything, whether it's the people or the places, all help you to tell the story, right? This is a hallmark sign of mythology where when you know these things didn't really exist, but you have to give them names, you give them easy to remember names that are reminiscent of their role in the story. So Sodom and Gomorrah, I don't think actually ever existed, to be fair. Interesting question though. I don't know what Gomorrah Mai is though. That's something I have no idea that you're referring to. That might be a typo. If not, Sorry, I apologize, but it kind of appears to me to be typo. Interstate, thank you so much for the super chat. It says the oldest musical notation, there we go, is for a Hurrian hymn. Dude, the Hurrian goes long way back. To the goddess Nikal from Ugarit in Akkadian. Well, it actually could be, it could be in Ugaritic. The if it was from Hurrian, it probably was akin to Akkadian, though. It's a hauntingly beautiful tune, many versions on YouTube. I have to check it out. I do like listening to that kind of stuff. Let's see. Okay, Gomorrah, I was checking it. Gomorrah is a compound, probably from the word Amora, which is associated with like wickedness or ruin. And the gay at the beginning of it could be that's typically something you'd see prefixed to a Hebrew word to reference like a valley, like think of like Gehinnom, that actually means the valley of Hinnom. So if the root word for Gomorrah is Amora, it might just be like the valley of ruin, and Sodom would be something akin to like to burn or to roast or to flame. So yeah, it's again the place name is reminiscent of its role in the story. But I'm trying to remember if Hurrian actually has an alphabet. Hold on. Or if they're using syllabic language. Okay, so they were true Akkadian syllabic. They were not. They weren't alphabetical. So it's interesting because the Ugaritic language that you noted from Ugarit, they spoke Ugaritic. They did have an alphabet. That was an alphabetical form of cuneiform, but the Hurrians, I guess, did not. So that makes sense that it would be in an Akkadian branch. I'll have to give it a listen. And Sean says, hey, buddy, haven't done a super chat in a while and wanted to say, hey, Planet Peterson has been uploading old videos with you on his clip channel, and I love them. I like Planet Peterson. I realize that he's not everyone's cup of tea, but I like Planet Peterson. I watch his channel, and I told him a long time ago, if you ever want to clip my content and use it on your channel, clip whatever you want. Have at it. I support your stream. Alex Laird says, this was super common where I grew up when referring to pastors. People would say, let's go ask pastor. No definite article. Always felt so weird. Yeah, there's a lot of words that just developed usage without the definite article. It common parlance sometimes causes it. And Pharaoh is one of those words that shows up without the definite article for sure. Side says, first, if you're ever in North Carolina, I have a closet you can sleep in. I appreciate putting me up in your closet. Second, what the hell is grounding? Oh, so like it's a dumb Philbro word for grounding that means that it has like an ultimate cause or a source. Like this thing is grounded in this, like this is the source of that thing. And they believe typically that you need like an ultimate grounding or else you have an infinite chain of grounds, and they think that God has to be the ultimate grounding typically. Gargoyle says theists don't like the Holy Bible. It's weird. It is weird. It's fun though. I'm wondering if there is another book called the Holy Babel that they get their beliefs from. Okay, for Justin. Well, thank you, Gargoyle. There's other versions of holy books, but I think only one Holy Babel. Unfortunately, most of the people that get up here haven't read it, so it's just like it'd be very painful conversations. Fern says, awesome. Sacrilegious Discourse podcast has the opposite. You're always wrong. I like GE's version too. Oh yeah, GE's version of the infallible game. Yeah. Who doesn't like being always right? I see. That was my initial instinct when he was doing the game with us, is because initially when you get a Christian up, they'll be excited that they feel like they got the right answer. They'll be so excited. And then you read that the other answer is right. And then you kind of see like the panic set in, like, oh no, what did I walk into? I think that's the genius of it. And Gene says, Justin, please turn up your mic. I did, my friend. You should be able to hear me now. And JC says, Muhammad split the moon in two. Is that an allegory for 9-year-olds? Oh, fuck. That's crazy. I fucking love it though. That was, I mean, we all know that's the history, right? So like fucking that's good. My only regret is I don't have my soundboard on me to do like a rim shot. Damn, that was good. Okay. Fantastic. Cognitive dissonance says, Justin, blink twice if you need bail money. Everyone thinks I'm in fucking jail. Guys, I'm good. I got carpet in here. You don't see a metal toilet or cement floors. We're good. I'm in a bedroom in an Airbnb, trying not to bother the people who live above us. Justin, also please turn your volume up. And John's a bit down. Well, I think mine needed to go up. I don't know if John needed to go down. I think mine was just really quiet. And that's fine. I don't remember why I had this turned down last time I used it, but I turned it back up. So I think we're okay. Fern says, what's all this about a new way, my droogies? I don't know, Fern. I don't know anything. I don't even know what you're referring to right now. And Adam, good to see you, says, haven't heard many bring up Proverbs 30 verse 4 up with you to about JC. Only very rarely. The hymn or the poem of Egwar doesn't come up very often because it's really easy it's such an easy thing to refute. I've gotten it a lot lately. I worked up an argument, but what do you run with that? So there's two things. One, the Egwar is asking rhetorical questions. And the last rhetorical question he asks is because he's trying to explain why humans don't understand the divine. And he's asking, like, who has wrapped up the waters in his hand? You know, who did this? Like, kind of like Job was being questioned. And he's like, if they exist, who is this person and who is his son? Where can I find the fucker? Right? Where can I find this fucker that like knows about the divine, that was like up in heaven with God, right? And the reality is, this is not about saying God had a son. He's not saying God has a son. He's saying, listen, where's this dude and where's his fucking children? I need to go find him and talk to him, right? Because that'd be awesome. They would have true wisdom. That's what the poem is about. It's about wisdom. So the other thing too is like the earliest exegetes knew this. When you read the Greek Septuagint version of it, it says, where is this man and where is his children? Oh, now they're children. Yeah, because the earliest exegetes knew this wasn't asking a question about God's children. It was asking, is there a fucking human being who actually has knowledge of the divine? If so, tell me where. That's what's happening. Kay Barley says, why do they never want to admit their faith? God of Abraham, God of the Bible. I know, Barley. I don't know why. I get it. I'll never understand why Christians will get up here and say, I believe in the God of Abraham. Which fucking one? That doesn't mean anything to me. There's multiples, many. Dr. Fudge says, wow, I converted and grew 6 inches taller. That's what happens when you stop being a dirty, dirty atheist. You instantly get taller. So I guess I blame atheism. To be true, I was short as a fucking believer too. Hank says, Caller's brain is so smooth, everything slips off. Well, yeah. I can't say we had any rhetorical titans here tonight. John says, new Epstein files. No fucking way. There's more? There's a new drop? Oh. You have no idea how I'm excited for this. Okay. I don't weigh in on political items too much because I try to separate my politics from my religion debates. But you guys know I'm like super lib, and it's just fucking true that Trump was a pedophile. So I'm definitely interested in looking at the new Epstein files for sure. I'll give it a look. My conscience says blink twice and drop your location if you need help. My conscience, my friend, hey, thanks for looking out for me. Really appreciate that. But I'm actually really good. And Sydney says, why do streamers never pay attention to the whores? Sydney, I do. So here's what I do. I've got 2 live stream chats on YouTube side by side with a TikTok chat, and I try to glance at each of them in the middle of doing all my stuff. And to be fair, I miss a lot of comments because I can only kind of glance at them, you know. But I will say this, the more somebody comments on YouTube and TikTok, the more I'm used to seeing their profile picture, the more I'm going to read those comments when they come up. Because like familiarity breeds interest, if that makes sense. Like if you have a member of the community that's all the times in the comments, I'm more, especially if they give really fucking good comments, like really funny comments. Like when I see their profile picture, I'm like, I gotta read that comment because it might actually be really good. So yeah, I do read some of the comments, but you guys know it's like impossible to keep up with comments while you're debating. PK Heathen says TikTok video is minutes behind audio. That's exclusively a TikTok Studio issue. We did restart and it seemed to have fixed it. Also, Solo, Vino, my friend, I do love you. Charles says souls are going through. Souls are going through. I think you mean OUR, our power lines. Yeah, that was the argument I was trying to get her to bite into. Like, when you say energy, what the fuck do you mean? Does that mean that electricity is a soul? Like, we need to pick this apart. And she was in preach mode. We get that with Christians. We don't get it with woo, but that was like a true woo preacher. Not that Bible Jason says she got that Franzia fearlessness. That's the, yes. Listen, you down a couple liters of that box wine, you're going to say some shit. We've all done it, right? I think we've all done it. I've done it. It's really sweet. It's easy to go down, you know? Luke says, free Justin? Is that, y'all, listen, I'm just away from home. I promise. I'll be home this coming week. I'm flying back out on Monday. I'm good, I promise. Bass computer, or base computer? Nice floppy, by the way. Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 is the only real prophecy fulfilled by Paul with the spread of Christianity. Remind me, what were the first Christians called? Well, they were called followers of the way, but they were also called slaves of Christ in some instances. But you're right. The idea that God wants and predicted slaves, and then Paul came along and said, we're all fucking slaves of God. Yeah. Yeah, that checks out. That seems to have come true. Yeah. And HP says, C.A. Jones to go into someone's live stream and then demand to set the terms of the argument. Only Philbro logic. I know. I will never understand why Philbros come in and demand that you use their dictionary. And half the time they don't even know what their dictionary is or how to define their words. And they're just so used to running these arguments with Philosophy 101 noobs that they just don't expect to ever get pushback. And not the Bible Jason says, Lil Philip, bro. We don't know why girls don't like you either. Stop bugging us. No. Not the Bible Jason. We do know why girls don't like them. That's, no one's questioning that. We know why. You show up on a date and you're asking for the grounding, how to fucking ground this tiramisu. You're fucking paying for dinner and they're leaving the minute you start that nonsense. Brianna fucking also, if someone ruined my tiramisu with fucking grounding bullshit, I'd be very upset. I'd move to a different fucking table. Brandon says, isn't it lights out time in the prison? Fuck me. Apparently I'm just in prison today. It's fine. Hugh Jar says, if God has to constantly maintain the universe, it wasn't very good. Zion, this is a fair point. This is a Christian perspective that God is like the glue. He's holding everything in the universe together and it wouldn't be doing its thing without him. But like realistically, this can't be the case. Like God seems to have created a self-sustaining universe. It doesn't need to be held together by anything. We got fucking space-time causing gravity to happen. Unless there's a better explanation. I need to get into quantum gravity and see if that's a better explanation. But my understanding thus far with my limited education in that scientific field is that gravity is still just the warping of space-time until someone presents me with something better. It says, if God, oh yeah, I just read that. That's a good thought though. Sand Sensibility in the house. Good to see you tonight, friend. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. Says, thank you for doing the stream tonight, even with the tech issues and being away from home. I try, Sands. Listen, you guys probably know me. I enjoy the live streams. I enjoy interacting with the community. Some people ask, like, we don't do this on other channels. Like on other channels, they don't go through and read like every super chat. But to me, I enjoy it. Like I do enjoy interacting with people in the community, especially in real time. And I like sometimes like really thought-provoking questions or like really good fucking jokes. Like they make me smile. So it brings me joy, and I hope it brings you joy that we do these live streams, even sometimes when it's kind of inconvenient to do so. I always try to keep them running. Also, Ems is the best. Couldn't fucking agree more. Ems is the best. Ems is the best of the best. Zoidberg says, "Hey Justin, do you plan on doing a fan meetup anytime soon?" Yes, this year we're planning one. Would love to host you and fellow Doug believers in Boston. So right now, because we've got a lot of creators in like the Midwest region, we're working on right now putting together a Midwest meetup. It's going to be for charity, so there will be a price. You're going to come. It'd be limited availability. It's not going to be like for 1,000 people. And then all of the money that goes to the Midwest meetup tickets and whatnot goes right into our nonprofit to help people that need help. So we are planning one. We haven't got it all resolved yet. We've got a couple cities we're looking at right now. At the top of the heap is like St. Louis and Indianapolis. Both of those are really good cities for this type of thing. So, but details will be coming when we get more planned. We are planning. Apolite says, in Luke 2:50, what didn't Mary and Joseph understand, and why did they not understand Jesus when he called God Father? Well, I guess I maybe if I read the passage, I'd know more precisely. I assume this is when he gets lost in the temple, right? Let me read it. Hold on. Luke 2:50. It's got to be when he's lost in the temple. Oh, just got an advertisement for Pilates. Oh, I don't think I'm going to need any of those. But I can get 30 days free. Okay, it says, why were you searching for me? Jesus asked. Didn't you know I had to be in my father's house? But they did not understand what he was saying to them. Oh, I mean, they don't understand why he would say that he needs to be in his father's house. This is actually a really good point because it seems prior to this event that they would have known that Jesus is divine or the Son of God even. That seemed like information they had available to them based on the prior storytelling, right? So when we get here and he's like, don't you understand I'd be with my Papa God? Why is that confusing to them? They should know, right? Interesting. This is actually really, I think, really good proof that like the idea of who Jesus was always in flux and they had trouble nailing it down, which is why you find these, what I would call plot holes. When you find really bad plot holes in the story, that's what happens. Not the Bible, Jason. Thank you for the additional super chat. It says, if you go into OBS Audio Mixer, there's a mini setting towards the bottom. I think it's called 4 watt. You need to turn that all the way down. You want me to say for watt. That's part of the joke, right? Turn it down for a watt. And but I don't know. There's no follow-up. I don't see a follow-up to the joke. Hold on. I feel like there's supposed to be a full joke here, and we didn't get the full joke. But listen, if you're pulling a for what joke, I fucking got it, and it's good. If there's actually a setting in OBS called 4 watt, I've never heard of it. I'm pretty deep in the OBS settings too, by the way. Like I'm pretty deep in the settings. I don't know of any one setting that's labeled 4 watt, but I'll look into it. I appreciate the tip if it is. Ryan says, are the Lord's tributes of 30? Oh, yeah, the tributes, not attributes. Yeah, of 32 versions in Numbers. 32 virgins. There's like 32,000, like 3,000 something of them. In Numbers 31:40, sacrificed or slaves. Oh, those ones specifically, slaves for Eleazar. Thank you for what you do, Rock Hard for Doug in Columbus. So most scholars read it the way you're reading it, that they would have been, sacrifice isn't the word. Would they be killed for Yahweh? Yes. But typically in harem warfare, it's different than an animal sacrifice. An animal sacrifice is something pure and unblemished that is sacrificed on an altar and given to Yahweh as food and sustenance. Whereas you didn't do that with people. You could kill somebody for Yahweh. It's like an honor killing for Yahweh, but not quite the same as a sacrifice. I would equate the killing of the people in Numbers 31 as more like honor killing for Yahweh than sacrificing for Yahweh, but it's still horrific. Ben Hooks, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, where did Christians get the idea that God gave them free will? Well, it's not in the Bible. They get it because they believe it's the only way to justify God's behavior, right? God can't punish you for your bad behavior if you don't have free will. So it's a necessary component for their theology to work. It's not because the Bible actually says it. If you read enough of the Bible, they didn't say it, which reminds me, this week, I'm actually going to be adding a tab on the cheat sheet with all of my free will, all of my free will talking points and Bible verses. I think it'll be enlightening. 15. Oh, did I read that one? No, not yet. Wiz, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, question for M, if M's still with us. On a YouTube channel, God Logic, he mentions Allah's shin when trolling Muslims, and it often triggers them. I don't understand. Can you help me understand why?
I'm not sure like how he's trolling them, but the Quran describes body parts for Allah. So he has 2 right hands, he has a shin, he has body parts. So I'm assuming he's like talking about the description of his body parts. Like Justin, I don't know if you have another tab open, but like look up a statue of Allah.
Oh yeah. Give me a second. Okay, statue of Allah. Oh yeah, look at that. Holy shit. I didn't know they could do that.
They can't.
That's what I thought. I thought they're not allowed to depict Allah. It looks like a demon.
They can't, but I'm not sure why. Oh yeah, the description is weird. But he supposedly has a rear end, since it says that he sits on his throne. And
yeah, dude's packing too.
Sits on the throne.
The image I show, the Allah in this form is packing. Like he's fucking flocked and loaded. But he did have the strength of like 30 men in Ben or something like that. How many men?
That is the prophet.
Yeah. Oh, the prophet. You're right. Yeah, the prophet. But then again, if the prophet is anything, like his God, you would imagine that, Allah is like doing some boning, right?
Adam was created in God's image. So.
Yeah, just out. That's crazy. I have to watch it. I keep meaning to watch the Christian versus Muslim debates just to watch theists go at each other.
It is very boring.
I know it's got to be a little less exciting, but sometimes it helps because you can hear an argument against their religion that you haven't considered before, and you can use it as an atheist.
Literally, most of the time, they're arguing if Jesus died or didn't die.
Oh God!
But it's literally like 90% of the arguments.
What a waste of time. Yeah. Short Thumbs, thank you for the super chat, says, arguing with Kent is like never wrestle with a pig. That's what I said. You'll both get dirty, but the pig will enjoy it. Yes. Would rather see Aquarius Gal argue with him. I don't know Aquarius Gal, but I do know this. It's hard to be entertained by a Kent Hovind debate. He's just not, he's not an honest interlocutor, and he's not going to bring good arguments. For him, it's just all bad faith rhetoric. Hooniverse Review, hey, thank you for the super chat. Says, do you know when your book is scheduled to release? Hopefully before the summer. I don't get to watch you live often at all, but I connect with you, 42-year-old atheists, pastors' kids who grew up going to church 3 times per week. Well, thank you for that, Hooniverse. I'm aiming right now to have it prepared for summer. It's taken a long time to finish it, but guys, I apologize. It's a huge book. It's like 600 pages, maybe longer. We'll see. So it's not that I'm not working on it. It's just that it's big because it's so fucking thorough. It's going to be very thorough. I think you'll like it. And Gracie says, glad I get to actually watch a live stream tonight and enjoy some amazing wonton soup instead of having to listen to the live while working. I do love watching the live streams live because I feel like you can jump in with the audience and kind of have a good time while it's live. It's not the same watching it back. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for catching it live.
And just I think read the Quran 68:42.
Oh,
That
yeah.
is like the reference for the shin thing.
All right. All right, Quran 68:42. All right, pulling it up. Interesting. Yeah, it says, beware of the day of the shin of Allah. Sorry, beware of the day. This can't be right wording. Beware of. I'm going to not read the parentheses. It literally says, the day the shin will be bared, and the wicked will be asked to prostrate, but they shall not be able to do so. And they're saying it's the shin of Allah in parentheses.
And no, it literally says that the shin of Allah.
So, like, are they saying that the shin of Allah is going to be bared? Is he going to like lift up his dress and have him kiss his feet? Like, what's happening?
It says that the day where the better translation is not bared, it's more like revealed. So the shin of Allah is going to be revealed, which is weird, and it also implies that he has one shin.
I was about to say, maybe he's got really sexy shins, or a really sexy shin, just one. Maybe he's referring to his member. I mean, a lot of possibilities.
That could be.
Gretchen says, turn down for what? There we go. Blame Jim. I knew it was coming. I'm glad somebody finished the joke. That was good. Thank you, Gretchen. I really appreciate finishing that joke out. And Mythical Purple says, love you, Justin. Keep up the good work. Bundled up in a hotel tonight with Grace Johnson. It's been one of our faves channels to watch together. I love hearing the couples are like bonding together watching my channel. It brings me joy that it brings y'all joy. Hope you can stay warm. And remember, two are better than one at maintaining warmth. Make sure you're cuddling. Have a good time. I hope you're enjoying yourself. And Iskander de Norse says, I heard a great quote to describe religious people. God is the name they give to the blanket they throw over the mystery to give it shape. True. Yeah. God is basically just an explanation or a covering for that which we don't know, that which we can't explain. What do? That's the hole that we plug God into. That's what's happening, right? And Canadian Reserve, which is not bad, by the way, for a low shelf, like a bottom shelf whiskey. Is it Canadian Club is what I'm thinking of? Hold on. Or Canadian Reserve. I think Canadian Club is the one I'm thinking of. Canadian Reserve looks like to be a wine, so I'm thinking of Canadian Club. I've never tried Canadian Reserve wine. I'll have to give it a shot. What else do they have? I do like Canadian whiskeys because they blend multiple whiskeys together typically and try to create something like really smooth and balanced, which I like. It's like taking multiple recipes and ingredients and try to build like an ultimate recipe. But anyway, so Deuteronomy 22:13-21 was the thread that unraveled my Christianity. I wish I had your channel 10 years ago. Keep doing work. Love from Canada. I really appreciate that, Canadian. It's funny, like, when I started talking about Deuteronomy 22, nobody ever was. But this was one passage that always bothered me, even when I was a young Christian. The first time I came on it, I'm like, it's not scientifically accurate. You can't, that's not how virginity tests work. I was like, that's such a bullshit made up line. There's no way that's real. And now as an atheist, I can just present it to Christians and watch them crash out because they have no idea it was ever even in there. 49 Perfect says, man, those Swedish prisons are nice. Hope you beat the charges, bud. I'll be out on bail Monday, y'all. I'll be out on bail Monday. So I'll catch you on a Monday stream, Monday night from my place after I make bail. A big gal's party shack. That sounds like a fucking blast, by the way. Says, streaming from Finnish prison. Here's bail money. Jesus fucking Christ. Y'all, I promise I'm not in prison, but I appreciate the love and concern and support. It's good to know that my community cares about me because I care about y'all. Duke of Shaska, thank you for the 10 Eurochat. It says, Justin, what happened? Have you been arrested? Jesus. What is this scary, narrow place? It reminds me of the institution they put me in. That one time they thought my title was made up. So as I explained earlier, I'm out of town. I'm at an Airbnb rather than a hotel because I'm out of town all week and want to be comfortable. So anyways, and I was comparing like the internet speeds at hotels versus the internet speed at the Airbnb, and it seemed like they had better internet at the Airbnbs. So I went with an Airbnb that had a really fast internet. And to be fair, I don't know if we've really put it to task. I don't know if we tested the limits of it, but I would say this. I'm streaming twice on YouTube and another time on TikTok all at once, and it hasn't glitched or frozen, which leads me to believe I think the internet's pretty stable here. So that's nice. Sometimes you're on the road and the internet's so bad, you're like, I can't run the stream. Like there's just not enough bandwidth to run the stream. Also, Tech, our theist friend, is still out here crying and sending me their money rather than manning up and just debating, but says, who would win in a 1v1 martial arts mutual combat, this low IQ atheist or me? I'm actually curious your answers. I don't think anyone gives a fuck because
Is this Manar?
You know what? I would not be fucking shocked. It's got to be Manar. It's got to be Manar. Here's the thing. Like, guys, I'm fucking 40 plus. Like, do you think I go out fighting people anymore? Like, I'm on the other side of the hill going down. Like, I don't go around fighting. I'm not fucking 20. If some guy came up to me and just wanted to fight me, challenge me to a fight, like, unless he actually attacked me, I'm just gonna fucking walk away and laugh at him. That's for children. That's for teenagers and dumb people in college that are too drunk to know what to do themselves. Real adults, there's really almost never a need to fight unless it's in self-defense. Just somebody makes you uncomfortable, and then that means, well, I can't beat you mentally, therefore I need to find another way I can beat you. Maybe I can beat you physically. Tells me that you're childish and immature and you're so insecure in your position, like your brain is so weak that you're like, oh God, I can't prove my God is real, but I bet I gotta fucking punch you really hard. Like what a loser. What are you doing with your life? Grow up. Blackjack, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Also, you guys, most of you guys know, like I would defend anybody. Like, you know, I would die for my son, but like when it comes to like violence, you guys know I'm traditionally non-violent, not a fan of violence. I don't think it's a great thing. I spent all my life doing contact sports. I did martial arts as well, but like I've never wanted to use I would never wanted to go out to hurt people. That's not what you use those skills for. Those skills are not used to hurt others. Those skills are used to prevent people from being hurt. But it says, thank you, Blackjack, for the super chat. It says, I hold my tongue in community groups I'm in when leaders invoke prayer when the purpose is supposedly secular. Yeah, that's wild, by the way. When you go to a non-religious function and the leader is like, let's bow our heads in prayer. Like, for fucking what? Why? Why are we doing this? Hayden Walton says Indie should be renamed not death experiences. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'd be in favor of that. Call them not death experiences.
By definition, like an NDE like from its name is not a death experience.
Right.
It's near a death experience.
Totally agreed. A near-death experience is not a death experience. But most people who hear near-death experience, they hear they're dead and came back, but that's not really what it means. Yeah. Mythical Purple, thank you for the super chat. Says Zen Master 970 is such a goober, too scared to call in and debate Justin, has to hide in the chat like a scared bridge troll. God sends his best. Rock for Doug. I do get tickled. To be fair, if I catch a Christian crashing out in the comments that won't get in the guest box, I do try to catch the crash out in real time. Watching it happen is fun. Simeon says, fun fact, the experiment to try and detect the ether was held at Case Western. I actually knew about this, by the way. That's some of the lore. Everyone might call the city a mistake, but I love it. Here's what I would say. Case Western, if you don't know, is a phenomenal fucking school. It has no business being in Cleveland. That's like one of the only reasons to be in Cleveland is to visit one of our amazing, amazing fucking hospitals. The Cleveland Clinic is phenomenal. Or to go to Case Western. Case Western is just an amazing school. Not the Bible Jason calling out Tech from the comments again. Tech is getting fucking roasted alive tonight in the comments. I did an LLC fair market value search. It says $2,700. This is a bake sale business. Let's do 3K. Our ecom replica shroud or do econ replica shrouds or something. I agree. Listen, e-commerce. It's if you have an LLC and it's been established for some time and you're not making more than a couple $1,000s, eventually you might want to consider marking that down on your taxes as no longer a business venture, but like a money-making hobby. You could do that. Redwood said, thank you for your donation. I thank you for your donation, friend. And Corbin, thank you for your $10 super chat. Says, did you end up going on that mission trip you mentioned a while back? It fucking got canceled. So some people know. I have a good friend, really good friend, who is still kind of a believer. And I was saying, like, I kind of do miss doing the mission trips and getting to like help people in that particular way. And he's like, well, my church is going to have a mission trip this spring. And it's like, I was thinking about going, but I don't want to go by myself. You should go with me. So I was like, yeah, let's fucking go. But then something happened with the guy that's leading the trip. I forget the whole story, but he couldn't make it. So like a whole trip got canceled. So we're actually not doing it. So answer, no, I guess I'm not going to go do it. Red, also, it seemed, once they knew he was bringing me, it seemed like they were doing a lot of hedging with like, well, make sure he doesn't talk about atheism. Make sure while he's here, he never degrades Jesus. They were really like, this fucking guy's coming with us. So maybe it was for the best. Redwood said, regarding NDE and religious background, isn't the relationship correlation and not the X curious how explanation is so certain? I may not understand the question, but if you read like all the literature on NDEs, there's a huge correlation between your social background, your geographical location, all that background, and what the contents of your NDE are. People in the Western world had very different NDEs than people in the Eastern world or the Near Eastern world. That's the case. Like even Plato talks about a guy who had an NDE that was Greek. It's the myth of air. The myth of air recounts the NDE of this guy named Air. And what do you fucking know? He meets all the Greek gods because people have been having NDEs forever, and they've always been based on the culture they live in. Redwood said, about religion and NDE, I meant correlation, not causation. There we go. That clears it up. Yes. What's happening during your NDE is definitely correlated to some things, but you might be suggesting, is your background correlation and not causation? No, I don't think so. It's causation because if
I
during
don't
your
think that's what they
NDE,
meant. Could you go back to the previous one?
yeah, says regarding
So I think,
NDE and religious background, isn't the relationship correlation and not
causation?
Causation. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's saying that I'm saying
No, he's saying that isn't the relationship between NDE. Wait. Oh wait. I think you got it right. This is
he's
a weird
questioning
wording.
me.
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is, I think we can say it's causation. I think the background of the person is what causes the type of experience. The reason why is because your experience can only access what is inside of your brain. People aren't accessing things that are like unheard of. They're always accessing things, just like speaking in tongues. We did studies on that. And with speaking in tongues, we discovered that people almost exclusively only ever speak in tongues using syllables that are in their native language or in an adjacent language or in a language they learned, like a different language when they're out of the country or when they were kids. But you never hear like somebody, like you're never going to hear an American start using like Arabic syllables speaking in tongues. Never happened. Juju, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you, my friend. Says the people who believe the world is run by demonic cults are becoming a cult of the demons to run the world correctly. Instead, stay safe and sane, y'all. Fuck ice. Agreed. Fuck ice. Also, agreed. Like we do need, maybe we do need to start a new cult, some sort of atheist religious cult to get this religious status rolling and, you know, defeat these other religions. Mr. Supa Lava says, I'm pretty sure Gomorrah Mai is just the rest of sinful acts that aren't covered in sodomy. I've never heard of it. Oh, so you're saying Gomorrah Me is the same thing as sodomy. I've never heard that before. That's not something I don't, that might be a trend online or something. I've never heard of it. And I feel like I would have heard of that. So no, I don't know anything. I don't know anything about Gomorrah, Gomorrah E. I do know a lot about, like what the Bible thinks about sodomy. Short thumb says when God's fire hits the land when God's fire hits the land, cause you've got redacted planned, that's Amora. Edit for YouTube, but use your imagination. There was so much happening there, short thumbs. Hold on. When fire hits the land, cause you've got planned. Oh, yeah. What? There's a song. That's Amore. What was that Italian song? You know, when the moon hits your eye. Yeah. Sorry, it took me a minute to connect all that together because I was like, I know this has got to be a reference, and that's not like the word you have on the screen is not how you would transliterate a Hebrew word. So I'm like, what's happening here? But that was good, short thumb. Sorry it took me a minute to catch on. I appreciate it though. That was good. I like that. And Redwood says, lastly, I love M's. We all fucking love M's here. In fact, if you're not, we might have words. And Dark Knight, good to see you, my friend, says, please explain why typology is trash. By the way, Rock on for Doug, typology is trash because anybody can go into a large book and find stories that sound like vaguely familiar to something that happened in any human being's life. I can go into the Hebrew Bible and find a dozen stories where I can then mirror my life. Like, well, actually, this is talking about me because look at the stuff that happened in my life. It also seems to mirror this story. But just being able to take two stories and find parallels will never make it prophetic. Typology is a bullshit cope for a Messiah who fulfilled no actual prophecies. And not the Bible, Jason, again, says, can conjugal visits be scheduled online? I do have my calendar. It's only one way right now, but we can work on that. Not the Bible, Jason. I think we can put a schedule together perhaps. And Blonde Nightmare says, really appreciate you being on later in the evening, Justin. Nice to have something to listen to in the evening. Actually, I do that, and I purposely, in the summertime, it's harder because I have to kind of plan around my son's schedule when he's not in school. But one of the reasons why I continuously and purposely pick the night slot is because Dr. Blitz goes live during the day, Ian goes live in the afternoon, and I go live in the evening. I tried to pick consistent times to go live that didn't go live over other people's live streams when I scheduled it. Now, it's hard to do that because we've got so many people, so many streamers in the space, and some of them go live like every day. But originally my goal was to pick a time slot where I wasn't poaching from other people's shows and I know people would be available to watch my show. It's a numbers game. That's all it is. It is just a numbers game. And I thought this is like a prime time slot for me. Plus I'm fucking like ADHD wired and I never go to bed at night. So I was like, yeah, let's roll it. Let's do it. Katrina says, bow chicka, wow, wow. Now we're talking. And I need a soundboard. That's the sound I need to add to my soundboard when I get back home. Genji, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. I appreciate that. He says everything is depressing, but it's not, Genji. Things can be depressing. The news is depressing. What's happening in our country is depressing. But life can be beautiful. Like there's so much I realize it's easy to get down, especially if you're of like the nihilistic variety. But there's so much to enjoy being alive that like I always try to set my mind on those things. Like, how do I maximize my experience before I pass on, right? How do I maximize the experience that my son's going to have when I'm gone? And so I don't spend a lot of time thinking about things that depress me. Like I no longer have time for that. Like I've made a purpose intentional decision to not dwell on things that depress me. And I try every day to do something to make my world and other people's worlds better. That's what I focus on. And for me, that helps. Sydney Raptor, thank you so much for the $5 Aussie chat. It says, sorry, my question was for how long it takes streamers to notice when whores are yelling for audio problems, not seeking attention for me. Good a name, mate. I got you. Now it makes sense. Okay, so the reason why it takes longer for the YouTube crowd to alert me of what's happening is two reasons. One, the YouTube chat's just delayed. There's a latency on it. It's not super fast. The other thing is when you're streaming to YouTube, there's a latency there because I'm streaming with closed captions enabled. In order to turn on closed caption, what happens is it has to take your stream and buffer it and then spit out captions over top of it and then send it, right? So the whole stream gets delayed. The whole thing gets delayed because of that. So it's just a latency issue, whereas TikTok doesn't really do that. They don't have closed captions, I don't think. And there's not much latency between like the chat and the stream, but also that's why sometimes you'll see TikTok, the resolution will get degraded because rather than slowing down the latency, it'll just degrade like the resolution to keep the latency the same. But YouTube and TikTok are slightly different. Doc Plurmanot says, kindly say, the chief voted, now will you please turn on the television set? Oh, is that from a movie too? The chief voted, now will you please turn on the television set? Well, I said it twice. Hopefully you got what you need there, friend. And Juju, thanks for the additional super chat, says, come to Minneapolis. Very extra safe here right now. Yeah, I've always wanted to go to Minnesota, but now is not the time I want to go. I'm going to wait for things to settle down a little bit. Orphan says, cast my vote for Indianapolis. I think it's a good, easily accessible city. It's easy to drive there. They got good highways. They're not overly crowded. They've got a lot of places to meet up at. I think it'd be good. Charlie Katz, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I have friends throughout CDCR, California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. If you need protection, I can give you a few names of convicts who are down and can protect you. I mean, since I'm in the clink, I figured I'd just become the prison wife of some really big dude that would protect me. I don't know. I'm still working it out. Still trying to figure out how we're going to do it. Adam Brown says, I converted and grew 6 inches longer. Jesus. See, when I converted to atheism, I didn't get any taller. I'm so sad that I didn't.
He said longer, not taller. So.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah. My brain was still thinking about the previous chat. You got 6 inches longer. Now that's impressive. Now, being rock hard for Doug will do that to you. That is a natural side effect of being rock hard for Doug. You might be some inches gained. But glad to hear it worked out for you. And Frank, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, my man, assuming the prison guards allow you to stream again. What's your stream schedule this weekend? So I won't be live on my channel Saturday and Sunday, but I should be live on Unapologetic Sunday morning. And I don't know if I'm on the line or AXP Sunday night. I don't know. I gotta be honest, I forget. I don't think so. But I will be live on my channel Monday. I fly home on Monday morning, so whenever I get home on Monday, I'll do a stream and we'll do the thing. Charles, hey, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, let's remember, people, we are way smarter and stronger than Mega. That's true. They're idiots defending a pedophile now. Together we are strong. It's true. And also, somebody made the statement like, these types of regimes never last. They always fall. And they fall from inside out because of their greediness and incompetence. That's how it always happens. Hopefully they don't bring down the rest of the country with them. Higgs, thank you for the super chat, says, hey, Justin, what's the best thing to say when Christians say, but we're in the new covenant now? It's so aggravating when they say this. Rockhart for Doug, Simply What for Sharon, and Gay for Justin. Well, H-I-G? Yeah, Higgs. One thing I do is they only typically say that when you bring up the laws of Moses. So the first thing I do is I take them to Matthew 5:17 through 19 and show them that Jesus taught that you should follow the laws of Moses. Now, that's going to create some tension because Paul said you don't, right? So then I would also take them to show Deuteronomy chapter 11:1, 12:1, 12:28, 29:29, and 36 through 9. Show them all these places in Deuteronomy where God says the law is forever, not going away. It's fucking perfect. Psalm 19:7 says the law of the Lord is perfect. God over and over again says, fucking forever you will follow this law. So you can say all you want. We're not following the old covenant. The old God of the old covenant said you will be. Jesus said you will be. You got to decide, do you believe God or Paul? And that's a hard pill for them to swallow. Wiz says, Shin guy here, more confused now. M's good night. So, Wiz, are you a Shin guy? Are you starting to get worked up about seeing Allah's reveal? That's wild. Hey, let me know how it goes. Yoda, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Good to see you. It says, Justin, your stream has given me the knowledge to absolutely wreck people trying to use the Bible to justify the heinous bullshit. Support, thank you. I hope everyone has a good weekend. Yes, even you. Well, thank you, Yoda. I hope you're doing well. Good to hear from you. And that's another one of the reasons why I made the cheat sheet. If you hear the arguments here and you have a hard time remembering them because you're not an auditory learner, get the fucking cheat sheet. Memorize the stuff on the cheat sheet. Have it handy on you. Bring it out when you're having a debate. Run people down the passages and make them give you answers. Beam says, this is the casting couch live, right? Jesus. There's a lot of feedback tonight about me not being at home in my office. That's crazy. Casting couch. If you get the reference, you get the reference. Sydney Raptor says, for some commissary soap, have fun. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Mike Beden says, what murder is hostile? Wait, what murder is hostile are you? I think you mean murderous. What murderous hostel are you in? You've seen the movies, right? Yeah, I'm not in a hostel. I promise. I'm not at danger. Promise. I'm good. I'm just not at home. That happens sometimes. And T3 said, thank you for your donation. Thank you for your donation, friend. And Yoda back again with a follow-up. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Justin takes a girl on a date. Her, where are we going tonight? Him, oh, I know a place. The place? Oh, wait, what? Oh, I know a place. The place? And then nothing. Wait, what? Hold on. Justin takes a girl on a date. Her, where are we going tonight? Him, oh, I know a place. The place? Are you asking me where would I take somebody? Is that what you're saying? Where would I? The most likely place. Probably someplace with decent food. Maybe some wine. And yeah, I think everyone likes a little bit of that. Not everyone. Some people are into wine. Some people are into beer or whiskey, which you guys know I like whiskey and rum. I don't drink as much beer anymore. But yeah, I would go somewhere nice. Like if you're taking somebody out, especially if it's your first time, you want to show them a good time. Don't be a Scrooge. Let them have a good fucking night. Take them out somewhere cool. If you can't afford it, like listen, I've been there. I kind of grew up in the trenches. Like if you have to improvise and do something really fun that's cheap, there are options available. Daniel De La Noche says, I teach Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and have trained MMA. All the actual badasses I know never flex their abilities in non-fighting conversations. That guy was a clown. I agree. And you've probably heard me say this before. the people who want to fight with you are always the people who can't. The people who think that they can win every fight that approaches them are people who've never gotten into a fight. They never got their ass kicked. They never got into a fight. If you fight enough, you're going to get your ass kicked eventually. And people who've never, even if you don't lose the fight, you're going to come out with some injuries, right? So like, it's just stupid, like to pick a fight with somebody because the odds that person is going to be able to defend themselves adequately is pretty fucking good, right? Just because you feel tough doesn't mean you are tough, right? So it never pays. And to Daniel's point, the people to me that I've ran into that almost never have any good self-defense or fighting skills, but they think that they would, given the situation arising in a fight, are always people who've never trained and never been in a fight because they have no realm, no consciousness of what the possibilities are. They have no idea. But you get your ass kicked a few times, things will click. Not the Papa Jason says, pillow fight only. I should have clarified. Fair enough. I like a good pillow fight, Jason. And Doug Meeks, Doug, I love that this clown Christian Doug hate watches all of my live streams. Hate watches them so much that he pays me money to hate watch. Like he's so butthurt and shriveled that like we debated once like 2.5 years ago and he got roasted, that he still shows up in my comments in all of my live streams hate watching me because Doug Meeks is a bitch. It's fine, you could admit it, but just stop coming around, right? Like if you just come and make dumb comments like yawn when everybody here knows your history, that you got cooked 2 years ago and you've been crying about it for 2 years, you just make yourself look more pathetic. And Jamoke guy says, if this is OnlyFans, why your shirt on? As it turned out, it's not OnlyFans. I could see why you might get that impression. I certainly do, but we are not doing an OF page. And Eric says, thank you for your donation. Hey, thank you.
Yet.
Yeah. Shit. We're in trouble. DZOF. Okay, sure. The Rasha J says, that guy boasting about violence has never been punched in the face. I agree. People that are eager to get into violent altercations are people who haven't been in one. Even if you're good and you win, you're not going to have it's not going to be fun like you think it is. And like those who did like wrestling and like actual like BJJ, like the last guy that was commenting, like where you really like after 6 to 7 minutes, like you're fucking worn out. This idea that you're just gonna like wear some guy out in the street is preposterous. Most fights, it's fucking super fast. You run out of energy, and like you're like just panting after like 3 minutes already, and you're like toast. Like fighting's not fun. You should never think of it as fun. It's only a good way to clown yourself. But anyways, says that guy boasting about violence has never been punched in the face. Agreed. Life is too short to be that angry. Agreed again. Peace and love to all humans, but fuck that guy, Trump. Stay strong, Minnesota. Agreed on all accounts. I've got 2 more super chats from has this name been taken? It's not. You took it. Thank you for the super chat. It says, found your stream a few weeks ago. It's nice to know there are good, rational people doing what they can to spread the truth. Cheers. That's the goal. Listen, I do like to be good and rational, but I also think that like we have an opportunity to make the world a better place by getting rid of these angry, hostile, bullshit religions, you know? And not the Bible Jason says, clapping them Doug cheeks. You know, I've been eating Doug alive for 2 years from the comments. Every time he comes into the live stream to bitch and comment, it makes me excited that he got cooked so bad in a debate that he spends all of his free time thinking about me and what I fucking did to him. It's part of wild. Doug Meeks back again. What did your cook on me? Did you forget how to type? Were you so fucking angry? Were you so seeing red that I addressed you from the comments that you couldn't figure out how to move your thumbs properly? You're right. What did your cook me on? Is that what you were going to throw down to impress everybody? I donate because you need the money. Is that true, Doug? You know, this is what I do full time, right? Like, you're not fooling anybody. Like, if you weren't here, my channel would be fine. Like, you're just now like trying to think of a good way to not look like a fool in this situation, but it's already too late. Everyone thinks you're a fool. Thomas Baker says, grew up in martial arts and I've had my ass kicked a few times, but never got by someone who told me they were going to do it. That's the thing. That, yeah, if you did like any of this stuff, like you're gonna get your ass kicked by somebody. That's just how it is. You take your licks, you move forward and try to be a better person or get your skill set honed in. But the idea that like someone who's just never been in like a fight or like a competition or like, and then you just think you're going to go out in the street and fuck somebody up. You're not. It's not how it works. That's, again, like I said, the people who actually have been in fights and have done training for these types of skill sets, they're not eager to get out and rough people up because they know that they could be the one that get roughed up. They have that much experience that they're like, no, it could fucking be me. I could be the asshole getting roughed up, you know? All right, last super chat from Nikosi says the new covenant is in Jeremiah 31:31. It's not even remotely in Jeremiah 31 to the end. It's a new heart to keep the law. No God would force them up no more. Face them up, fuck them up. Anyways, you're right. That part is there. Jeremiah 31 talks about a new heart, but the thing that's missed is it says when this new heart is given, right? It says that all of them, everybody will know the Lord, from the least to the greatest, from like the young to the oldest. Nobody will ask their neighbor who is the Lord, for all will know the Lord, right? So all of Jeremiah 31 didn't come true. Piece of it, like Jeremiah 31:31, seems like it would be a prediction that could partially come true if you think that the New Testament is like the renewed heart, but it's not. You got to read the whole chapter, not just one verse. We talk about this quite a bit, y'all. All right. I read one more super chat because it came in, but don't, friends, I love you. I got to end the stream. I'm late. But last super chat from Doc Pomona says, canonic theology of Doug. Justin emptied himself of all cultural nuance, laid aside relevance, and became obedient to, what does that even mean? That is one of my favorite questions. What the fuck do those words even mean? What's happening right now? Please explain. Anyways, hey, friends, thank you so much for being here. It was a little bit shorter. We kind of had some boring guests. It happens sometimes. But thank you for spending your Friday night with me. You could have spent your Friday literally fucking anywhere else. And you were here watching me live stream from a prison cell, which is, to be fair, pretty fucking dope. Also, I can't stop. Like, Doug Meek is still fucking crying. He's still going. Doug hate watches me so much. He can't help but send me his money to cry about it in super chats. You still keep on saying you cooked me. I fucking did. Yet you don't remember what our debate was even about. I didn't bother to even answer your question of what the debate was about. But what I do know is it first started on fucking TikTok. And that TikTok is in existence. I can go find that fucking clip. I'm sure it's buried somewhere. And we can find where you and I did one or two videos back and forth on a topic before you decided to show up on my YouTube channel or my TikTok live stream. I forget what it was back then. And you got fucking wrecked because you're a clown. You thought making videos was going to be good. And when it didn't work out, you decided to hop on a live stream and get roasted. Not the Bubble Jason says, for 15 cents, make a day. You too can make a change in Doug's life. Call, the lines are open now. That is true. But anyways, friends, I've got the end stream. Thank you so much for being here. I love y'all. The community is amazing. And we'll be back at our regular programming this coming week, starting Monday. And hopefully we'll get some cooking done. I think the TikTok algorithm is starting to settle back into a more normal pace. So hopefully the TikTok algo will be a little bit more cooperative. Em, thank you so much for hanging out with me. It was kind of an uneventful evening, but thanks so much for being with me, man.
It was, and I'm very sleepy now.
All right, get some rest.
Yeah.
See you, buddy. Big fucking WMs. What people don't realize is M stays up super late to help me with the live streams. It's like 3, 4 in the morning for M's quite often. He's up with me. M deserves so much props. Oh, Ems, if you're still fucking listening to this and you didn't send me your PayPal or your Venmo yet, make sure you do.